Welcome to the inaugural broadcast of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. We are beginning today with coverage of the Boston Massacre tournament. I am Brandon Fogel, and joining me today are commentators Siobhan Nolen and David Hood. Siobhan and David, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey, thanks, Brandon.
So before we get started, tell us a little bit about yourselves, where you are, and what brought you to the game of diplomacy. So David, let's start with you.
Well, I'm currently in Hickory, North Carolina, where I'm a lawyer. I've been in the diplomacy hobby since, the wider hobby since 1986. I started in 1984 playing diplomacy. My high school buddies and I, we were seniors in high school. We played a lot of Risk. We got tired of the dice. It just aggravated us that the dice controlled everything. So one of my buddies, Frank Tate, said, well, I think my dad's got this game in the closet that has no luck in it. Let's go find it. So we went to look for his diplomacy game, couldn't find it, went out and bought our own, and then taught ourselves how to play. So we played for about 2 years, and we scored every single game we played with our own scoring system, starting with the first game, because we were crazy.
What was
but we did all. It was I don't even remember. It wasn't very good. And then we 2 years later went to the 1986 DipCon, which that year was in Virginia, and a bunch of us were in the hobby from that point forward.
Great. Welcome aboard. This is your first time. You have been an analyst as a guest before, but this is your first time being a one of the main commentators. So welcome aboard, David.
Thanks.
And Siobhan, tell us about yourself.
Hey everyone, Siobhan Nolen here. I'm out of San Jose, California, and I am the current president of the NADF, the North American Diplomacy Federation. I have been playing this game for over half of my life. When I was around 14 or 15, Eddie Bursan, who many of you have heard of, hobby legend, cornered me at a game convention and said, we need one more player to fill out this board. And I got to kill Adam Siegel on that board, and the joy of that has lasted for the rest of my life.
And Siobhan, you are also currently the president of the North American Diplomacy Federation.
I am.
Can you, for those of our listeners who don't know what that is, can you just give a little background?
Yeah, absolutely. The NADF is an organization that oversees tournaments and, to some extent, local clubs all across North America, in the United States and Canada primarily. We make sure that there are standards of behavior and that everyone's getting along and following the rules. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Hopefully there'll be a website soon.
Well, we all look forward to that. And I'm Brandon Fogel. I first came to this game, I think back in 2001. I played with some friends in graduate school, and I'm still friends with a couple of those people. And it definitely, diplomacy has the reputation of a game that ends friendships. That actually happened. That really happened to me in that first game. I didn't play it again for about 15 years, and then some friends in Chicago and I, we liked games. We went back to it, and a couple years later, I found the Weasels, and here we are. So today we have, and David, you are also the tournament director of the Dixie tournament, which took place a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Can you just tell us a little bit of the background of that tournament? Because that's one of the venerable institutions in the face-to-face hobby.
Yeah, DixieCon actually started in 1987. When we were at that DipCon in 1986, which was the North American Championships that year, was in Virginia, I actually met a bunch of hobbyists, and one of them, Larry Peary, who's unfortunately left us, he died last year, I think it was. Larry suggested that we had such a big crowd, we ought to have our own convention. And so we said, okay. So we started the convention the next year, and it's been going since 1987. This year, of course, we had to go virtual because of the obvious reasons, but it's been a great time. It's a lot of fun. We do it in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, where the University of North Carolina is.
Well, it's a fantastic tournament. Is it the oldest currently running one in the North American hobby?
Well, it's really. Yes, for sure. In the North American hobby, it is. It used to be that it was me and Manorcon, but they don't do in the United Kingdom, but they don't do that anymore. I don't think they do a dip tournament there anymore. So now it's the longest running diplomacy convention in the world.
And how many years continuous has it been?
44.
Damn.
I'm sorry, 34.
Yeah,
next year is 35.
And the game of diplomacy was only published in 59, right? So just 61 years. So you're more than half of the life of this game
I appreciate you pointing out how old I am, Brandon. Thank you very much. I was beginning to forget, but I've now been reminded. So.
You started running the tournament when you were 5 or 6, right?
I was pretty young. Yeah, I was what we call a youngin' in this part of the world.
Well, we are here to talk about the Boston Massacre tournament. And actually, if you guys will give me a second, I just noticed that our interface needs a little bit of updating because it does not say Boston Massacre on it. So can let's see.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll break in and say, Boston Massacre, we haven't talked really about what that is yet, but that's a tournament that's going on for a long time in different formats.
Right. It's
just that this year is the first time we're doing it virtually, but it has been going on with various people running it for a while. And perhaps someone's going to give us more details there, but I recall that it moved to Philadelphia for a while and was called the Philadelphia Massacre, just depending on who was available to run tournaments. But it's been going on, I would say, at least 10 years or so as a tournament.
Yeah.
Usually in face-to-face in Boston. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah. I was saying about 10 years or so, as far as I know. And I know that Randy took it back from Philadelphia just a couple years ago. So Randy Lawrence, our tournament director today, who's done a lot of work getting this off the ground.
Have you guys played at Boston Massacre before?
I went once, the first year that Randy ran it, which was 2017, I believe.
I have not been to Boston Massacre, unfortunately.
I haven't either, but I actually probably would have gone this year if it had been in person. Although, yeah, we'll see. In the future, we may actually be doing some of these broadcasts live from face-to-face tournaments once those resume. So we'll see. Eventually, I'll play again. You guys will as well?
Oh, yeah.
I'll probably play again. I don't take as well to the virtual format as some of the rest of the players have. I'm getting a little older every year, so I prefer to sit back and watch as the youngins use their technologies.
Well, so Christian Klein was the winner of the Dixie tournament a couple of years ago, and he is a very deeply rooted Luddite. So if he can do it, I think there's really no excuse for the rest of us.
Well.
And Christian Klein, he's a longtime Weasel. He is in the tournament today, so we will be talking about him. With that, let us head on over to the board. So we have our familiar interface here today. We've got 7 games in round 1. They got underway about a little over 2 hours ago. So the looks like they're all in 1903 at the moment. So we'll figure out the right pace for us. We don't want to get too close to these, so we'll try to stay at least a year behind because we do know that some of these people are listening. The games are being played on Backstabber with voice negotiation through Discord. And that interface has actually been pretty successful recently in some of these online face-to-face games. So with that, let us start going through the games. We'll meet some of the players. Game 1, taking place at Tobin Bridge. Do you guys know anything about Tobin Bridge? I don't know where that is.
No.
I looked it up. It is a bridge right near Boston, and I actually forgot to write down where it is, but I think all of the names of all these games have a Boston connection, either historical or geographical.
I recognize most of them. The Big Dig is obviously a landmark. But Tobin Bridge I haven't heard of. Anyway, let's have a look at the lineup, and then we will look at some moves here. So in Austria, we have Michael Lofty, who is that's a name that we've heard a couple times now in these broadcasts. Ariel Mendez Pinate, who is a new player out of the Bay Area, new with us anyway, and he's definitely made a big splash. Played in some of the club games that we've covered, and I think has been best known now for building Army Liverpool.
Happy to see him in England again.
Playing England, so we're looking forward to that the winter 1901 build. In France, we have Kleiser de Graaf, who is a Belgian player. I met him in Marseille at the World Championship last year. Really nice guy, very good Avalon player. Germany, Jason Massbaum, who is one of Siobhan's favorite whipping posts. Looking forward to some excitement there. Italy is Amaury Lauren. Do we know anything about Amaury?
Yeah, Amaury is a player in France. Doesn't have a lot of tournament experience, but is, I think, as I recall, he is a student and is looking forward to his first tournament environment like this.
Fantastic. Michael Pring in Russia. Any intel on him?
I do not know anything about Michael.
And then Wesley Ketchum in Turkey. Wesley is, or Wes. Yeah, I'll change that, Wes. Wes is a fairly new weasel. He just started playing with us in Chicago this year. He's a nuclear physicist working at Fermilab, and has made a big splash in the local club, getting it to the top of the standings fairly quickly. I think he's now in second place. But he's a very, very sharp and shrewd strategist, and a really nice guy. So, and I think he uses that well in negotiation. And obviously, I think the nuclear physics has informs his ability to see where the arrows should be pointing on the board. All right, let's have a look at some moves here. Let's see, Siobhan, would you like to start us off with what jumps out to you in these first moves?
For the most part, nothing terribly exciting, except for we do have the move to Armenia by the Turk, getting more and more popular, especially the more we talk about it on these streams, I think. Yeah. So well done, Wes. We'll see where he goes with that. France, Bouncing Burgundy, Gascony Brest. Okay, that's trusting.
So so two things here. The opening to Armenia from the Turk. This, for those of you who don't know, the Chicago Club is well known throughout the North American hobby for doing this. We've in fact named it after one of the legends in our club, a guy named Matt Sundstrom. So locally in Chicago, we call it the Sundstrom opening. Mm-hmm. And glad to see that Wes Ketchum has upheld his Chicago roots and opened to Armenia. Well done, Wes. And then in Russia, we'll see how Russia responds. But in general, the traditional view of this opening is that it's, from Russia's perspective, is that it's a nuclear option. And in Chicago, we don't view it that way. And so hopefully through sheer repetition, Chicago will get the rest of the hobby to see it that way. David, you're definitely not a Chicago player, and you're a longtime player. How do you feel about, if you're Russia, how problematic is the opening to Armenia for you? Extremely problematic.
It would be a nuclear option for me. And in fact, this was one of my favorite Turkish openings because I like to attack Russia. So if you, I'm not saying I always did that, and I actually would caution people that are listening to this to think you should always do anything. And the only thing you should probably always do is con to Bulgaria. And even that, some people try to make some argument for not doing that. But I do think you ought to be careful because every single opening in diplomacy is situational, in my opinion. So you don't want to get so predictable that you always do the same things. But I understand, Brandon, what you're saying about how it doesn't not perceive the same in Chicago hobby. That's one thing that I think diplomacy players learn a lot when they go play at tournaments, is that within the group they normally play, certain moves are standard and certain moves are not standard, and they go to a convention and play with other people and realize that people have different expectations. That's part of the fun, honestly, of playing in tournaments or playing in other settings. When you're playing people you don't know, it's actually a lot of fun. You learn what other people do.
Well, so if you were Russia here, what would be your response, assuming that this was not negotiated as part of a grand strategy?
Well, honestly, if I was Russia, I would already know that Wes, as a Chicago guy, is probably going to go to Armenia. So that would affect a little bit of how I responded. But in this particular case, the Russians appear to be they're probably just going to take a shot at Romania. And there's obviously the question in Armenia whether that guy goes to Sevastopol to break the support for Romania, or maybe slick into Sevastopol if Sevastopol is the moving unit. If I were Russia, I would try to make some kind of deal with this, but I certainly wouldn't trust the Turk after this move unless there was some discussion about it beforehand.
All right, let's move over to the West and talk about this bounce in Burgundy from Marseille rather than Paris. This is also something that's popular in the Chicago hobby, actually, but I don't typically see outside of it. Siobhan, what do you read into from that?
We don't see that a lot on the West Coast, the bouncing from Marseille. I mean, it's Jason Maswam in Germany, and if it's Jason, I'm always going to Burgundy. I'm probably supporting myself there if I'm France, but I suppose not everyone has the same feelings about Jason. I do.
And why is that?
Jason and I have a long history of playing together in California, and we don't typically work well together, and that has created some animosity between the two of us. And Jason, bless his heart, valiantly tries to ally with me, and I always brutally stab him because that is my way.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Jason is Los Angeles based, correct?
Yeah, he's, I think, in LA proper.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, let's move. Oh, so I should say that one of the reasons in Chicago that we like this is rather than going from Paris is that Gascony just has more options. So if England opens to the Channel, Gascony can cover Brest, or Marseille can go to Spain now. Gascony could be convoyed to Portugal. It's just a more dynamic position rather than being stuck in Paris.
I will just add one quick thing. Traditionally, the issue in the West is who gets Belgium. And in this case, the French are saying, well, it ain't going to be me.
Yep.
And that's opposite from the way I would argue that many hobbyists play, which is it is going to be me, or it is going to be me deciding who gets it. And I agree, this opening gives the French a lot of interesting options. It does not allow them to have any role on Belgium. And I guess that's intentional. You just don't want to be part of the deal. But traditionally speaking, in the West, you want to be part of the deal, I would argue, about what's happening with Belgium. And maybe they've negotiated it out, and that's okay. But in terms of moves, there's nothing he can do about it in Fallout 1.
Well, the English player is the only one who has any play on Belgium.
And that's exactly right, because of the bounce in Burgundy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk more about Belgium as we go through the games, but Belgium is this candy that just sits there for people in the West, especially for England, and more often than not, it feels like it gets people into trouble in the early going. But here, if you're England, it's hard not to take it, right?
I think if you look at it as just it's a bill that I'm getting, then it might be a trap. But if you're looking at taking Belgium as a precursor to attacking somebody next to Belgium, then it's a good move, but you have to follow through with it.
Got it. So the important thing here for England with taking this candy is to be thinking about what they're going to do with the sugar high.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. Let's have a look here and see what Ariel did. The convoy.
Yep.
Indeed. All right, David. Give you the first shot at breaking down Fall 1901 here. What do you see?
Let's see. Well, the Turks preventing the Russians from taking Romania is not surprising. I'm looking for something in here that is surprising. The only thing that's moderately surprising about all this is the bounce in Burgundy with the army in Gascony. And even that's not that surprising because it allows the French to take the two centers. This is one of the reasons that you go to Gascony like they did. Mm-hmm. This is one of the options you have, is to use that to follow up on the bounce with the Germans. Interesting thing about that is whether that is a negotiated bounce or not.
Yep.
It probably is, given the fact the Germans didn't have anything better to do, and they didn't really want to leave Munich in case the Italians slipped in there. So it's probably a negotiated bounce in Burgundy, but it's unclear. But otherwise, I would say this is a fairly standard set of fall moves, given the positions after Spring 01. Obviously, the Germans letting the Russians into Sweden is an important takeaway from this move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why would you? What do you think the significance of that is?
Well,
David, if you want.
No, Siobhan, go ahead.
Letting the Russian into Sweden.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's becoming more and more popular to see no bounce in Sweden in 01. Andrew Goff talked about it a few years ago on, I think, one of the podcasts, and people often cite Andrew in that. I think Jason made the right call here. With the amount of animosity that Russia's facing in the South, I don't think he wants to see Russia fold that quickly. So I'm interested to see what Jason's next moves are, though. What's his direction?
His builds are where he puts obviously a fleet is coming, but which square he puts the fleet in. Yeah, the bounce in Burgundy, I really like it from both of their perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
It's they both get to keep the other one out of Burgundy. France gets to keep Munich occupied, so that there's no movement to Ruhr here with an army build in Munich behind it. And obviously, from Germany's perspective, like David said, Munich gets to be covered so that Tyrolia can't slip into it. Although since Chris Brand is not in Italy, the chances there probably are a little bit lower.
I don't know. That's become a more and more popular move. Back when I first started playing the game, it was a popular move, to be honest with you, back in the 80s. and then it became out of fashion, and now I think it's becoming back in fashion a little bit.
Yeah,
I blame or thank Chris Brand for that.
I would thank and blame Chris Brand for almost everything. And I do it regularly online.
just in normal life, I do it. I'm on work meetings and I'm blaming Chris Brand.
Yeah.
Yes, I have brought it up in front of a jury before.
Yeah, I tripped over something on the floor the other day, and it was, God damn it, Chris Brand.
Could not be more appropriate.
Oh, so the one thing, before we move on, the one thing about arranging this bounce from Germany's perspective is, boy, there's some opportunity for mischief on France's part. Of course, they'd have to be okay with the temporary German army in Burgundy, which is probably too much. But, I could see some players, some swashbuckling players really going for that. Okay, so let us see how many armies Liverpool Ariel built.
Yep, all of them.
And we have no builds from Ariel.
Ariel forget to build?
Let us see here.
Might be it probably some kind of technical issue. This is one of the downsides of our having to play online. There's a lot of good things about it.
Yeah.
The downside can be some technical issues can sometimes come into play.
Well, and it's not Eddie Bresson in England, so I'm doubting that he intentionally waived both builds. That's something that he would do.
Right.
It's hard to imagine.
Yeah.
Or Andrew Goff, right?
Or Andrew. Yeah, it would be very like Andrew.
All right, we're getting some intel from Corey here, who's GMing this game in the background.
Awesome.
While we do that, what else jumps out to you here, Siobhan? Your turn.
Other than the failure to build, it kind of seems like Ariel might be coming into some issues. But
well, he doesn't have to worry. There's no build in St. Petersburg, which is a nice bonus here.
But you got the two northern fleets from Germany and France.
Yeah.
I was curious to see where France was going to drop the fleet, considering he did clear Marseille.
I think the Turkish build is very interesting.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, talk about that, David. What do you think?
Because obviously there was some conflict with the Russians, and yet he builds the most pro-Russian build he can do, which is a fleet in Smyrna. Which, honestly, I'm not saying it's a bad build or anything like that, because there does appear to be, at least on the surface, an AI understanding, which makes you wonder what you're supposed to do. And Smyrna allows you to go to Aegean or Eastern to try to block one of the moves if the AI is coming for you, whereas Khan would not let you do that. It would only let you go to Aegean. So I'm not complaining about it, but I do find it interesting. Hopefully he's worked things out with the Russians if that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, the build certainly indicates that he wants to. We
Yeah.
should note, by the way, that the negotiations are allowed during builds phases here.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And build phases are long, about 7 minutes, I believe. 15-minute phases for the regular, and then 7 minutes for builds. All right, so getting some notes about 1902 from Corey, none about.
That hurts for Ariel. Though.
I hate that for Ariel. Yep.
I mean.
Oh no, here we go. Ariel and Amard, she said. Well, but on the flip side, having the two builds as England, it can be a trap, right?
You at least build one of them, though. If you're going to do this on purpose, I don't know that you would waive two builds. That seems a little extreme.
Yeah, I mean, we joke about Belgium being where English armies go to die, but you should put at least something down.
Yeah, if you're gonna convoy to Belgium, as I said earlier, you need to follow it up with something, and that makes it hard to do. I mean, obviously, he NMR'd not on purpose.
Yeah. So, I mean, the question is, are France and Germany going to take advantage of this moment?
Would you? Do you guys think you would want to if you're France or Germany?
Well, a lot of this depends on negotiations that we're not privy to, honestly, and we all know that. But yeah, I mean, maybe the one or the other wants to try to use England as a little bit of a junior partner at this point, given what's happened in the NMR. But I would be tempted, if I were the French, for example, to decide, well, I guess that's where I'm going then, because I have to go one way or the other. So I think I'm going that way.
Yeah, especially with Italy looking like it's going to go the other direction.
Yeah, it does seem like France can get right into Irish Channel here, can get armies into place. So it seems to me, so between France and Germany, it seems like France has the advantage here. Would you guys agree with that? Siobhan, you're nodding.
Yeah, I think I would. I think if I'm France, I go for it. I think if I'm Germany, I probably prop Ariel up because I'm not seeing that I get as much out of it as France does.
Yeah, I think I would probably evaluate the French and German positions as being pretty even. Honestly, I think it's all going to depend on how they want to play this, and we don't know exactly what the status of the German-Russian relationship is. That's going to affect a lot of what the situation is. But I would be perfectly happy taking either of their positions at this point myself.
Yeah. The German has a real big decision here. Doesn't Jason, whether to go for Sweden and try to secure the naval area in the north, or go against England, or it seems like going against France here with England's help would be harder. Because England's units are closer to Germany rather than France.
If your plan is as the German to go after Sweden and so forth, I don't know why you would have let them into Sweden to begin with. So that would be quite a switcheroo if that's the way Jason decided to play it.
Let us see what happens. Here is spring of 19. We'll stick with this through the end of 1902, and then we'll move on to the next game. So here is spring of 1902. We have Ariel going on the offensive against Germany.
Oh, and France not taking the bait.
So, all right. So very quickly in the West here, it looks to me like Ariel sniffed out the problem with Fleet Kiel.
Yes.
That it was coming for him rather than going west. And
you mean east?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if I were Jason, I would be pretty concerned about all those units coming towards me.
I think Jason has some real issues, and I know that Ariel and Jason play a lot of gunboat together, so they do have some history on boards.
And you don't know if the tenor of that history, if it's acidy or sweet?
I don't know how that's been going. I haven't been watching those games quite as closely, but I don't think
it's acidy, Siobhan.
No.
But it's Jason Massbaum.
But it's Jason Massbaum, so the right choice is always to attack him.
All right, do you want me to be the Jason defender here? Because I can be.
Never
mind. I don't want to be. Never mind.
Do your best, David. Do your best.
You can try.
Well, I actually do like this choice that the French has made, even though I would have been tempted to not do this. We never know how the negotiations go and so forth. Mm-hmm. But it does look like that he's going to be using the English against the Germans. And I'm not trying to make it sound like England doesn't have his own agency. I'm sure he does. But in terms of what the French player was thinking, this is a pretty interesting and probably a really good choice, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
The move to Picardy is interesting, though, because it suggests either duplicity on his part or lack of trust with England. Or maybe just him taking Belgium behind was part of the deal.
That's what I'm thinking. And he had nowhere else to go.
Well, he could have helped, right? Like Ariel could have.
That great quote from the old movie in the 80s, I have nowhere else to go. He's got nowhere else to go in Picardy.
Siobhan, do you get the reference?
Richard Gere, what's going on? Officer and a gentleman? Okay, never mind.
Oh, sorry, man. All right, let's head over to the east here. We have cooperation with A&T, very interesting, and Italy with an optimistic move to Greece here that clearly was not part of the deal.
So we're guessing that West told Italy that he would support him into Greece and then just didn't? Because why else would you make that move?
Oh, well, maybe he thought that Greece was going to go to the Aegean and he was just trying to slip in.
Okay.
Which could have been a deal, right? That Austria negotiated and then reneged on.
I mean, it would have worked, as you can see, because the Turks covered Eastern.
Yep.
So Austria goes to Galicia, obviously anti-Russian move, and supports Turkey into Romania, which also, on the face of it, is anti-Russian.
But, I mean, Russia didn't technically own it. But combine that with the attack on Sev
and because of the fleet or the army in Moscow going to Sevastopol, Turkey now has St. Pete. Thank you, St. Pete. Turkey now has Sevastopol guaranteed, and Austria can take Romania behind. So the AT can actually both benefit here without either betraying the other.
Yep.
And it's a pretty solid AT when you look at what the Austrian armies did within Austria-Hungary itself, because he's keeping armies in Trieste and Vienna, and moving the one from Budapest to Galicia instead of the other way around from Vienna. So this looks pretty strong AT, which I'm team AT. I love that alliance.
Oh yeah, how come?
Because it can go against its enemies quicker than almost any other alliance. So it's way easier to destroy your immediate target. Of course, you got to remember that I'm a destroy your target kind of guy instead of I'll take one center here, then I give it back to you next turn. And no. Pick your target, destroy them, and then decide what you're going to do next.
Yeah, so often I hear people say they don't like the AT as Austria because they see Turkey as having nowhere else to go but through Austria. But there are so many options in this alliance, and I'm with David. It's underrated and not done often enough. It
just depends on how you set it up. I won DIPCON in 1987 by being in an AT. I mean, if you set it up correctly and do it right, I was Austria, I think. If you do it right, you can make it work.
What does Austria need to do to protect him or herself?
Austria needs to own Bulgaria, for one thing. That needs to be part of the deal, so that your border is Bulgaria and Khan. That's just one of many things you've got to do. You've got to make sure that Turkey has good expansion routes around you. And Turkey, on the other hand, in order to make the alliance work, has to be in some ways the junior partner, has to have fewer centers than the Austrian, things like that, because that's the only way for that not to lead to instability in the mid game.
You'd agree with that, Siobhan? Turkey has to, yeah. All right, then let us see what happens in the fall here. We've got lots of action. Siobhan, David, I think it's your turn. Take us through this turn. Yeah,
the French were definitely coming to the mid, and the Italians knew that. You can see that by the move back to Tyrrhenian Sea. But my goodness, I think I would have covered Venice in this situation if I were the Tyrolean army. That was, as you said earlier, that was very optimistic for him to try to get to Greece. Since he tried to take Greece, I think you have to assume the Austrians are going to try to take your Venice. So that was unfortunate for Amori, but that's all right. You live and learn. The AT is obviously making a lot of progress here, not just taking Sevastopol, but also taking out Ukraine, taking the Ionian Sea. Really a jackrabbit start for them, that was my whole point about why I love the AT if you can make it work right.
Let's come back and talk about this in a second, and let's look at the West here first, because there is a lot of action here. This is a stunning set of events, I think, for the East, for the AT here. And I think the consequences of this, I think, are worth unpacking. But before we do that, let's look at the West here. It's a little more straightforward here, right? England loses, has the army piffed, loses a dot. We'll still get a build because they had 2 in the bank. I'm sorry, no, loses Norway as well. This is a catastrophic turn for England.
No, we'll technically.
They take Denmark. No, they took Denmark.
Right? Denmark and have 3 home and only have 2 units on the board. So technically, actually build 2.
You're right. Thank you. All right, I take that back about the catastrophic call.
Yeah.
Okay, then when we see the builds here, the question will be who's in the better position here in the West. Why don't we move to the builds then, and we'll talk about the positioning here.
Yeah,
because I think we really want to see where the consequences are. So Turkey pockets leaves a build in the bank here. That's the first thing that jumps out at me. So the thing that really struck me about what happened in the East here was that Turkey got 2 builds, and Austria got 1 and wasn't even guaranteed of that. So Austria really put himself out there for Turkey's benefit. It really started to feel to me like a small A capital T here. I mean, Turkey's already in the Ionian here in spring of 2002 or fall of 2002. Given what you guys were just saying about about how an AT has to work from Austria's perspective, how do you feel about how Austria is now currently set up? David, start with you.
Well, I guess what you're saying is maybe Austria should have asked for Romania in that situation. But the good thing is, I think Turkey perhaps has realized that Wes has only built the 1. That's an example of what I was talking about. You basically have to not not press all your advantages as Turkey, because it just makes the alliance unstable. So if you can keep yourself less threatening to Austria, you're in good shape. In terms of what Austria did, I agree that it was taking a little bit of chance, but of course he wanted the positioning in Ukraine, or maybe they both wanted that positioning in Ukraine, which is obviously very good positioning. So in terms of looking for the sort of the goals of this alliance, which is to destroy the Russians and get to that part of the stalemate line, they're certainly making a lot of progress there, and you can't argue with that. I really like the fact that Turkey builds the one build. That's a very, very adept move on behalf of Wes.
Siobhan, what do you? How do you feel about the A and the AT here?
I absolutely think West building only one was smart, because where else are you going to put it that doesn't freak Austria out at this point? It is a little more capital T than capital A at the moment, but I think Wes is smart, and I think he knows how to kind of slow play this, and I don't think he's going to press his luck until Russia is well and dead. Austria's got a lot of play in Italy, so that'll be fun to watch. All
right. So one concern I have about Austria's positioning here is that they're fully dependent on Turkey on the back here. Mm-hmm. And to get either of these dots, which they really need to have, they actually have to move units away from the Western front. So if they had the what is it, the 6th dot here, if they were putting down 2 builds here rather than Turkey banking one, I'd feel a lot better about Austria here. But full credit to Austria for getting away with what could have been a very difficult situation had he not gotten Venice.
Yeah.
And like I agree with you guys 100%. I think Wes is very savvy for only dropping one build here.
Yeah. So many players feel the need to do all their builds every time, but the power of waving a build, especially for an alliance, it speaks so much more.
Yeah, I think one thing we've seen in tournament that we saw in Dixie that was really clear was that the stronger players typically played slower at first. They were not trying to rush to get out to a big lead. They wanted to let somebody else do that, and then they sort of worked their way to the top as the game went on. And David, is that despite your desire to crush everyone underfoot? Is that your preferred way to play, or do you like?
Well, I think it's situational, honestly. And I hate to use that word so much, except that I think it's the most important word in learning how to play diplomacy, is that anytime anybody tells you that something should almost always happen or should always happen, that's probably not a good statement, because it's situational. So should you always slow play? No. Should you always crush your enemy and go as fast as you can? No. It depends on the situation. And it's just way too complicated. There's too many variables to say that there's one way to play and one way not to play. I understand the theory of slow playing. I've done it before. It is true that I probably don't do that as much as some other players do. But again, it's completely situational.
Yeah, I hear you. But there are tendencies, right? Different players have a preference for different styles of play.
There's no doubt about that.
All right.
Yeah, we're having a thunderstorm here, so I apologize for that.
It adds a little drama to the situation.
That's right. You guys have this thing called weather, and I'm completely unfamiliar with this.
I want that lightning to strike every time I say crush your enemy.
That would be amazing.
Make sure that we're doing the full Conan the Barbarian reference. Again, a 1980s movie reference that I'm assuming you guys don't get.
Just say the word Avengers every so often. And
okay, I'm also a fan of those.
All right, let's move on to game number 2. We can try to pick up the pace here. I think we luxuriated in some of the activity.
Yeah,
but it was worth it. That's a good start there.
Yep.
All right, so game number 2 on Bunker Hill, we have in Austria Jeff Dwarnicki, which is a name I've heard, but I don't know anything about him. Do you guys?
Jeff is a longtime player from the Portland area. Has also run tournaments in the past. I mean, he's probably been in the hobby for 20 years or so. He's a very well known player in that part of the world, and has also played some on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. In England, we have Russ Dennis, who is the editor of the Diplomacy Briefing, which is a newsletter that has very quickly gained a lot of popularity in the hobby. And he played at Dixie and came in the top 7, I believe.
He was 4th, came in 4th.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So quickly making a splash in the face-to-face community. Have not met him in person yet, though. Have you guys?
Not in person.
Not in person.
He came on one of our broadcasts. I think at Dixie. In France, we have former independent presidential candidate John Anderson. who we saw at Dixie, but I don't know if we have a beat on his style of play yet. In Germany, we have Sergei Saragin. Do any intel on him?
No, I did not hear back from him.
Okay.
In Italy, we have Kuzi Kangaloglu.
I did hear from Kuzi. That I had a great exchange with him. It's a lot of fun. This is a 14-year-old player who lives in Turkey, and he is playing in his first tournament and is extremely excited about it. And I was excited for him.
Oh, well, welcome, Kuzi. We're getting a lot of young players in this virtual format. I'm loving it.
So true. That is so true, Siobhan.
Fantastic. A 14-year-old Turkish player. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. In Russia, we have Alex Maslow, who is from the Jason Massbaum School of Diplomacy. Is he not?
He is a little bit, yeah. He's kind of in that club for me. Love him to death. Don't always love being on board with him.
Literally love him to death.
Yeah, literally on a board, love him to death. No, he's an East Coast player based out of Boston, I believe.
Okay.
So, yeah. No, he's been around for a number of years. Great guy, great player.
I met them at the same time at the same tournament, so for some reason I just associate them.
And they're basically the same person. It's fine.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. In Turkey, we have Rafael Gauci. Any intel on him?
Raphael played in the virtual DixieCon also, as I recall, or at least his son. Yeah, he definitely played. He is from Switzerland. He's our Swiss player for the day.
All right. Welcome. Say hi to Roger Federer for us when you get a chance. Let us have a look at some of these moves. David, break it down for us.
All right. Well, we've got the French supported move to Burgundy, which is, I think, a fairly popular move these days, or has been a popular move these days. The Turk does the double army move, not the Sundstrom, the sort of anti-Sundstrom going west with both armies. Otherwise, well, we've got the Italians trying to go into, well, they did, in fact, go into Trieste. Now that, as we all experienced players know, that could be one of two things, at least two things. Mm-hmm. It could literally be he's just snagging that center, although not following it up to Venice makes that less likely. Or that could be an arranged thing with the Austrians. Either he's going to stay in Trieste to build the extra fleet, and the Austrians are letting him do that on purpose, or they're going to try some kind of key opening where the Italian goes to Serbia in Fall 01. With the Austrians doing something else with Army Serbia. So one of those two things, I suspect that was agreed to with the Austrians, but not always. Sometimes the Italians just kind of sneak in there. So we'll see what Kuzi's up to here. As far as the other Western openings, they're all fairly, I would argue, standard openings.
Yeah, nothing too exciting here. Yeah, not even the French.
Nope.
Or the English, rather. Could have gone to Edinburgh instead of York. All right, let's move forward into fall of 1901. Siobhan, what jumps out at you here?
Let's see. The Turks try to go to Greece, and I wonder if the Italian told him that he'd support him. I'm going to guess, like you said with Kuzi, that Trieste was absolutely agreed upon. Jeff Dwornicki has been around long enough. I don't think Kuzi is going to try and be that sneaky that early and make an enemy. So, yeah, we'll see likely double fleet from Italy here. Italy sneaks into the Aegean, which is fun.
Yeah, that pretty much confirms that Trieste was agreed upon.
Yeah. Right? So, the English take Belgium again.
With support from the Germans.
Yeah. Okay. And a bounce in Sweden.
And this, I have to say, this is my favorite way to play in AI. I love this. You get so much pace, and sort of each person in the alliance gets something out of this. Austria gets Italy not having so many units behind, and also has the advantage of faster attack on Turkey, and Italy gets the advantage of also the great positioning. Being in Aegean and Fall of 01 is just a really, really nice place to be.
Yeah, no, I love this. I think they're in for a fun game. I played exactly this alliance with Jan Kluwe years ago, and we just dominated that board.
All right, let us move on to winter of 1901 here. Unless David, do you have any other thoughts on this board?
No, I think we've explained this one pretty well.
Interesting. We'll see how many of our boards end up with English army in Belgium and
Every single one.
Two for two. It's crazy how we get these trends with these games. So last time for what was it? It was a game for the Minnesota club. We had 3 games, and all 3 of them had English moving against the French, I think.
Yeah.
Going to the channel. I remember watching that. Yeah, going to the channel.
And two of them even followed up with Liverpool to Wales, I think. Something crazy like that.
Yeah. Then there was the Weasel game with 2 boards where both Russia's open to Finland.
Yeah, right. That's great. One of them by accident, one on purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Winter 1901. Right off the bat, we got 2 fleet builds from England.
Wow.
Very, very clear statement of strategic intent here. We have the German building an army in Berlin. That's in combination with the 2 fleet builds. This is surprising.
Okay.
Yeah, what can we make of that? Siobhan.
It seems like he's sending England by himself to go after France. I'll support you into Belgium. You get your second build, put down 2 fleets. My army in Munich may help you. It may not, but I don't know if I like it.
I mean, what can that army do in Berlin? It seems like he can do less if you put it in Kiel. If they're working together, he could Denmark could go to Sweden here, and you put an army in Denmark. That's a nice way to sort of quarantine the German fleet.
It seems like it'll irritate the Russian further for no good. I don't see a payoff in it.
Probably he's probably trying to make his English ally happy, but that's just a mistake. You got to build the fleet Kiel and go to Baltic or something.
Yeah.
You've already bounced the Russians. If it's an EG, the Russians already know, unless they're really trying to scramble by negotiation, they already know that they are in trouble in the north. And it's not as if the Army Berlin makes the Russians feel any better. In fact, the Russians should feel better about the fleet Kiel, honestly.
Yeah.
So I just think this, unfortunately, is a little bit of a mistake on Sergei's part. But we'll see. I mean, I guess the theory is he was going to send 2 armies against Warsaw or something.
I guess, but I don't know.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that when you're trying to take the French down and they're in Burgundy?
I just don't see the payoff in it, and unless we're missing something.
We should say, and I don't think we've said it yet, and we need to say it a couple of times, we're not privy to the negotiations here.
Yes.
And there could be something going on here that we don't know that makes this more, a more favorable move. But it's hard to see what it would be right now without having access to those negotiations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, the thing that we tend to key on is what sort of options does a certain move or a certain build create or close off. So I think that's what we're not meaning to be directly critical of this build, but we find it curious because it doesn't seem we're having trouble imagining the strategic purpose that it's consistent with.
It might be different if the Russians were not building an army or something. And then you take a shot at Warsaw with the 2 armies. But now you take a shot at Warsaw with the 2 armies, you probably don't get it anyway. So
yeah, I think if you see these armies move east and you're England, you're just heart sunk at that.
Yeah.
So all right, we'll see how this goes. The other builds don't look remarkable here.
No.
Okay.
Very typical. Yeah.
Let us move forward here. Spring of 1902, Siobhan, I believe it's your turn to give us some.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, correctly, we see that the French have issues, and the German immediately brought that Army Berlin back to Kiel. Maybe it was a misclick. Maybe it was always meant to be in Kiel in the first place. I don't see any other reason to do that, or it's negotiation with the Russian, who's just basically saying, really? Come on. They take Burgundy. The English go to now instead of Irish. Fine, I guess. Let's see what else. What's going on down there?
Corey gives us a little bit of intel from the GM's perspective here. She says that John Anderson, independent presidential candidate John Anderson, is doing an excellent job of sneaking into rooms and not getting caught.
Oh, well played, John.
Good for you.
I mean, and that's an interesting conversation for at some point, like what is different about this format than our usual face-to-face? Because one of the things that I would really miss, I think, is the ability to listen into conversations without people noticing. I often get away with it at tournaments because I am usually one of the few women, and when people start using the pronoun she, I automatically know they're talking about me. So it makes it really easy to pick up on that.
Oh, that's great. So you're saying being a woman in diplomacy is a major advantage?
It can be. I'm really happy to see more women in the hobby, but it sometimes is frustrating that the she isn't only ever about me. I think there were 7 women total at Vancouver, and so I had no idea when it was about me or about someone else.
It's one of the coolest things that's happened is we're getting more female players. And back in the day, when I first joined the hobby, there were some female players, and they were some of the best players for sure.
Oh yeah.
I imagine you'd have to really love the game as a woman at that day and age to stick with it, given what must have been a pretty macho environment. Is that true, David?
I think that's partially true, although even back then it wasn't as much as you might think. I mean, there was a female editor of Diplomacy World right when I joined the hobby. It wasn't quite what you would think, but certainly it has improved a lot since then, as the society itself has. But I think it's one of those chicken and the egg things. We don't have enough female players because we don't have enough female players, and so the female players that come sometimes can feel a little isolating. I think we're doing better at that. I hope we're doing better at that as a hobby.
It feels like it. I mean, I'm relatively new to the hobby, but I feel like I have seen more female players just in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And
that much having said, we haven't met her yet, but we're going to later on as we go to the other games. Melinda Holly was a tremendous player in the 80s, and I'll talk more about that when we get to her game.
And one note on the discussion we've just been having, there has been an effort spanning back several years that passed an important milestone a few years ago to increase diversity and inclusivity in the hobby, and that was the passage of a North American Diplomacy Federation Code of Conduct. Siobhan, would you like to say anything about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So back in 2016, it became apparent to a number of hobby leaders and tournament directors around the country and in North America that we'd kind of let behavior just be what it was and self-moderate, and that was not working for the hobby. That, there were expected standards of behavior that we wanted to enforce, and that creating a safe and welcoming environment for all players was really, really important. And so in 2016, a number of us drafted a code of conduct that is now used at all NADF tournaments across the country. And it's been really well received. And a lot of newer players have told me and others that it is one of the main reasons that they felt really comfortable coming to tournaments. And that was such an amazing thing to hear. So.
And it's a tricky thing for diplomacy because there's a lot of sort of typical societal norms that we violate on purpose in this game, and we enjoy violating them, like lying, for example. Lying is completely acceptable, and a certain level of emotional manipulation is also considered acceptable. But there's a kind of extreme form of emotional manipulation that I think used to be much more common in the hobby, and that's something that we have that it seems to me has definitely decreased. It's just not acceptable to deliberately get people riled up, or to get riled up yourself, even if it's theatrical.
Yeah, I mean, I know I throw my fits from time to time on a diplomacy board, but I have been reining those in as a result of the code of conduct, and it's good to be aware of that. And there have been players over the years who have really relied on physical intimidation, not to the point of punching someone, though I do believe that has happened. I've heard rumors of those stories, but they will very much get into someone's space. And if you are not used to it, expecting it, it can be very intimidating. And that's the kind of thing that we want to be aware of as we move forward in the hobby.
Yeah, and to be clear,
Brandon, I need to step out just 1 second. I'll come back.
Okay, no problem. And to be clear, oops.
Oh,
Sorry.
No worries.
To be clear, any threat of any kind, really, that is not simply about moves on the board is now considered grossly unacceptable.
Yeah.
So that is something specific that the Code of Conduct outlaws.
Yeah, threats of violence. It's not just getting to the point of violence itself. You don't you don't threaten it. And it's not okay. We want this place to be welcoming and safe for people of all ages and genders and races and everything. And, you know, I love what we've been doing here. And, you know, I'm happy to see us move forward.
I agree, and I've been happy to be a part of it with you. We should also note Randy Lawrence Hurt, who is the tournament director of this tournament, was also instrumental in drafting the code of conduct. The three of us were the principal committee on that, and we're happy to see it being effective. And let's continue to see it do so, and the hobby grow in diversity and size.
Yeah.
And with that, let us return back to some diplomacy.
Yes.
Here we have Ruhr getting into Burgundy, which is a big deal. We've got Serbia getting into Bulgaria. Clearly, there is an anti-Turkish.
Yeah, that AI is just, and Russia's going to get what he can out of it.
And so I think we do see here Berlin going back to Kiel. So Chris Kelly had a comment in there that he thought the intent was to leave, so to build in Berlin as a defensive deterrent, so Russia doesn't get tempted to come after him. I think it also slows him down a bit, so that might actually have been useful for England.
Mm-hmm. But, and it's maybe England insisted that no fleet in Kiel.
So let us move forward here. Fall of 1902. We have, let's see, I'll break this one down. We have England getting in position to assume control of mid-Atlantic, and in Picardy, very strong positioning here for the English. We have in the east, Russia being the one to get the first Turkish centers. This is a delightful year, I think, from Russia's perspective.
This is a great year from Russia's perspective. I love convoys across the Black Sea. Do them more often. They're cute. They're fun. People don't see them coming as often as they should. Walking out of Ankh because, why would he move Black Sea? He wants to keep Black Sea. Well, you get to keep Black Sea and you get the dot.
And you get Ankara. I think Turkey clearly assumed that Khan would be the focus of the attack here. And it looks like, and it was supposed to be according to the Austrians, but boy, is Ankh a nice place to be with an army.
Alex, this is beautiful. Well done. I know I gave you a lot of grief, but.
And not just taking Ankh, but a bounce in a very prescient bounce in Livonia.
He didn't want to be in Livonia. He could have supported himself in. He just needed to keep the German out.
This looks like a really nice position for Russia to be in. There's a question of whether you'd have to worry about looking too scary as Russia, but I don't think that's the case without having much of a northern presence and with England looking so strong. No, I don't think Russia is scary here.
I think Alex is in a great position, and there are some stronger positions on the board in the immediate, but I think he's got a really good long-term position on this board.
Yeah, I really, really like that. Chris Kelly makes a nice point that for somebody who's supposedly been overhearing negotiations, France is getting his former presidential and independent candidate his butt kicked. And
John, they decided that you were going to die, and
but he can hold on for a while here. I mean, getting this army out of Burgundy is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a problem with England, but he doesn't have a problem with Germany.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what I was saying after the 01 builds, is it kind of looked like Germany was leaving England to themselves to deal with the French. Which, I mean, England ultimately has the upper hand, but I don't think it's going to be as fast as he wants it to be.
And I mean, this could end up being really savvy on Germany's part. It doesn't feel like it to me personally at the moment. It feels a little bit like a split consciousness here, but England could end up getting locked into conflict with France without getting anything out of it, giving Germany the option to, or the opportunity to come in from behind. But the problem with that way of looking at it is that England is getting Sweden here and has the positioning. I don't think Germany is going to be in a position to attack England. So, all right, David is back. Let's bring him back on. Hey, David, we are about to finish up with game number 2 here, and we'll try to pick up the pace a little bit more. Here are the builds for 1902. We have, so Germany had a rebuild here. This is not a new build, and it looks like Germany is going all in on an anti-Russian strategy here. which is, it's peculiar, right? Like normally in the West, you want 2 against 1 to work out fairly quickly, and it's not clear that that is being set up here at all.
Definitely not.
So we'll come back to that. As far as other builds go, doesn't look like anything surprising here. Potentially really nice AR developing.
Yeah.
And obviously there's an interesting, there'll be an interesting question here for Austria, what to do with Italy.
Well, particularly given the Italian build.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do you think that makes it more likely that Austria would want to stab Italy here, or less likely?
Well, as opposed to what? I'm not sure what else Austria could do in this situation that makes sense. I mean, obviously, maybe attack the Russians, but a lot of it depends on what his relationship with Cusi is in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if the Italians had built Army Venice, that would be a more defensive move. The fleet in Naples just sort of makes you wonder what the Italians are going to do. They've already got 2 fleets. The Turks have no fleets in good position. So what was that other fleet for that he just built?
I mean,
it's a good question.
Could be going west here, right?
Could be. Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
And then I think the question for Austria was, if Italy goes west, is that even more incentive to take Trieste and slip into the Ionian?
Yeah, as I look at this, maybe Jeff attacking Alex wouldn't be such a bad move. At first, I thought it might not make sense, but now I'm wondering.
How come?
Because he could get the jump on him, perhaps. You know, the Russians are, you know, in the middle of trying to fend off this German onslaught from the west.
Mm-hmm.
And it's conceivable that he could jump in on that. You know, I mean, it's a little counterintuitive because I don't know that you would do that, you know, before you crush your Turkish enemy, so to speak, because you can't control the Turkish units. So they're a little bit random if you don't take control of them by killing them. On the other hand, if you kill them, does that mean the Russians are now going to be stronger defensively? I don't know. There's something to be said if he's got a really good, and he's had a good working relationship with the Italians from the beginning. Maybe you don't jettison that if you can figure out a way to, right this minute, go into Galicia, take out Romania, etc.
Yeah, and I'm also going to say here that Cusi being a young and new player, I think Jeff might be hesitant to turn on him this early. Maybe give him a good alliance, and you can sit as a junior partner and have a good game and a good experience.
Yeah.
Jeff is definitely capable of thinking that way, I would say.
Yeah.
It does feel like with Turkey going down, the moment of decision is upon Austria, though. It feels to me like it's got to be either the next target has to be either Russia or Italy, especially with the West a mess. Doesn't have to worry about a Western triple coming after them.
Yep.
All right, so we will look forward to seeing what Jeff decides. That's a big question mark over here, and we'll move on to game number 3 at Fenway Park in Austria. Yet again, we have Tanya Gill, a Canadian player extraordinaire who has also been an analyst on our show. Well, in the Windy City Weasels broadcasts, I guess, which are
and she's an Austria specialist, I would argue.
We have seen her play Austria twice in recent weeks, and she has topped both boards. So even though she claims to dislike Austria, she has become very good at it. In England, we have Hunter Catcher, who is one of the hottest players in the North American circuit, won European DipCon in November, and I think another tournament last year as well in North America. He's
won a tournament in the Northeast, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe was it Boston last year? Is he the defending champ?
Actually, Randy can help us on that, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll find out. We have in France, widely considered the single worst player, not just currently playing, but who has ever played the game of diplomacy, John Jameson. We will have a lot to say.
On the other hand, he's one of the few players in the hobby who's ever borrowed my car. So
there we go. Well, we often say of diplomacy players that we would trust you with our car, our mortgage payment in cash, all of that. You would treat it well, but when it comes to our centers on a board, not a chance.
All right, in Germany, we have Tommy Anderson, who is a frequent player online. I have not met him before, though. Where is he located? Do you guys know?
I do not.
I believe he's on the East Coast somewhere, but actually, that's a good point. I've actually dealt with him a fair amount online, and I'm not sure I remember precisely where Tommy is. I've seen him at a tournament on the East Coast. I think I met him at the 2016 World DipCon. I think that's right.
Okay. In 2016? Oh, so in Chicago?
Yeah, 2016. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, No, it was 18. I'm sorry.
18. Oh, okay. In Washington, D.C.
Getting my years mixed up. Sorry, it's 18.
Yeah, he was at 18. He lives in Boston.
Oh, in Boston. Oh, okay. He's a local. Okay, great. All right. In Italy, we have Samuel Feldman, who's another teenager, a 17-year-old kid from Austin, Texas. Is that right?
He's based out of Austin, correct.
Okay, and we had him on the broadcast before. A really nice kid, and made some savvy moves, if memory serves. So look forward to seeing what he does here. Russia, we have Liam Stokes, who I'm not familiar with.
He's an Australian player.
Okay. So playing what is in the middle of the night for them, I believe.
Yes.
In Turkey, we have Jeffrey Whitliff, and we don't know anything about him. Hopefully,
I do not know Jeffrey. No.
All right, but we'll get to know him by his play. So, in spring of 1901, Siobhan, I think it's your turn. What jumps out at you?
I think the same thing probably jumps out to all of us, and Hunter and his presumed NMR.
I actually, David and I heard about this. We were in the group voice chat when this happened, and it was not intentional.
Yeah, there are some players in this world who would just hold all their units in spring of 01. Dave Miletsky comes to mind, but so that's unfortunate. Other than that, nothing terribly surprising. The supported attack on Burgundy, Venice hold, standard from Austria, the anti-Sunstorm in Turkey, as we're now calling it, I believe.
Yes.
And
so we're just left to wonder what Hunter would have done to make this a more exciting turn.
Obviously, Channel and Wales, right?
Yeah. And Eddie de Clyde as well, right?
Eddie de Clyde, yeah.
Well, perhaps he would have ordered them all to Yorkshire, and we'd end up in the same spot we're in now.
Yeah, we could have had a Yorkshire pudding.
We should have, could have.
Indeed. All right, fall of 1901. Let's see what Hunter does with his units.
Woo-hoo!
He moves them.
It's a radical choice, but I really respected Hunter.
Yeah. Oh, this is the most boring thing he could have done. I'll go on the record by saying I wish something more interesting had happened here.
Wow.
All right.
That's pretty critical.
Really boring.
David, what do you want to talk about here?
Well, anybody want to talk about the fact that the Germans are building 3? Does anybody want to talk about that? And bouncing the Russians in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
Russia takes Romania with the fleet. That's obviously good news to the Austrians.
Yep.
Otherwise, I think that Hunter has done a perfectly legitimate spring 01 move.
Yep.
Just in fall of 1901.
Just a little too late.
Modified Churchill opening in fall of 01. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah.
The activity around Belgium is particularly interesting because France had to acquiesce here in order to allow it. Presumably this was negotiated, and France not only had to agree to it, but then had also decide not to slip into Munich.
Well, I think John's not going to make himself a target at this point.
I forgot it was John. Never mind.
He's a big enough target, and I think that letting Germany build 3 is enough to be like, well, I just took Iberia. Look at him. So.
Yeah, this sort of feels Western Tripoli to me at this point.
I'm not sure what to make of we obviously have a wounded animal in England. So what does that mean? It's hard to imagine that they've really thought this through as a triple, so to speak. But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
And Hunter's a strong player. I mean, and John Jameson, as terrible as he is, has played diplomacy a lot. He might be tempted to try to take out Hunter, but maybe not. Or that could also be why he would be willing to give Belgium to Germany. So let us see some builds. I think if you're Russia or France, rather, you're probably happy to see a fleet here rather than an army.
Always, but fleet kill's the right call.
Yep. If there had been 3 armies, you would have wondered what was wrong with Tommy, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we need to see some more moves to see what direction things are headed. And David, or Siobhan, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, sure. I was looking at that Army St. Pete build, and it's pulling down to Livonia, which is okay. Kiel goes to Baltic. Germany's setting up to take Sweden in the fall. Good job, Hunter. You finally took a center. I'm proud of you. It's like all those lessons of diplomacy are finally paying off. And yeah, I mean,
Well, he hasn't taken it yet. It's only a spring turn. We could still hope that he doesn't keep it for the fall.
that is very true. He could just walk right out of Norway. Let's see.
Or go to St. Pete and take Norway, right?
That would be cute. What is happening with Russia? Ukraine to Rome, Rome to Sev. Oh, so taking Rome with the fleet and then immediately putting an army in there.
Yeah, this feels like an RT.
That feels like an RT to me.
This is the most surprising move to me, Vienna to Bohemia.
Combined with Venice to Tyrolia, though, I mean, AI are working together.
But this feels to me like Austria got talked into fighting a Western triple, and certainly not worrying about Russia here.
I agree. I think that Tanya has listened to Liam here. Liam saying, "Oh, I'm not going to do any of that. I'm fighting the Germans," when in fact he goes ahead and takes Galicia and takes Romania with the army and all that.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue for Tanya, especially with moving out of Trieste and moving out of Vienna.
All right, let's keep pushing ahead here.
I do love the North Coast move by John Jameson in Spain.
Oh yes, thank you for.
You don't see that very often.
No, you do not see North Coast very often.
And why is that?
I'm struggling with why anybody would go there in this situation, but it's John, so my struggle is over.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just bad.
No, he thought North Coast was the same as North Africa, which is his favorite space to be on the board. That must be it.
I think he might have been confused that there was not an Army Liverpool build in this game.
Yeah,
he just didn't know what to do. But I think you probably have to be disappointed with this turn if you're John Jameson, which obviously is something he's used to. But seeing Germany send units your way.
Yeah.
Although it's not like he was going after England himself. So yeah, this is
that's the part that puzzled me a little bit. Is that and maybe that's fine, but it's clear that the English and the Germans are not fighting, and I think that was going to be fairly clear. So why do all this Spain North Coast business instead of doing English Channel and the Mao? But of course, then I remembered it was John, and again, my struggle was over.
Yeah.
If any other player, I would assume that this was a misclick and that it was supposed to go to South Coast. But because it's John, it's this is what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last time I ever borrows my car.
Fall of 1902, and
a whole lot of nothing from the West.
Well, so we do have Hunter trying to take St. Pete and Norway, but he does get a build. Congratulations, Hunter Catcher.
Yes.
He is so good.
We have a little bit of a dipsy doodle going on here in the East. Clearly some signals were crossed. Russia. So Russia had a change of heart, which seems this is a sort of strategic back and forth that actually can really harm a player over the long course of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly slows the tempo in the early game. We'll see if it has ripple effects that last throughout, or if he's able to get on side with Austria going forward here.
Well, Tanya is very persuasive. Honestly, she's a really good diplomat. So that's definitely part of what's going on here.
Yeah, I think if we were going to bet on anybody to come back from what looked like a difficult early turn, Tanya would be a strong candidate for that. Okay, let's look at builds here. Winter 1902. We have another army from Germany.
Really committing to that.
I mean, it makes sense given the army in Silesia. We have an army build from Hunter, curiously in Edinburgh instead of Liverpool, because we all know that armies Liverpool are the right thing to do. But that's it.
Yeah, that's all we got. There was a whole lot of not moving.
All right, we will come
Actually,
back.
I find that army kind of fascinating. They're just building an army at all.
How come?
He's already got an army sitting in Wales doing nothing.
Yeah. So what does that signal to you about Hunter's intentions?
That the guy in Wales. I said Liverpool. I meant Wales. I think There's a guy sitting in Wales that's just for defensive purposes only. I guess he's trying to signal to his neighbors that he's going to put that army into Russia or something.
I mean,
but I don't know. It seems pretty defensive to me, although maybe Hunter's right that if you start off with not building, you need to not be very aggressive. You need to be a little bit slow play. Mm-hmm. As Chris Kelly said in the comments, this is the definition of slow play. I guess I'll just not move in 01 and not build in 01. That's my slow play.
Take it to the logical extreme.
Yep.
Yeah, to me, this says 100% that it's going towards St. Petersburg, and he does not want to scare either of his neighbors.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
The problem with this, though, is that France is not on board with a Western triple. France's moves are not consonant at all. No. And I think these fall moves confirm that this move was probably not intentional, probably not unintentional. This was probably meant to be a signal to Italy that Italy has nothing to worry about from France. But this is a claw poised at the back of England, and really no other way to view that. So that might have been the thinking behind the army, because you've got the army defensive. But I mean, fine, you want to send your army to St. Pete, why not build another fleet so that John doesn't have quite the claw on you?
Yeah, it seems like he's making it even more tempting for John.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you guys in this, that this doesn't have any defensive purpose. It's just obvious that it's going to be convoyed.
Right.
But as far as it doesn't seem to me that a fleet build would help you if you were looking ahead to a naval battle with John Jameson. Mm-hmm. But if that's what you're going to be doing at this point as England, then you're probably not going to have a great game. So my guess is that Hunter is betting that this is really the only option that gives him a shot at a good game. Because
if you throw in with the Germans, you can leave the North Sea, honestly, and go to English Channel. You could have built in Liverpool. It depends on how you want to play this. And again, we're not subject to the negotiations here. But I think you got to go all in with your German buddy. And the Germans are fighting the French. So why would you not go help that happen, in addition to the fact that it's defensive for you as the English? But again, I'm not trying to be critical. Hunter he's in a bad situation, and he's made a choice, and the choice might turn out to be good, even if it's not the choice I necessarily would have made.
Well, Hunter, the German is also fighting the Russian, so I think doing something that helps against on the Russian front is workable as well.
Agree, but he could hit St. Pete with the fleet still. Mm-hmm. As a way to put pressure. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, Brandon. It's a better anti-Russian move to have the army for sure. But
all right, we will see. We'll come back to this game. But first, let's press forward now onto game number 4, which is the Big Dig. And in Austria, we have Aaron Gottlieb. In England, we have Tassin Hassan. France, we have. And do you guys know anything about either of those two players?
I don't think I do. I was making sure I hadn't talked to Tassin. I have not.
In France, we have Melinda Hawley, who I have met. She came to Moot a few years ago, and it was really pleasant to have her there. Just was a really fun player. David, you have a long history with her, is that right?
Oh yes, Melinda was playing in the 80s when I first joined the hobby, and at that days it was the postal hobby. Literally, we were playing by U.S. snail mail, and Melinda was in. I'm not kidding. She was in scores and scores of games at the same time. And so when you ever played diplomacy in the 80s, you were playing it with Melinda at least in one or two of your games, regardless of who you were in the world. You were playing with Melinda. So in the 90s, we had these hobby awards that we gave in the diplomacy hobby. It was named after hobbyists from the past. Melinda had a hobby award named after her, and it was the award for quantity participation. So every year somebody got an award for quantity participation in the diplomacy hobby, and it was the Melinda Hawley Award.
Excellent. Has she, what sort of, can you characterize her style of play?
She is not a stab machine, if you know what I mean. She is much more interested in finding an ally and making some progress against immediate targets. She is not a stab-o-matic or something like we have in the hobby these days. But she's a solid player. She'd had a good result at DixieCon a few weeks ago, and has obviously played a lot of diplomacy. She's certainly played more games of diplomacy than I have, honestly.
So she might actually be the most experienced player at this tournament.
My guess is and I'm not kidding with this, she's probably the most experienced player alive in the world. I'm not kidding.
Oh, wow.
She's probably played more games of diplomacy than anybody else in the world that's currently alive.
Even Eddie Brisson.
Yes.
All right. It'd be nice to try to get her on the stream and hear something about that. Moving forward here, we have Ed Sullivan in Germany, and just jump in here, David, if you have intel on these people.
Ed is a lawyer in Texas and is mainly an online player. He did play at DixieCon a few weeks ago.
In Italy, we have Thomas Brown.
Thomas
Russia
is a player in California, and I believe that DixieCon was his first tournament setting. He's mainly an online player.
In Russia, we have Andrew Janeko.
I think it's Andre Janeko.
Okay.
Or Janeko. He is in Portugal. He's our Portuguese player for the day and was the Player's Choice Award winner for DixieCon, which meant that he was the most popular person to play with at DixieCon a few weeks ago.
Fantastic. Okay. So what gets somebody that what gets somebody that
I accept nominations from people, and they send me emails, or in a face-to-face tournament, they come up and tell me, I really love playing with Andre, and here's why. And so it's a little bit of I'm not saying it's a scientific study. Not everybody votes, but among the people that voted for Player's Choice, he was the clear winner this year.
Is do you know if his last name is pronounced Janeko or Janeko?
I wish I had asked him that. I actually did meet him by video when we were doing our video DixieCon meetings. He was on some of those videos, but I forgot to ask him how to pronounce his name. So Andre, fix that for us. Tell us how to do it so we don't screw it up.
All right, we'll find that out. And then in Turkey, we have Alan Levin.
Yes, he's a Boston area player. Used to actually run Boston Massacre.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Okay,
yep.
So another experienced player.
Yeah.
Okay, then let us look at the spring 1901 moves. Siobhan, you're freshly back. What do your eyes tell you?
Somebody finally went to the channel.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Chris Martin might argue that the wrong person did and that London should go to the channel, but that's a different. But while France takes the channel, he's got the Italian sneaking into Piedmont behind him. So we'll see what happens there. We had a conversation on one of our previous streams about experienced players and whether or not they try and bounce Marseille or just leave it open. And I don't know. I mean, Melinda definitely experienced. I don't know the Italian and whether he would hold in Piedmont to try and entice her to lose Spain.
Yeah, this is a fascinating collection of openings here. First of all, we have France going to the channel and Picardy, combined with the English player going to Edinburgh, makes Wales a guaranteed convoy. If France wanted it. The big problem for France, though, is that with the Italian army in Piedmont, she's not guaranteed a build.
Yeah.
So there's a 50-50 guessing game here. So I would be more likely to see support into Belgium here to try to guarantee a build rather than the convoy to Wales.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree with that. Yep.
Absolutely.
So, okay, elsewhere on the board looks largely standard, except we have
no bounce in militia.
Yep.
Yeah, the Austrians went to Trieste. That's not very standard.
So clearly some lack of trust between the Italians and the Austrians here, which often bodes well for either Russia and or Turkey. In this case, Russia is the immediate beneficiary getting into Galicia. So let us see, fall of 1901.
Oh boy. Bye-bye, Marseille. It's no longer the Marseillaise. It's some kind of Italian song they're singing now.
That was that 50-50 that we were talking about. And all right, so Italy picks up 2. Yep. France picks up 2 dots, but only builds 1, supports the English back into London so that the Germans can sneak in behind them.
Oh my.
That is cute.
It's a curious order, though, because there was nothing for North to bounce. If the army had been in York and there was a self bounce, I could see that. But there wasn't really a purpose for this. I think, unless you were just really, really confident that Belgium was going to be open, right?
Which apparently she was.
Yeah. So how bad is this for France tactically? This situation?
It's pretty bad because you're only building one. You're already anti-English.
Yep.
So, you pretty much have to build in Paris, I think.
That's the only choice.
In order to try to corner that Italian person, unless you can negotiate something with the Italian, honestly. This is a game of negotiation, not just of moves. So if you can work something out with the Italian, that's fine. But otherwise it's sort of problematic, I would argue.
It is very problematic. And, it is a game of negotiation, like you say. And, to newer players especially, never stop talking even when you're fighting with someone. Like, there's always room.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It could be that Melinda was trying to signal to England that, hey, I'm not really against you here. I don't know how that would be received, but that might have been the point of the London thing.
Maybe.
It's just sort of a signaling move.
Although I think if I'm England, I probably would rather have a bounce there. I'd probably arrange a bounce.
Yeah.
Oh, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's what was supposed to
Maybe that's
happen.
what it was supposed to be. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Okay.
In that case, it's a double FU from Melinda's part, right?
Yeah.
Although she would never actually say that.
Yes.
She's far too nice.
But she doesn't have to say it out loud if that was the case.
Exactly.
Yeah, it feels like the big problem here, positionally from France's part, is just that she has trouble. Like, she can't really take Portugal by leaving Spain open. She has to try to retake Marseille, but again, that takes her away from other dots. And there's these units up here are going to be just occupied and maintaining position. So it's a growth problem. She's not in danger right now, unless Italy builds fleets and comes after her. But there's a real advancement problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Italians did go to Tunis with the army instead of the fleet. That's good news for Melinda.
Yeah,
that is.
I think, though, if you're just playing the odds and you're confident you're going to get Belgium, I think you'd much rather get suckered back into Marseille here than to lose Marseille. Would you guys agree with that or disagree?
I agree. Although, again, there may have been negotiations here, and the Italians may have convinced her he wasn't going. I mean, but all things being equal, I agree. I thought probably would have, if I wasn't sure or wasn't pretty sure, I would just go ahead and move back to Marseille, because the positional problem is worse than the center problem.
Yeah.
The fact that Gascony and Burgundy are now susceptible to an Italian raider is not good.
Yeah, I agree. If you're guaranteed Belgium.
Yeah, for Italy, getting an army past this boundary right here is potentially a big long-term deal.
It's huge. Yeah.
So, all right, let's push ahead. See what happens here. We've got an army and a fleet. Very interesting. Probably a little relieved if you're France and you see that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't rest easy, but it's at least not two fleets, because a fleet in Rome just would have been a big signal.
I think Army Venice is just as anti-French, for goodness sake, because if the Italians are going to slip in somewhere in France, the other Italian armies in Piedmont coming back to cover Marseille with. So I'm not sure that anything is going to make France that happy here.
Yeah. That's why I tried to qualify it, but I do think a fleet would have been worse, don't you?
The fleet wouldn't have had quite as immediate an impact as the army going west, and maybe the army's not going west.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a nice build in terms of keeping your options open if you're Italy, right?
Yes.
A lot more you can do here.
Yes.
Okay. Elsewhere, we've got 2 army builds from Russia. Seems to signal intent to move further against Austria.
Mm-hmm.
And a nice ambiguous set of builds from Germany.
Yeah.
And the fleet build from England says, okay, France, let's go. All right.
Yep.
Okay, let's see what happens then. Spring of 1902, we have. I'm sorry, I'll let one of you guys break this one down. David, I think it's your turn.
Let's see. You got the Italians sending their army back to Apulia, which makes perfect sense. So certainly not trying to advance in the east against the east, which again makes sense since you've already gotten into Marseille. You might as well in for a penny, in for a pound, and look at that army does go west. The French do, I think, probably what they need to do, which is try to contain the Italian invasion, or at least the Italian epidemic that's It could be sliding in. The I'm trying to see here. So did the English Fleet Channel support the North Sea? Is that they tried to? I'm trying to see here. Yes, they tried to support the North Sea, but the English had 3 fleets, so it didn't work, is what happened.
Yeah, because the German seems to be helping the French.
Yes. Well, and so the French was trying to help the Germans stay alive in the North Sea, which didn't happen. The Russian move to Baltic is interesting.
Oh.
Because they're combining that with the Silesia move while being kicked out of Galicia.
Yeah.
And they pulled
Black Sea.
And they piffed the Galician unit.
They pulled the Galicia unit rather than retreat to Ukraine here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the purpose of that. Although going into the Black Sea is an interesting situation too.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on here. Look at every single Turkish unit moved. That's awesome.
And succeeded, yeah.
Well done.
And that's Alan Levin. We don't know anything about him. Yeah, that's awfully nice to see if you're...
Oh, do we do. Alan's the Boston player that used to run this tournament. He's a very experienced player. And it's just, if you're the Turks and all of your units move, that is awesome because that's often not true when you're stuck in the corner like that.
Especially this early in the game.
Yeah, spring 19. Yeah. Let's see if we have any intel from Dave Maletsky on this game. We do not. Even
if you did, consider the source there, for goodness sake.
Do I have to?
No, I hope you won't.
I will.
100% deal. All right, let's move ahead here. Fall of 1902. We have the predicted or the foreseeable pipping of Marseille army. Really interesting though for me here, which jumps out, is the bounce in Belgium. Whether this was arranged or not, either way, it's really nice for France. It seems to me that France's position has turned around completely from whatever problems we had at the end of 1901, and France is now in a really nice situation for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would agree for the rest of the game. It's might be a little premature to say that because there's still Italians. There's still Italians coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Much better than it was.
Well, that's certainly true.
This actually wouldn't worry me so much. She can build and fleet Brest here. Getting the build is really big here. Not having to surrender it to Germany as part of their alliance.
Well, and arguably she could pick Portugal up.
Yes.
So she gets 2.
Well, going forward,
next year. Yeah, next year she can get it. Yeah.
Yep. Whether she can hold on to Belgium in the long term, that's
well,
for that.
I'm sure
the Russians took Berlin.
Yeah.
I just realized that.
Yeah. Talk about the Russians.
I guess they were going to. That was a guaranteed thing, but still.
There was nothing that they could do about that.
Well, they lost Sweden, so they don't get a build here. Although they have a rebuild.
No, they have the PIF. They have the PIF.
Right. So Russia gets a rebuild. Germany
stays even.
Stays the same. Yeah.
And we have Turkey picking up a dot down here.
Yep.
And so Austria will have to pull one of these.
Yeah.
Oh, Austria actually could have had Serbia back there. Greece to Bulgaria.
Not surprisingly, they were worried about the Turks taking Greece. I mean, that's not a surprising concern, but still.
Okay, let's move on. Winter 1902. We see Austria pulls Silesia. And
makes sense.
We got a northern fleet build. This is our first Russian fleet build.
No, you mean in South Coast, yeah.
It's our first Russian fleet build anywhere.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. I like it. I think it makes sense here.
Okay. All right. So real quickly then, whose position do you like best on this board? Who would you most want to be? David, start with you.
I would say either the Russians or the Turks, honestly. I know there's a lot of action for the North for the Russians, but I think they probably have a pretty good ally with the Turks. They're going to be eating up the Austrians here to get some centers. The AI cannot hold the Mediterranean very easily. So I really like those positions. And you're not wrong about Melinda when y'all were talking about how she's really been able to turn things around. Her position's not bad at all.
Mhm.
If she's been able to keep the French fleet in English Channel and not hurt her position, which means she's got great growth potential going forward, that's really good.
And Siobhan, whose position do you like?
I agree that the RT looks really strong long term. I think the Turk wins out slightly for me in the East. I just think they have more long term play, even though Russia is going to get a lot of the early games. But I'm really loving France. It's one of my least favorite countries to play. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I like this one.
Yeah, for me, it's between France and Turkey. Turkey is a little sneaky here because, they're it's just a little bit awkward being in Serbia but not being in Greece. And there's a lot of potential for Austria to sort of target them and try to imbalance the RT that way.
Okay.
But with Italy spread out, I like Turkey's long-term potential here. I like the compactness. With Russia, I worry about being spread out here.
Yeah.
Well, when is that not a concern for the Russians? They have to, in order to win, they got to do well. They got to spread out too.
Indeed.
If I were the Turks, the only thing I would say is let's do something about that fleet in the Black Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the thing that keeps Russia. I think that's a really nice sort of feather in Russia's cap that will help.
Well, I think you destroy it by agreement and let the Russians rebuild it where they can actually use it. But it might be a little too early to do that if the Austrians still got 3 armies.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be hard to do that while also keeping up the attack against Austria. But you're thinking longer term ahead.
I am thinking longer term. Yeah.
Well,
as I tend to do sometimes, and maybe that's a mistake.
I think, that comes from a draw play mindset, doesn't it? You're thinking about, you mentioned getting to the stalemate line earlier. Like you're really thinking ahead to what the sort of end state of the game is going to be.
Or you're trying to at least envision what it might be, or a couple of options for what it might be. Because, for people like me, it's just about the control of the stalemate. The diplomacy is a game that is about the stalemate line and controlling it.
So setting up a way for you to solo and to keep anyone else from soloing. Is that what's going through your mind in that case, or is it something? Would you characterize it differently?
That is basically it. If you can't solo without dealing with the stalemate line, and you can't prevent other people from soloing if you can't defend the stalemate line. Now, all of this is different if you've got a timed game, or if you've got a game with different constraints on it, a scoring system that really discourages that kind of play. But I don't think any scoring system completely discourages the stalemate line play. That's still how you win the game, for goodness sake, is to control the stalemate line.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the only consideration in diplomacy by far. I'm not suggesting it is, because even in a draw-based system, that wins are still rare, but you're not giving yourself very many options if you don't think about the stalemate line at some point.
And just to be clear, the stalemate line you're talking about is the main one that runs from the lower left of the board up through the center and all the way to the upper right, basically.
Yes.
From St. Petersburg down to...
Yeah, and interestingly, Alan Cowhammer, who invented diplomacy, didn't really intend for that to happen. In the original game that he designed in 1957, or whatever it was, that had different convoy rules and stuff, there was not an actual stalemate line. And it would just sort of happen that way. A lot of variants try to get rid of the stalemate line because they think it messes the game up. But I think for purposes of getting 18, which I'm always trying to figure out how I'm going to do, stalemate line's got to be your primary consideration. And then if it's not going to work, then you move on to a secondary consideration.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that the existence of stalemate lines, and there are quite a number on this board. I mean, they create leverage that works that people can use to their advantage in negotiation, and also in planning strategically. Yeah, it's hard to imagine the game without stalemate lines.
There are many variants that have been designed that do not have in fact, most variants do not have a stalemate line.
Okay, so briefly, can you characterize how that affects the play?
Well, because it makes it much easier to quote win the game, to get to the winning thing without the same considerations that you do in a regular game of diplomacy, which is getting, if you're on one side of the board, making sure you can get onto the other quote side of the board, end quote, in enough force to get enough centers to win the game. In many variant games, that's not really the consideration. You can go in a number of different directions and still win, because there's not a defensive stalemate line that can be used against you, and there's not an offensive stalemate line that you have to breach in order to win. Unlike regular diplomacy, where both of those things are true.
Was that a good thing or a bad thing in your opinion?
It's just a different thing. It's like, do you like vanilla or chocolate? I actually like both of them. It depends on what mood I'm in. There's something cool about diplomacy once you realize where the stalemate lines are. And when I say stalemate line, I'm talking about the main one that goes the diagonal line, because I think that's the one that primarily you're dealing with in terms of trying to win or preventing a win. But now I'm the first person to say, look, I know that's the way I think about the game, but obviously many games, that's not going to be the primary consideration, because there's no way somebody's going to win under the current alliance structure. And so you're coming up with other considerations. But I always like to have that in the back of my head until my dream is completely dashed. That's still a dream in my head.
Yeah, and there's this debate that bounces around about what constitutes a win. And for the older school players, a win is getting 18. I think for newer players like me, we consider topping the board to be a win. So I liken the attachment to soloing as a solo fetish, but I think that marks me.
Of course, under everybody's scoring system, a solo is devastatingly big.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as if it's not. And I understand what you're saying about the solo, because I think you're right that those of us that grew up in a different era are more apt to be thinking that way. But everybody should be thinking that way to some degree, because if you can engineer a solo, you have got a tremendous result under anybody's scoring system.
Yeah, they all in all scoring systems, the solo is maximal. It's the way to get the most points, but it matters more in some scoring systems than others. Carnage is one where it happens to matter quite a lot. And what Boston Massacre is using is a modified version of Carnage. In Carnage, the top player normally gets about a quarter of the points. In fact, almost exactly a quarter of the available points. And for a solo in the traditional Carnage, they get all the points. So it's worth 4 board tops. And Randy has modified his Carnage so that it's worth only 3 board tops. You get 3 times the number of points, which has the effect of meaning that the value of a solo game is actually worth a little bit less overall. The total number of points given is less. But this is a small technical point. But there are other scoring systems. What's that?
It's still a massive result for a solo.
And in a tournament where only 2 scores are going to count, a solo, if you do solo, nobody who doesn't solo will be able to beat you in the tournament standings. And some people think that's the way it should be. So, all right, let's move forward into game number 5 here. In Austria, we have Hal Schild. In England, we have Ed Welsh. Any intel on either of those?
Hal Schild, I believe. Hold on a minute. I've definitely talked to Hal.
We'll come back to
that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about it.
No problem. In France, we have Christian Klein, who is a longtime weasel and one of the bigger personalities around. He is also the winner of the virtual DixieCon from a few weeks ago. In Germany, we have Eric Grinnell, another outsized personality. And I'll note that both Christian and Eric here are playing countries that they're both very good at.
Yes.
So this, in fact, I would probably say these, from what I know of them, these are probably each of their best countries. And we've seen them both play these countries very well. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in this game. In Italy, we have Jaromir Sulja.
He's a player in Canada, in Ontario, I think.
Excellent. And in Russia, we have Edwin Turnage.
Edwin's one of our North Carolina guys. I've been playing with him since the mid-'90s.
Excellent. And in Turkey, we have former world champion Nicolas Sahuguet, who is Montreal-based, I think French originally, and also an interesting guy. Lots of something interesting always gets said when Nicolas is around.
Brandon, let me go back and fill in a couple of the blanks there. Hal is a player from Virginia. And I think he has been primarily an online player. Hopefully they'll bring him into the DC area face-to-face scene. Ed Welsh is interesting. Ed actually lives in Amman, Jordan. And he has never played diplomacy in a tournament setting before. He's played in high school and various other things. So he's joining us from the country of Jordan.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Well, welcome.
Do we know his country of origin?
I believe he's an American.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at some moves here. Siobhan, why don't you break it down for us?
Let me see. What jumps out to me immediately is the lack of a bounce in Galicia and the Italian army going up to Venice. Okay.
We also have a Russian opening board here.
Yes, Edwin, there we go.
And the successful DMZ in Galicia is interesting. Lots of non-standard stuff here. We have the move to Apulia with the follow-up from Venice. Always interesting. Oh, and again, we have a lack of trust between Austria and Italy.
Yeah. Not surprised about France and Germany. I'd have done the same thing in either of their shoes. All right, and England is fairly standard.
Is that just from a general scorpionness among both of these players?
I think, yeah. I mean, they're both. I mean, Christian Klein is the scorpion in the Weasel hobby, right? Is that what it is?
He is. That is his reputation. Yep.
Yeah.
The grand scorpion, in fact.
But I think if I'm either Christian or Eric here, maybe I don't know the other players on the board quite as well, and they're both really good players. And like you said, Eric is very good at Germany. Christian is very good at France. They've got to be nervous about each other. And see each other as a threat. So let's see.
I would say Eric playing Germany and Edwin playing Russia will have played with each other many, many times at DixieCon in the past. Know each other very well.
Okay.
For good or for ill, they would know each other very well.
We don't know how that relationship is.
Well, hopefully good for us.
Yes, exactly.
All right, let's see some Fall 1901 moves here. David, take it down.
Somebody had to go to North Africa from the mainland, and so Jaromir has fixed that problem, has scratched that itch for us all. Looks like the French have taken 3 builds here. So now look at Eric going to Silesia.
Yeah.
Knowing that Edwin is going to bounce him, and I told you they knew each other. Knowing that Edwin is going to bounce him in Sweden, has gone ahead and said, you know what? I'll just tell you right now, I'm coming for you, bucko. He may well have actually used that language, possibly. So the French,
that sounds fairly innocent, I think.
That's the way I can say what Eric would have said.
The North Carolina translation of whatever
that's my genteel translation.
Fair enough.
So let's see. The Russians have taken the Romania with the army, which is not terribly surprising, but given the fact that they had DMZ'd, Austria may or may not be very happy about that. Otherwise, I would argue relatively. I mean, the move to Silesia is the thing the move of the turn that just kind of stands out.
Yeah,
I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, it looks like my guess is that Eric is, like you said, sticking up a particular finger towards Russia and saying to his friends in the West, I'm all in on a Western triple. So yeah, and France getting 3 builds as part of a Western triple is a very comfortable place for France to be.
Sure.
This is as strong tactically and opening, or positionally, I should say, for Christian Klein as could be.
Apparently, the fact that he just won DixieCon a few weeks ago has not scared anybody off so far.
Scare anybody.
In terms of, I mean, sometimes people have recent success and they're immediately attacked. Yeah, and that apparently has not happened in this game.
Not happening here. Do you? So I know Christian soloed at DixieCon. Was it with Turkey?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had an Italian ally that he stabbed to win.
Okay. So let us see what happens here. Winter 1901. We've got 2 fleet builds from France, which is very consistent with the Western Triple, and certainly should make Eric Grinnell in Germany happy to not see a second army going down. We have an army build in London, which is also very Western Triple-y to me, and also very friendly for France. Got to be happy about that.
Yep.
Yeah. I think everyone's doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing over there.
Yeah. All right, let's see if Christian stays with the Western Triple, because it looks like it's kind of up to him. Both England and Germany are in on it.
Yeah.
The Western what? The Western what? What are you talking about?
The
If you're
Western
saying
line.
Western Triple means he wants 3 more builds. That's what Western.
Oh, God. Oh, Christian, that's why they call you the Scorpion.
That is delicious.
I mean, he's got a little bit of a pain in his backside from Italy, but
But not much. I mean, he can now convoy safely to Wales.
Oh, God, it's beautiful.
He can cover everything else. He'll have to deal with a little bit of Italy, but he doesn't have to worry.
That's not anything that really matters, honestly. He's got
That's a minor annoyance at this point.
And he doesn't have to worry about Germany getting cold feet, because boy, Germany's got some itchy neighbors here. Yeah, let's talk about Austria's moves here.
Oof. All in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Galicia. Okay. Eric, yeah, you irritated someone.
So, David, so you said Hal is a longtime player that you have some familiarity with?
I don't have that much familiarity with Hal. He's been mostly an online player, but he's from Virginia.
Okay, but he's experienced. So this,
I think he's played before for sure, although I don't know exactly how much. It's an interesting set of moves for sure, because he's attacking Bulgaria. He is going to Galicia, which might still be part of his anti-German move,
or at least pro-Russian, right? It could be there.
At least pro-Russian. I mean, the Russians did move the fleet to Romania and go back to Ukraine for defensive purposes. So maybe he's just got a really good arrangement with Russia here. I don't know that I would criticize it. I mean, the Italians are going west, so.
I mean, he's not in Budapest as well, so he's not set up to attack Russia. I suppose he could support from Serbia.
In theory, he could do that, but I think he's got to be with somebody. Yeah. And I think if he attacked the Turks, then he's probably not he's probably not interested in attacking the Russians also. So I think that the Galicia thing's probably just part of his onslaught against Munich. So he could cut a support or something. Yeah, or help the Russians for that matter. Help the Russians defend for that matter.
Siobhan, what do you make of the overall alliance structure in the East here? What tea leaves do you think you can read there?
I mean, A and I have a decent relationship, even though they're not working directly together. But AR is the one that's jumping out to me. And it's going to take them a while to kill Turkey, but
I don't think they can kill Turkey. I mean, I think it kind of feels like AIR said, we've got a Western Triple, we got to organize, but they forgot that
Nicola was sitting in the corner.
Yeah, it only works if you're. I mean, Nicola's got what, especially with France not coming into the Med here. What, why wouldn't Nicola try to get Dot off of Austria here?
Yeah, and I can just see Nicola saying, I mean, great, poke at me, but I can sit here all day. He will be very patient, and his time will come.
All right, let's push ahead here and see what happens in Fall of 02. And we have Christian Klein pulling the feint. A little disappointing, I'll be honest.
Oh, that Christian. It's fine, but really, you're concerned about the Italian? Okay.
It would have required dancing, right, for a year. I mean, he would have had to hold off the Italian, but he guessed right with Leon here, right? So, and also even Mid-Atlantic wasn't necessarily needed. I don't know. Although England, sorry, go ahead.
Well, no matter where Tyrrhenian Sea went, in this case, it would have bounced. I mean, MAO to West, and Spain to Leon. So
this was an all bases covered set of move for Christian.
Yeah, and helping Eric hold Munich. Burgundy supported Silesia to Munich.
Yep.
So Eric loses Silesia, but okay.
Very Tripoli, back to being very Tripoli.
This is we're back to the triple, and Christian, that's a little disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like an EFG versus AIR with T, like a kind of dingleberry in the back, waiting to become vicious. But this isn't a stable long-term impasse. Something's going to break here, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's check out the winter builds. I mean, England getting a build here is fascinating to me. This is this is sort of the spoon
cherry.
that served the pot. Yeah, this could really change things. So let's see what you pull if you're Russia. You pull the fleet. Oh,
yeah, I get it.
I do too.
And England builds another army.
But doesn't this set up just great for Nicola long term?
Oh, I think I love this if I'm Nicola.
You got all the other powers on the board just locked against each other.
You may want to slow play it a little bit if you're Nicola, because you don't want the triple to actually succeed very much till it falls apart. Which obviously all triples do fall apart at some point.
Eventually.
And how would you slow play it?
By making sure he's not tempted to do anything to hurt the Russians, for example.
Then what does he do in the meantime? Then he's just idling, right?
It's pretty slow. I'm not suggesting it's not a slow play. I mean, really, you'd almost have to decide that what you're going to do is try to convince the Austrians to let you out against the Italians or something. I mean, anything that you do, and this is always true when you're Turkey, anything you do when there's a Western triple can potentially help the triple a lot. So you have to negotiate. You're trying to negotiate to get a stab at the triple, so you don't feel quite so hesitant about taking centers from your eastern neighbors. And Nicola, of course, being an excellent diplomat, sort of low key and very persuasive diplomat that he is, can probably do something. The explosive personalities in France and Germany will not bother him. I would argue he'll be more in control of those negotiations than they will.
Yeah.
Because he's just such an even-keeled guy.
All right. Well, we'll come back and see what happens here in a little bit. We've got 2 more games to get through 1902, and the games have been moving at a good pace now. So let's get through these 2 quickly, and then we've got a special guest who is ready to join us in a little bit. So game number 6, Greenway. In Austria, we've got Jonathan Frank. In England, we have Jonathan Saul. In France, we have Caleb Withers. Germany, we have Lucien Galliola. Italy, we have Stephen Mondak. Russia, we have Maxim Popov. And Turkey, we have Stephen Hogue. So of these names, I recognize Stephen Mondak and Stephen Hogue. Stephen Hogue we had on the cast before. He's a relatively new player to the hobby. Do we have any intel on any of the other guys?
Jonathan Frank is one of the Potomac Tea and Knife Society guys. I think he lives in Maryland, has played a fair amount of face-to-face, been to DixieCon. Jonathan Saul is one of the most experienced players in this whole field. He's from Colorado. He's been playing for 20 plus years, has won a bunch of things, came in 3rd at DixieCon this year. He'd been to DixieCon several times, know him very well. Maxim Popov is one of our younger players. I think he's 16, lives in Iowa, and had a really good first tournament at DixieCon a few weeks ago, including winning Best Russia, which I said at the time, given his name, was entirely appropriate.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
Caleb Withers also played at DixieCon, and I think that might have been his first tournament. Steve Hogue with that DixieCon was Steve Hogue's first tournament. He's from Kentucky.
He's a new player, and I said, we had him on the as an interview on the cast. It seemed like a nice guy. All right, let's look at some moves here. I'm not sure whose turn it is. Siobhan, why don't you take it?
Sure. English, you're making Chris Martin proud, and that's John Saul. Yeah, just come out of the gate.
That's our first England to the channel. Yeah,
and actually, it's first England to the channel, and also the first board where there is not a single bounce.
Oh yeah.
Galicia was DMZ'd. Russia didn't even bother to go to the Black Sea. No bounce in Burgundy. No bounce in the Channel. Wow. Okay, everyone.
Lots of interesting ones here. Moscow goes to Livonia. Rome goes to Naples. Another DMZ in Galicia honored. So we've now seen this opening from Austria. It's a fairly unusual opening, right? And this is the third time we've seen it out of 6 games.
It's unusual in today's world. There was a time in diplomacy when this was more popular than going to Galicia, believe it or not.
Really?
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Back before the RT meant, or the potential for an RT steamroller, which is what we used to call it in the old days, meant that the A and I were always together. Used to be A and I were not always together. They were much more fighting than they are in the current hobby. So this used to be more popular than it is now.
Interesting. All right, let's push ahead here. We'll see fall of 1901. Another convoy to Tunis. We've seen a few of these. I'm sorry, David. Anything? I'll let you take this one. What jumps out?
Well, look at that bouncing Belgium with Ruhr deciding, you guys go ahead and fight about that. I'm going to cover my Munich. But let's see. Otherwise, we've got Turkey tried to slip into Sevastopol. Good for them. If you're going to get into the Black Sea, you might as well do something. Interestingly, at this point, he could have also supported himself to Romania. And taken that and followed it to Bulgaria. So it's interesting. I don't think we got an RT steamroller in this particular case. Russia takes Sweden, though. Lucian lets Maxim take Sweden, which is probably smart, given that he's facing issues in the south.
Yeah.
You would want a Russian counterweight potentially if you're still worried about the English, or you don't know what's happening. Then you want the Russians to not be weak in the north.
Leaving the army in Livonia is a little curious, isn't it? I mean, one of the reasons to open to Livonia is so that you can convoy to Sweden. But maybe Maxim decided that moving this would have created more strategic problems than just leaving it there.
It could be that he's leaving it there because he wanted St. Pete to stay open, and he didn't want to take Sweden with the army. And maybe somebody didn't want him to take it with the army, and they talked him out of it. Could have been a negotiation thing.
Yeah.
I would have been tempted to go ahead and move it to St. Pete, however, because if you're going to get some builds, you can build them other places. You've already got your guy in St. I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure I would have left it in Livonia, but it could have been a negotiated thing. And again, just to point out for the 5th or 6th time in this live stream, that really matters what your negotiations are. And so we can analyze certain moves all we want to, but if one of his neighbors said, I'll be glad to keep you in Sweden, or I'll be glad to fight Germany if you're England. I'll be glad to fight Germany later, but don't you put an army in Sweden?
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta follow that, even if you don't think it's a great move for you.
Yeah, and sometimes you have an opening move that you really like, that maybe it creates options for you, and then you just end up none of them end up being attractive for strategic reasons or negotiation reasons, and so actually having the patience to not follow up is quite important. And a reflection of I think some maturity in the game. So
from a 16-year-old fellow in Iowa.
Yeah. So if that's what happens, Maxim, we look forward to hearing some intel on what you had in mind when you
pronounces it Maxim. I think he pronounces it Maxim.
Maxim. Okay. Let us winter 1901. Any surprises in the builds here?
Army Sev. Okay.
I think the fleet anchor is kind of surprising a little bit.
Yeah. Clearly lack of communication about what was going to happen down here.
Yeah.
Oh, but boy, this is wide open now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Germany put the fleet in Berlin instead of Kiel, which definitely signals.
Clear signal.
Yeah,
Germany may not have expected Russia to get 2 builds. So what's going on there? Okay, let's push ahead here. We've got spring of 1902. And Siobhan. Is it Siobhan or David? Sorry.
Oh, I don't know.
Ladies first.
All right. So the French are pushing up north against England. Caleb don't have a change of heart like Christian Klein did. Again, an Austrian going into Tyrolean Bohemia. Russia and Silesia and Prussia.
All 4 on the stalemate line. Spring of 02. David, that's got to warm your heart, man.
It warmed something. I'm not positive. It's making my head hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it feels like this should be 1905 or 8 or something.
Yeah, I mean, going early against Germans can be perfectly fine. There's just a lot going on behind those moves that they might need to worry about.
I think it's yet again, like, an AR who's kind of forgotten to deal with Turkey first.
Well, look at the Austrians. Didn't they support the Turk?
Oh, they did support the Turk into Romania. It looks like
this is sort of AT-ish with the Italians not realizing it or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe this is just a way for the Austrians to get the Turks out of position.
It's possible, but oh god.
Well, with the movement away,
Frank's been around. He's a competent player, so that it could be some subterfuge here.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that goes. The English are trying to push their armies closer to St. Pete. Russia correctly bounces Norway. What did North Sea convoyed and English
tried to convoy.
Yeah. All right.
Fall of 1902. We have Tyrolia getting into Munich.
Oh my!
Romania walks out. Sorry.
So this was clearly designed to bust the Russian fleet. Mm-hmm. So this is an ART. 100%
interesting. Very interesting.
Yep, that's a rat.
And on top of that, we have the Italian actually getting the convoy to Syria.
Eddie Berson is happy wherever he is today.
Yes, he's smiling and he doesn't know why.
Nope, he doesn't.
But there's a big problem for Italy, which is that Austria is not on board. And now,
Stephen.
Now there is a Syria guy thinking, "Wait, I'm really love being in Syria. Wait, what do I do now?"
This is an amazing position for Austria.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
It's just a fun board in general, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
This is really nice. We have English Channel getting popped here, which actually could allow England and France to work together. Yeah, this could be an EF, a Western versus an RAT, right off the bat here. It'll be on France. We'll see what France wants to do.
Yeah.
As far as the builds go, we've got a French army. Oh wow!
That really is.
Oh wow! Yeah. What sense can we make of that?
Well, I'm not positive what he's thinking here, but he could be thinking, we already have Easterners in the middle of Germany. I better send some armies in there to either help defend against the Eastern aggression or take stuff myself, one or the other. Support into Ruhr and then move the army to into Burgundy, or potentially go to Piedmont. It just depends on what his intentions are here. Certainly doesn't look like he's intending to. Well, maybe he still could plow into England in this situation. It's an interesting build. There's no getting around that. It's an interesting build.
It certainly could still be consonant with an EFG.
It could,
for the reasons you announced. I mean, having Austria already into Munich here is a good argument for having more armies. It's just that he's got this army in Brest, right? That's
maybe that means he still wants to do some chicanery and convoying to Wales. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, or he could convoy to Belgium, have Belgium go to the Ruhr with support of Burgundy, and still go to Piedmont.
Oh yeah, that would be a way to get the army into play right away. And I mean the other thing that not building a fleet down here says is it tells Italy that you're definitely not aggressive towards him.
I wouldn't suggest going to. I doubt he's going to Piedmont to screw with the Italians. He probably would be going to Piedmont to try to help the Italians.
Yeah, who will need it, to be clear, right? Italy cannot hold Venice here unless he pulls back, and which will create more problems for him.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at game number 7. In Austria, we have Simone Bixio. I'm probably not saying that right. George Linkert in Austria, who is a Minnesota player and is probably happy to see that we no longer have the SteamYard duck in the upper right-hand corner. Instead have the Diplomacy Broadcast Network logo. In France, we have Conrad Woodring, who is a longtime player that you guys both know.
Oh, yeah.
Germany, we have our Singaporean player, Advait Arunav, playing through the night. In Italy, we have Ben Durfee. In Russia, we have former world champ Doc Binder, who you guys know quite well as well. And in Turkey, we have Benji Aarons Richardson. Any intel on the players that we don't know?
Yeah, I can tell you a little bit about Ben Durfee is in Georgia and has played a lot of online. I think perhaps DixieCon was his first tournament setting, but definitely knows how to play for sure. Benji is an Englishman who now lives in Israel and is playing has started playing more online because of the COVID crisis and is actually, I think, organized his own tournament with his friends. So I think this might be his first tournament in the overall tournament setting. Doc Bender, I just want to point out, he and I were the winning backfield or backcourt in a basketball game about 5 years ago. Just want to point that out.
Just a basketball game?
A basketball game at DixieCon approximately 5 years ago.
Okay. A game with diplomacy players.
Oh, yeah. We used to play a basketball game every year at DixieCon, at least one. Because I always thought that, people who are gamers should get out and play some kind of physical thing on Friday afternoon before the tournament begins.
Get some fresh air.
We used to play we had actually a basketball tournament because, I'm a tournament guy. So we even made a tournament out of the basketball. That's also where Jonathan Saul blew his Achilles tendon out in 2002.
Oh, I heard that story.
Yeah, and then he made the next round on crutches and played in the next diplomacy round.
God.
And let's be honest, was the torn Achilles a stab?
I think it was against me, and so probably not because I was the tournament director. But it was not. It was. He did get the Brick Award for doing it. So there you go.
David, we see the halo above your head right now.
Yeah, thank you for that.
And we also see that it's made of plastic.
Wow.
Spring 1901 order. Siobhan, take us away.
Let's see. Okay, French go to the channel. All right. Fall up to Picardy. Probably support themselves into Belgium. Just guessing. An Italian opening to Tyrolia, which has been more popular recently, but we have not seen until this board today, correct?
That's right.
And we haven't seen, look at the follow-up to Venice.
Yeah, that's what we haven't seen. I think we have seen a move to Tyrolia, but
that's right, yeah.
Follow-up.
But yeah, Tyrolia and Venice. Fairly boring from Turkey. Bouncing black, bouncing gal. No move to Burgundy this time. But otherwise it's all fairly eh.
So this is the same opening that Melinda Hawley did, but with two key differences. No Italian unit in Piedmont, which obviously interfered with Hawley's plans a lot. But also the English army moves here from Liverpool to Yorkshire. So,
yes, instead of to Edinburgh.
So the guaranteed convoy to Wales is not available. So we're more likely to see, I agree with you, a supported move to Belgium here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move ahead to fall of 1901. David, take us away.
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, and I know we all just looked at this, there's a lot of lines to follow, but the thing that jumps out at me is the bounce in Greece, because the Austrians supported themselves to Trieste, assuming that the Italians were going to try to take a shot with support. Italians don't do that. In fact, they snag Munich, which is another thing you can do here. In fact, it's even more cool to snag Munich when you have an army in Tyrolia that can help defend it. So there's a lot going on here. But otherwise, I'd say the East looks fairly standard. The Russians take Sweden because the Germans are screwing around with the North Sea. Germans and the French both tried to go to the North Sea, which shows a little bit of lack of communication there, it seems to me. The English take Belgium
with German support.
Yeah, with support, but do not do the convoy because the English were afraid of the convoy to Wales, which is also understandable. But there's the thing that puzzles me is the bounce in North Sea. I guess perhaps for lack of anything better to do, although the French could have taken Belgium, or they could have bounced the guy out of Belgium. That's what they could have done.
Could have bounced Belgium, could have taken London, it turns out.
Yeah, it's always that guess, Wouldn't that have been great in Monday morning quarterbacking to say, well, yeah, see, I convoyed to London. Of course, that was the right move.
Come on, Conrad.
That would have been quite a bold move to make.
So obviously, as David has pointed out, we're not privy to negotiations, but this to me looks a lot like Germany, the results of German negotiations. This looks to me like Germany said, I will support you into North Sea France, and felt strong that he was going there, and so that the bounce would actually be a bounce, because this is very nefarious, right? This just looks like double dealing. This probably was unexpected, and or maybe not. This is, as we've seen before, there's a clear continuation here that is very anti-French, where the Italian goes to Burgundy. Let's see what happens, shall we? Builds. Anything too surprising here? Well, we've got two English builds, both fleets. This shouldn't be too surprising, but it's definitely should be worrisome for France.
Yeah.
The Italian adding of an army here is interesting.
They've committed armies north. They might as well do something. Maybe go up there and support them somehow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Northern army build from Russia as well.
Yep. All right. Lots of strategic options and uncertainty in this game. Let's see if Spring 1901 gives us any clue as to what is going on. And David, no, Siobhan, I think it's your turn. What do you see here?
First things first, the Turk is cycling to get both fleets out. Austria has a lot of problems. That anxiety about the move to Trieste, I think, lost them a lot in 01.
This wasn't a PIF though. This was either a technical problem or
because they could have retreated to Trieste.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, so that's either. I'm going to guess it's a technical problem. I don't see why you would pick that in this.
No reason not to. Yeah, we saw this. Oh, I mean, previously we saw that with Russia, and I think they ended up rebuilding in the north.
Yeah, lots of movement from the English fleets. Italy does nothing with all those armies.
Well, they defend Munich.
Support Munich, yes. Munich supported something.
Tried to help the French into Burgundy, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's at least a signaling device. Hey, France, I'm your buddy. Come help me.
Okay. I mean,
it concerns me a little bit that Army Venice wasn't utilized right away in terms of unit efficiency, but I can see a delayed use for.
And the fleet to Apulia, I guess, to force the Adriatic.
He had nowhere else to go with the fleet because only one of them could go to the Ionian.
That's
he didn't
true.
want to go to the Tyrrhenian because he's trying to say, "Hey, France, I'm your buddy."
No, that's very true.
Yeah, now he can go to the Adriatic if he wants to, or just support Ionian.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to fall of 1902. And more troubles for Austria. Deep troubles.
I figured Italy would do this because at this point, Austria is spent. So you might as well get your piece of it and then hope to try to diplomatically unhinge the RT.
And in the meantime, has convinced the French to support him in Munich so that he has the units available.
Yeah.
Let us take a moment to appreciate what we see right here.
Yes.
Which is that Wales, the army in Wales,
convoys to Denmark.
So we have our multi-unit convoy with support from the German fleet.
Interesting.
So Germany is making a big calculation here that serving as a rump state to England is his best chance of advancing in this game.
I really, really, really like this move. This convoy. I don't know that I would have predicted it just looking at the board quickly, but I really, really like it because the army in Wales at this point was doing nothing.
Yep.
For anything. And and somebody needed to go to Denmark. That's really the best one to go is that army. Typically you don't want an army in Denmark because it doesn't have very many places to go. But in this particular case, I think it was a really good move.
Yeah,
good move on England's part. How do you feel about it from Germany's part?
I think Germany absolutely had to do it because they're already dealing with Italians and French helping the Italians. They need somebody that's friendly. And the Russians can't really do much for you, so it's got to be the English.
Yeah.
So England stays even. Germany is going to go down one here, but France and England now actually have a way to work together quite well. Although France needs a growth outlet, but that could be worked out.
Well, they just picked up Spain, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, but from here on out, what's the next
Oh,
one?
I see what you're saying. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So if they're going to work together, but I mean, Belgium is an obvious one, and the fleet gets pulled up here to be used in the north.
Mhm.
Okay, let us look at winter 1902, and Doc Binder in Russia has, for the moment, total control of the north and puts down an army. Puts down 2 armies, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what do you make of the army buildup here? Obviously, he had to think about whether to put a fleet down here. What would you guys? What would you have done here? Do you think?
Which army are you talking about? Oh, the St. Pete?
St. Pete, yep.
Well, it's better defensively
Mhm.
because you can, in theory, could cover Finland and all that sort of thing. So I'm just not sure I would get defensive right here. Hopefully, negotiation-wise, Doc's still trying to unhinge something in the West. I don't know that I would give up on the fact of on offensive, but of course I'm an offensive-minded guy, so that's probably why I said that. Certainly, an army gives you more options. The fleet, you got to sort of decide whether it's South Coast or North Coast. The army is more flexible in that sense, and it helps you defend. So if he's thinking that he's going to defend while he eats up Vienna and things like that, and then he can build again later, maybe that's what he's thinking.
Yeah, it feels like it's a back foot build. It doesn't give him the option to move to transition to the front foot. But maybe that's the best play right here. He's got.
That's why I see it entirely possible. Put it in Finland, and eventually build again.
All right, let us take a pause from the games now, and then we will. We're gonna have a special guest, and then we'll do some speed move through the rest of these because now the other games have moved ahead further. I think we can. Yeah. We've met all the players. But joining us now is our guest analyst. He is well known in the face-to-face hobby, and he is coming to us from San Francisco. His name is Adam Silverman. Welcome to the stream, Adam.
You're muted.
You need to unmute your mic.
It's never sounded better, honestly.
That's about as much as you want to hear from me, right?
Yeah. Okay, that was great. Thank you very much.
If we could just figure out how to if we could just mute the video too, we'd be in really good shape.
Yeah, seriously. Oops. I'm sorry, guys.
I didn't do that. I promise I didn't do that.
Adam, welcome to the live stream. First of all, tell us exactly where you're joining us from.
Yeah, I live a little bit south of San Francisco in the Bay Area, California.
And tell us a little bit about your background, how you came to diplomacy.
Yeah, I've been playing probably about 25 years now. I learned the game in high school, played with a bunch of high school friends, ruined some friendships, took a little break, played online for a while in early part of college, and found out, actually, this is kind of interesting because it relates to the history of the Boston Massacre. I went to college in Boston, and before the Boston Massacre, there was a house con called the Diplomatic Incident, which was held for, I don't even know how long. It had been going on for longer than I was there, in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it was a house con. We had 7 to 10 people. We played a game of diplomacy. We usually played some other game in the evening over the course of a weekend, would maybe get 2 games in. And when Melissa Cole moved to Boston, she started up the massacre. The very first year, which was before it was the massacre, it was actually a small tournament held at MIT. We got some classrooms there and had like a 2 or 3 board around tournament over a weekend. And then the following year, when I was gone and moved to the West Coast, was the first massacre.
And how'd you do?
Well, I didn't play at the first one. I played at the one that was not actually the massacre, and I have no recollection to how I did. Probably not too memorably, but I don't know.
Tell us about a good diplomacy memory that you have.
A good diplomacy memory.
Yeah.
Wow. One of my favorite memories is at the WACCon, which was a con in Seattle held for very many years. At the Washington Athletic Club, run by Nathan Barnes and Mark Zoffel up there. A lot of diplomacy, a lot of great diplomacy play. But actually, one of my best memories is actually playing other games after a very long night of diplomacy, sitting with Jim O'Kelly, Dan Lester. There must have been a few others. I specifically remember them playing just other board games and just hanging out and, having a good time. And I know that's a strange diplomacy memory, that I would tell. But I mean, honestly, like some of the best times are over the boards, but a lot of the best times are just hanging out with people afterwards.
Okay, well, you were on the top board at the WDC in 2016.
Yes, and there's apparently YouTube videos that prove it.
Do you feel like telling us a bit more about that?
That was without a doubt the most intense game I have ever played, and I've played, many games, and I've never played a game with that anywhere close to that level of intensity. And I've played on other top boards, even at World DipCons. There was just something about that mix of players, that environment, that made it really a really intense environment. And it was an unusual game. From the beginning of the game, everyone held their cards so close, and it was one of the cagiest early negotiations of a game that I've ever been in. And obviously, I think for those who have seen the videos, I played England, Nathan Barnes in France, Doug Moore in Germany, Andrew Goff in Russia, and it was just a really interesting opening position to be in. Nathan took off to an early lead and got an advantage on me early in the game. He played a great opening, really took advantage of the fact that Doug and I were not negotiating well. And, I spent a lot of the game struggling and really just trying to keep a viable position. And then as things went on, I managed to get into a position where I could get some centers, but the win was always felt like it was always well out of my reach. And there were various times in the game as the time was running out where I felt like I had to make moves that I might not have otherwise made. But, if you don't go for it at some point, you're going to just get timed out, right? And so if you're sitting at 5 centers and you're seeing 7 center, 8 centers powers on the other side of the board, and the game's going to end in an hour or 2 hours or something like that, you got to take some risks that maybe in a game where you have unlimited time, you're going to maybe play it a little bit slower. So I went for it. I felt like I was in the game, but I was also it was always out of reach. It was a fun game, though. It was very intense. It was interesting to watch the recap on YouTube. A little bit strange to see yourself negotiating and see the commentary and see, yourself making mistakes, doing some things really well and making a lot of mistakes as it goes also. I mean, it's an unusual experience.
What did you think of? What did you think of Chris Brand's play, the guy who actually won that particular board in the tournament?
Yeah, I'll be honest and say that it snuck up a little bit on me. Him taking over. He kind of made he was always doing well in the game, but he kind of made a push in the late part of the game, and got a lot bigger in the last few turns. Due to the circumstances on that side. And I spent a lot less time negotiating with Chris. Chris and I were, I was England, he was Italy. He never really wanted to make a move against Nathan, right? He had the fleets to basically hold Nathan back, but never really wanted to go in that direction. And he made that very clear. And even though I'm sure we talked quite a bit throughout the game, it's not one of the more, my conversations with him are not what I remember about that game, because I don't think they really went anywhere diplomatically. He was so focused on what he was doing, and I was mainly so focused on the Western part of the board. It was difficult to get ourselves on the same page. But obviously, Chris played everybody on that board played a great game. I mean, Dave Miletsky wasn't very involved, but he really just didn't have a chance. They just kind of came for him at the beginning. But, I thought it was just an incredible board. I mean, just incredible players, really, probably from a gaming experience, probably my most memorable game. Just to be able to play with a group of that caliber was incredible.
Well, I understand you said the quality of play was good for everybody, but did you try to build in a place that was not a home supply center? Because I think somebody else on that board did. No,
but my recollection, and I had no. That's right. Peter Jurgen tried to build in Serbia. That's right. Okay, maybe it wasn't outstanding play all around, but that is right.
Love you, Pete. Love you, Pete.
Yep. But I do remember in watching the videos that there was a retreat to a bounced province. I don't. It was like the North Sea. I don't remember what it was.
Kiel, I think.
It was what?
I think it was Kiel.
Yeah, it was definitely in my purview, and actually made I think it was Nathan retreated French unit somewhere where I had bounced with Germany, or I had bounced with him, and I didn't catch it during the game. Nobody caught it, and it went through, and it actually probably made a significant tactical difference in the game. Whether it made a strategic difference, I don't know. It's hard to say, but it really was a little bit of surprising, and it just kind of a reminder to me that you got to pay a lot of attention, and the intensity of the situation was probably just taking things for granted as to what was pushed around the board, even though even on a board like that plenty of mistakes were made.
Did you feel like it was a fair result?
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, of course it was a fair result. I mean, like my feeling in that game is that it was constantly out of reach for me. I was really happy to have been one of the people on the board that was in the game for the entire game. I was never completely out of contention. I had game, right? Even though it always felt like I was reaching and stretching, and it wasn't there. But I was very pleased with the way the game went, overall.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, and welcome to the booth. You guys ready to analyze some games?
Let's do it.
All right.
I'm going to slip out for just a minute, if you don't mind.
David.
I got some dog patrol stuff I need to do for a minute.
All right. We wouldn't want the consequences of that. Okay. Let's try to do a little bit of speed reading here. We're going to throw you right into the fire here, Adam.
Sure.
And we're going to go back to game one here. We picked things up in 1902, and to refresh ourselves with this game, this is Ariel failing to build an army Liverpool, which is greatly disappointing to all of us. We have Glazer, who is a Belgian in France. All right, and Ariel
NMR'd in Spring 01.
Right, so had no. That was Hunter Catcher.
No, that was Hunter. You're right.
Ariel had Winter 1901, so his builds were NMRs.
That's what it was. Okay.
So he ends up. He still ends up putting two down because one of them was a rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Michael Pring with the army in Russia. Okay, so let's do. Oh, and then this one was where Austria slipped into Venice.
Yes.
So we have another AT going. Seems like ATs seem to be popular.
Yeah.
In general,
it's very Michael Lotfi. I like it.
All right. Did I fix the name? Yeah.
Yeah, Lotfi, correct.
Oh, I've got it. It's fixed up here, but it's not updated down here.
That's fine.
Sadly.
Yeah, no, he's a formerly Bay Area, California player, but recently just moved to Florida.
Okay. All right. So you're both familiar with him. Okay. Excellent. Then, all right, Siobhan, we're going to start with you and break down Spring 1903 here.
Well, Michael Lotfi appears to have NMR'd in Austria. Doesn't lose him anything. So entirely possible that he was just like, well, what else are you going to do? Okay. Germany's setting up probably to make a play on Belgium. A lot of confusion. Helgelin tried to go to north. Oh, yeah, just bounce. Blah. St. Pete pulls to Livonia. Fine. And Turkey's pushing the fleets out. Nothing too exciting here.
Adam, what do you see in this first board that you're looking at?
Well, so there's some unusual choices in the West when you look at the actual moves, because you really see England trying to make a push onto Germany, and Germany both defending from that, but also supporting himself up to Ruhr, which shows a lack of trust of France, while France is moving up to Picardy, which frankly looks a lot like he's trying to make peace with the Germans. So it's a little bit of a kind of a round robin thing going on there, and it's not really clear. I mean, to me, positionally, this looks like it would be set up to at least play a triple type of situation for a couple of turns, but that's not what Ariel has in mind. He's got kicked out of Norway, Skag, Norwegian, those all look good. Russia sent the unit in St. Pete down to Livonia. I mean, these are all possibilities, but he's focused on the German. He sees one fleet and he smells blood. But Germany defended in the right way, and Ariel hasn't moved. If I'm France, I'm perfectly happy with this. I'm not making very efficient use of my armies. I'm not sure why I'm Picardy right now. I guess it's to support Belgium, but maybe I prefer to be in Burgundy, just as kind of a longer-term strategic position, especially with what Austria's been doing. He's liable to go up, and maybe Germany will need the support at some point, or maybe I want to make a move at some point. I'm going to Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis, and not going to Piedmont. I'm not exactly sure why I'm doing that.
Yeah, and it does seem like England has the opportunity here for a strategic move. If he feels stuck with the anti-German posture, he could switch and turn around on France here and ally with the Germans. So I actually would be a bit worried if I were France here. I wouldn't be too comfortable here. All right, let's keep going. Fall of 1903. Adam, you get the first crack at this one.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises from Austria. This is probably what he should have done in the spring. He takes Rome, follows up everything. He's kind of taken a gamble that Tiroli is not going to go to Vienna, but that seems like a reasonable guess to make, and it's not a disaster if Italy ends up walking in anyway. It's also kind of interesting that Italy is pretty much defending against the France and the Turks, and actually not even making an effort to defend against the Austrians, which kind of says something about the way that diplomacy on this board is probably gone, which is a good job by Michael for pushing things in that direction. Otherwise, it was a lost momentum term for Austria and Turkey, and that's it's not good for either of them, but at least they're making up for it now. In the West, we see a whole lot of the same thing. Again, it's now we see Marseille move to Burgundy. That's perfectly reasonable, but why not make a more aggressive move in the spring if that's the direction you want? Again, not being privy to the discussion makes it a little bit harder to really understand that, but there could be various things that are changing negotiation-wise. Other things of note is that Sweden dropped into the Baltic, leaving Sweden open to the English, which is kind of interesting because that could have suffered an English retreat into Sweden. So that's kind of an interesting choice also. I mean, I understand you can't cover everything, but there you go.
But let's be honest, it's disappointing that we don't get to see a retreat into a foreign supply center is always fun.
It's interesting to see England basically make exactly the same moves that were made last time. I think there's definitely more interesting sets that you could think about. You could try to convoy to Denmark while slipping Denmark into Skag or Baltic. There's a lot of you could think about shifting down to the Channel. I mean, there's things you could think about doing. Which is not to say this is the wrong set of moves, but again, he's lost a lot of pace here by basically standing still for 2 whole seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Siobhan, what do you make of the English position here?
I don't love it. I think the moves are honestly a little uninspired. And I want to hear what's going on in those negotiation rooms, because the conversation between Ariel and Jason in England and Germany right now, if they're talking at all, they should be, and they need to figure this out because neither of them's going to get anything, and Jason now has bigger issues in Russia. But
is it possible that we're seeing a bit of a Northern California, Southern California culture clash happening here?
It's possible that we're seeing that nobody likes Jason Maspon. No. Kidding. There isn't a ton of difference in play between Northern and Southern California in my experience. The West Coast in general has usually pretty much aligned itself into a similar way of thinking. It's when we get the East Coast players in that things go a little haywire. Adam, your thoughts?
I think that these sort of geographic rivalries are a little bit overplayed. I mean, there's definitely groupthink that arrives in various hobbies, but I think it kind of comes and wanes. This Armenia opening in Turkey that's popular among the weasels. That may be true, but I think it's, you see that in other areas as well, and I don't think that there's a particular aversion to it elsewhere. But you see trends, but I don't think that there's a tendency for players in regions to particularly align or fight each other in my general experience. So real quick before we move on here, we got to give credit to France for managing to take Tunis here.
This looked like a slightly sort of split position on his part, but he managed to convert it. So Turkey decided to go for Tyrrhenian Sea here rather than simply support Tunis. And I think both France and Turkey could argue that they've come out better here, that they've gotten something that they wanted. And I think we'd expect to see a fleet Marseille here and then possibly bottling up. But interesting to see what happens here in the conflict over the Mediterranean. Okay, let's go on to winter of 1904 here. I'm sorry, winter 1903. No, we see a fleet in Brest from France. Oh.
Huh.
Well, that's got to make Wesley Ketchum pretty happy. Army in Austria. Boy, this is a nice phalanx here, isn't it? Of just a nice line of red armies. Okay, good. Let's move on to the spring of 1904. David Hood, welcome back. And we're going to put you on the spot here. Tell us about.
Yeah, it's really too bad that AT lost the pace there with that NMR. But man, are they continuing to march? Nice move with the French bouncing the Turks in Lyon. That's a nice move, I would argue.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more movement in the West than there was last turn, I would just have described the moves in the West as stasis. But at least in this turn, there's some more movement. You can see the Skagerrak, like Adam was talking about, trying to move things around a little bit, get in better position. Apparently, Burgundy liked being in Marseille, just like where it was last turn. So it goes back. It's got a little rhythm going on there.
Just a little bouncing army in Burgundy and Marseille.
Indeed, yeah. I continue to think the AT is really setting up well. I know they didn't take anything this term, but by God, they didn't need to take this. It was a spring term.
Yeah,
got some good position going on here. Silesia, Bohemia, and Tyrolia. Come on now.
Yeah.
I'm really curious about the French-Austrian negotiations, and I'm wondering if that is what's leading to the French being unwilling to push into Piedmont. If there's something worked out there where, the French is trying to give Austria some kind of opening, but the way the Austrian units are moving, it doesn't look like there's much likelihood of anything actually happening that France would like to see. But maybe he feels like moving in that direction is more anti-Austrian, and since Austria is not sending armies in that direction at this stage, he's better off not poking the bear.
Well, and that move we were kidding about the move to Marseille, but actually that's a pretty significant miscue possibly, because if he wanted to help defend Munich, that's out of the question.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And I think the build in Brest is just looks like a clear mistake. You'd much rather have this.
It's hard to imagine unless, and maybe Adam's right that there's something going on here between the Austrians and the French negotiation wise, but still.
But even if you're Austria, wouldn't you rather see the French fleet down here? Don't you want to make sure that Turkey gets bottled up so that he doesn't get ahead of you in the alliance?
I guess.
I mean, if I'm playing Austria, I'm actually pretty happy to see those Turkish fleets advancing, right? Because as long as Turkey's in the front line, I'm in less of a position to get squeezed in the back, right? So actually get those fleets, push him. As long as he's not taking dots a lot faster than me, I'm perfectly okay. If he gets bottled up, he might get bored and decide to pick Greece off or Serbia or something like that.
Got it. It's a wave you're trying to ride, isn't it? And there's danger both below you and above you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, great. Let's move on. Fall of 1904. Siobhan, you are going to be up.
Okay. What the heck? Sorry, that was just not what I expected at all from Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia. So Jason in Germany manages to lose only Denmark out of this whole deal.
Which wasn't his. That was English to begin with.
That was English. So Jason keeps everything.
Let's just pause to admire this for a second here, right? This is 5 against 2, and he keeps all of them.
Brilliant, Jason. I mean,
I'm so sorry, Siobhan. I'm so sorry, Siobhan. We have to give Jason credit here.
Wow.
We do, and I don't like it. It was well done on Jason's part, and just very badly done on the part of the Austrian and the Russian.
Why is England not convoying to Norway in this position? Is
No
also
idea.
befuddling, right? Why are you sitting with that army in Yorkshire? You're not. You
Well-
worried that Mao is going to come back? I mean, is that likely?
No.
And you're taking dots anyway, so you're going to have a build coming. So
That's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah, the convoy should have happened, but he remains even because losing Denmark, picking up.
No, he got two. He's getting one.
Norway. Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
he's
the
getting
big story here is in the East, if you want to know my opinion about this,
Yeah.
because look at what's going on here.
Oh.
Yep.
Latvia.
Yeah. So Dave, okay, I'll call it for us, and then we'll move on. We have Turkey taking Naples in a bit of a surprise, which was not guaranteed because it was not obvious that Tyrrhenian Sea would be untouched. And by the way, let's give Wes some credit here. He takes it from Ionian Sea, not from Tyrrhenian Sea. And I think we've come up against situations like this a bunch on these live casts where there are situations where there's a guaranteed move or a move that has at least a significantly higher probability of success, but is not as good because even if it succeeds, you're not in as good a position, right? Like it would be better for him to still be in Tyrrhenian Sea, even if he's not able to take Naples here. So well done on Wes. Or in any case, even if that's not true, it's still worth the risk of the stasis in order to maintain the position in Tyrrhenian Sea. But Wes picks up Naples and stabs, potentially, it's a stab.
That had to be
I'm sorry.
Romania.
He gives up Romania. But look, Romania is actually supported, Ukraine is supported into Romania here.
This could be Kabuki theater for the Russians' benefit. Conceivably.
Yeah.
This looks completely negotiated. Pop the look. Greece doesn't retreat, right? If that's a stab, do you really want to pop that fleet and not go to Albania?
Yeah.
I mean, this looks completely negotiated. It's tempo lost, right? You're walking out of Ukraine, but on the other hand, maybe you don't need that tempo right now, and you want Russia to go defend north anyway, and you want them to pull those armies from the middle. So, I think this is highly negotiated.
Yeah, I agree with you. I got excited for a second. I just saw the Greece. I hadn't seen the rest of it. And the other thing is that Rome supports Ionian into Naples. So actually, everything I said about Tyrrhenian Sea, it wasn't a risk at all. And in fact, he probably should have gone to Lyon again to bounce him. All right, let's move on.
But I want to point out before we leave this,
sure.
Marseille has made it back to Burgundy. So there we go.
Oh, that's awesome.
That was great. All right, let's stick with this for another year, and then we'll move on. So winter 1904, we have yes, finally.
Oh, Ariel, just for us.
Oh, thank you.
I am both proud and disappointed all in one.
God, that makes even less sense. In this case.
And you know he's just laughing at himself.
Well, let me ask a question. Does building another army make sense in this situation? And you can make fun because it's in Liverpool, but honestly, it doesn't matter where it is. If an army is right, you could put it wherever you want. But is an army right here?
I mean, if you presume that he's convoying one off the island and maybe leaving one behind just because you don't like leaving the homeland empty or plans to convoy it in the next season, it's actually not the worst thing.
You can make an argument for our Fleet Edinburgh here, I think.
I think a lot of it depends on what exactly does England plan to do.
Yeah,
and that's good. That's where the real question is. What exactly are they planning to do right now?
Yeah,
or who are they planning to do right now?
Yeah,
That's
the direction.
You got a lot of options here, right? You could convoy to Denmark with support and move Norway to Barents, leaving the Norway for a convoy in the fall. There's a lot of really interesting things you can do from this position.
Yeah, and if you feel, although if you're working with a German now and you've got Helgoland, as a fleet in your pocket here. All right, let's move forward and see what happens. Spring 1905. This is David's turn. David, break it down for us.
And there you go, just what Adam predicted. The move to Barents and then convoy to Norway makes sense. But again, I think that answers the question of what he's intending to do. I think what he's intending to do is St. Petersburg. and to continue to try to basically not attack either of the other Western powers until they know what's going on with the AT.
Mm-hmm.
Now, speaking of the AT,
yeah,
which may now just be an A and a T. I mean, conceivably there was some kind of negotiation here, but come on now, I think the thing is completely falling apart.
This cannot be negotiated.
It's completely falling apart, and too bad for Michael, because I think things were going okay. But this is exactly why an AT doesn't really work when the Turks still own Bulgaria and can do all the stuff that's happening. It just doesn't really. You have to move the stuff out faster than that. And I still think the NMR is really the problem here. Probably there was a timing problem, and given the timing problem, Wes is over there thinking, well, we didn't really beat anybody to the punch here. We didn't even take Munich when we should have taken Munich. So now I'm just going to give up and take this guy out. Yeah, and I can see that. I mean, I don't know that I can argue with that too much at this point.
Yeah, to me, the big problem for Austria was not taking one of the German centers and then allowing the army to stay in Bulgaria.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get 3 dots off him this year.
Yeah.
What do you make, Dave, of the French fleet moves? This is very unusual to see a fleet moving to Piedmont in this way.
I don't think much of it, to be perfectly honest. And I'm not trying to be critical or anything, but the French essentially accomplished nothing here.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to go to Marseille, and let's face it, that army definitely wants to go to Marseille at this point. It's never been there before. Then you would support it there or something. You wouldn't do this, or you would take a supported attack on Tyrrhenian Sea, which is what I would have done. Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of this depends on what the negotiations are somehow. It looks like that's an anti-Austrian move or something, like he's trying to cut Austrian support for us. I don't know what he's trying to do there, but it must have been worked out with the Turks. Maybe the Turks said, I'm getting ready to hit Austria. But, even if the Turks are hitting Austria, that doesn't mean that the Turks and the French are not there facing each other. So I'm not sure why you would listen to anything the Turks tell you. You still need to get position on them.
Okay, so here's my question for you guys. Do you like this stab by Turkey here? Let's go down the line. Siobhan, start with you.
I think I do. You've got 4 French fleets in the Med. It's going to take a long time to try and break through that. You're just going to get bogged down. You have a chance to take 3 centers off of them in 1 year.
Adam?
Man, I've got 5 fleets and 2 armies, and I'm going to try to plow into Austria. I mean, Austria is way out of position, but I think he's going to get the better position in the long run. But I think there's going to be some challenges. I like it if he's negotiated something out with France, so that they're not going to go on each other, right? Maybe if something's negotiated with France, where France starts to pull a couple fleets back, maybe Turkey stays outside of the Tyrrhenian Sea, so that he has some wiggle room in the back. This could work really well. But if you're going to be headbutting with 4 French fleets, and now you've just had to pull a lot of stuff back, you're in the Black Sea, you've got a fleet in Bulgaria. I don't know. It's tough.
Interesting. David?
No, I'm totally team stab here myself. I think it's great because Austria's usefulness was basically over to the Turks. They did not get the jump on the French. They did not even get the jump on the frickin' Russians. They did not get the jump on Munich. So at this point, and the reason the fleet in Black Sea is going there is to be a convoy pump. Mm-hmm. So you just convoy your armies that you're building into the Balkans. And I agree that his armies are a little low, but he's getting ready to fix that. He's getting ready to build a bunch of armies and pump them everywhere. So I think I'm team stab here. And I agree it would be better if he's got some kind of deal with the French, but frankly, the French shouldn't be listening to anything that Wes said at this point, because there's really nothing they can, quote, do together except stare at each other across the border.
Maybe another thing we should talk about is if you're elsewhere on the board, you're one of the Western powers, and now you see this Turkey that's about to explode. What do you do about it?
I think he's counting on the West still being a mess.
Yeah, definitely. So do you, if you're Germany or England, do you change your plan?
I mean, they're already kind of Western tripling at the moment.
Sort of a delayed reaction Western triple. I mean, it was a bunch of hullabaloo. It was a bunch of hullabaloo and then a Western triple. That's kind of what Turkey does want to see.
Yeah.
Turkey's growth potential now is take out the rest of Austria, take out the Russian stuff. The Western Triple just helps him do all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question becomes what happens after that.
Yeah. So Adam, your suggestion was that maybe the West should do something else, but what else could they really do?
I would imagine that England and France will try to eat up Germany very quickly now that Austria is doesn't have a chance to plow through there, because they want to get those dots themselves. So they're, make it easier. 2 people trying to hold a line is better than 3 people trying to hold a line, and having 8, 9 dots is better than having 5, 6 dots between 3. So that's what I'm negotiating if I'm England and France at this stage.
And leave Russia and Austria to try to contain the.
Well, if I'm England and I can pump some armies into northern Russia, obviously I want to do that.
No. All right, let's see what happens in fall of 1905. We have Russia does. Russia gets a little bit
pricey there.
A little bit too clever here, and takes Sevastopol, but does it from Moscow while supporting himself into Warsaw, leaving Moscow open for the retreat.
Maybe that was on purpose. Maybe he's trying to keep the Austrians alive a little bit and still knocking the Turks down by 1.
I mean, it would be you would want that this army should be going back towards Austria if that were negotiated, don't you think?
Yeah, I reckon.
And then you have the Austrians are not even moving their units back.
Wow. That tries to take Munich after all that. Maybe he's trying to Janissary. Realizes his game is shot. Might as well Janissary.
Although the move to Tuscany sort of belies that. But look, France gets into the Tyrrhenian Sea, and England turns on Germany exactly as
does he though? Because where would Germany have built?
Germany retreats to Helgoland rather than Baltic.
Yeah, okay. So Ariel says, well, Germany doesn't need the build, but doesn't talk to Jason about it.
Oh, but look what France does. France takes Holland.
Ooh.
And pulls back to the Mao.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot going on this This is fun. This is a lot of fun.
Boy, if you're West, don't you have to be so happy to see some of this happening?
Yeah.
I don't like losing the Tyrrhenian Sea, but otherwise, yes.
Yeah, this is very delicious. Okay, let's look at the builds and then we'll move on.
Oof. Ouch. Wow.
Adam, what gives you the ouches?
I mean, that Fleet Liverpool is just like out there, right? I mean, that is really, if this is not what you want to be doing right now if you're England, right? I mean, I can understand the pull back to the Mao makes you nervous, but is that something you really want to engage? I don't know. I'd be working on negotiating something about that. I mean, you want to build a fleet in London? At least you got some options there, right? And I don't know. It's a scary thought. And look, France puts down an army anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. So, and it's important to remember that they do get to negotiate during builds here.
Yep.
So,
yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? You can go to North Atlantic and then on out, or Clyde and then on out, but it's not really, it's a loss of pace. Really, probably you want another army here, I think, because you got an army there to defend if France does something silly, and you can convoy it out if he doesn't.
Yeah, oddly, this actually feels like if there's ever going to be a case for Army Liverpool build, it's actually right here, because the army is good for defense, and putting it in Liverpool says, I'm not convoying it, so don't.
But Ariel would never build an army Liverpool.
No, it's so unlike him.
I'd sooner put it in Edinburgh to give myself options, but I understand what you're saying from a diplomatic standpoint, Brandon.
Yeah. If you put it in Edinburgh, you might be tempted to convoy it and try to get away with it. But anyway, all right, let's move on to Bunker Hill, and I'm going to keep trying to get us to go faster, even though I'm sure I'm the one who's slowing us down. Recap of this game: we have this is Russ Dennis in England, setting up for a big anti-French push. Was this the one where we had that Berlin? Yeah. The Berlin army build in fall of 01 or winter of 01. In terms of the personalities, we've got Alex Maslow in Russia, independent presidential candidate John Anderson in France. Okay, let us do try to go a little speedy here. Adam, I think it's your turn to break one down. Tell us what you see.
All right, so we have got, I'm seeing clearly England is pushed into the Mao as you would expect in this position, but France does pick that army in Picardy, which is helpful. Germany was so out of position to attack France that he has to take a whole turn to move all his armies in the other direction. Total momentum killer here. The Austrian finally says, Italy, get out of Trieste. And Italy doesn't seem to mind this. So I guess that's okay. He's taking Smyrna. We've got an AIR. They're taking Turkey out, and Turkey is pretty much done at this stage. The question is what happens next. It's interesting to see, in spite of what is clearly, or I guess one must have assumed a takeout of Turkey, that Austria is still going to the Aegean. Maybe he doesn't want to leave his whole backside open to Italy at this point, but maybe there's not a lot of risk there. You can always go back to Greece. So it's interesting to see Russia put Austria and Italy both into dots. It's like I'm encouraging the AI to continue after Turkey is done. That to me is not very, doesn't seem very savvy, but maybe he's got one of them on side, or he thinks he can keep both of them on side. We'll see.
All right, let's keep going. I do remember this was one where we said to each other that Austria had to choose one direction or the other, and it's actually not clear that Austria has, right?
No.
We'll see
I
what
think
happens.
they were fixing to find out.
Yeah, I think we will find out right here. And
Oof.
oh, David, man, David, break it down for us. Tell us what you see here.
A fair amount, let me just say. Wow.
Can I make a request that you start in this corner of the map?
I take back.
To be honest, what I thought was getting ready to happen was that the two Austrian units were going to kick the Italians out of Smyrna. Yeah, it was going to be a continuation. That was going to be and Italy would be the odd man out. But goodness, now Austria's the odd man out. Look at the convoy. Look at the Khan itself, the Khan and the convoy. Budapest action going on. There was no reason to leave Budapest to go to Serbia, but look what happened when he did. Man, poor Nicky, I thought you were a coach or something, man. Somebody have coached you. Wow, Jeff, that's unfortunate. But that's a lot of movement. We like to see a lot of movement. I think the move of the turn, if you want to ask me, I hadn't gotten to the west yet, but the move of the turn is the convoy. For goodness sake, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, easily.
That's awesome. So on the western side, you've got
just one quick comment on this. One of the really impressive things about this convoy is that Russia really could have played conservative and supported himself into Constantinople, but trusted the support coming from the Italian. So it was really got a lot of unit efficiency out of this, especially since the strategic goal is obviously to fatally handicap Austria. Okay, go on.
Oh, no, that's totally fair comment. West, obviously not quite as interesting. You got a lot of red lines, which means, but now that you do have the mid-Atlantic slipping into the Western Med, getting around the French possession. So good for us in that sense. The Germans having, as Adam says, having finally gotten in position, decide to do something with it. The Tyrolia move is interesting, I think. Trying to intervene in the south somehow. Seems pretty interesting. That's a bounce, I guess, because of the Italian support. Cusi appears to be really active diplomatically at age 15 in his first tournament. I'd say great for Cusi that he's I'm loving it too. Good seeing another new player being born into the tournament scene and knows what he's doing already.
And this is the Turkish player. He's 14 or 15 years old. Is that right?
The Italian player.
The Italian, yeah.
I'm sorry, but he's in Turkey.
He literally lives in Turkey because he's Turkish.
That's what I meant.
He's playing the Italian position. He's 15 years old, playing in his first tournament setting. Now I'm going to say I'm Team Cusi. Way to go!
This is a really nice set of moves. All right, so we will let's see if we can get him on the line later. It'll be interesting to talk to him. We got some army builds up here. Probably no surprise. Germany took Belgium. We didn't actually talk about that.
Yes.
But it looks like Germany and England are working together against Russia here. Okay, Siobhan, you are up for spring of 1904.
Sure. England takes Belgium right back. while, okay, put the German into Burgundy, force Mao. Okay, lots of movement. That's nice. Berlin to Prussia. Sure. Jeff just continues to dance in Austria, and it's only a matter of time, unfortunately. We do piff the Turkish army. Raphael.
He did his job.
Mhm. Yeah. The Italian supports Greece into Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Oh, koozie.
It's fascinating, yeah?
I like that, actually.
I like it.
Would have liked it more if he convoyed the army behind it, though.
Yes.
Instead of worrying about Tunis, he should not have worried about Tunis.
Yeah, I would have liked that a lot better. But
I agree with that.
You know, when I was a newer player, I wouldn't have thought of it. So something to learn.
Well, he didn't need to worry about Tunis. It was the English were never going to Tunis. So
no,
that's a little bit of a rookie mistake, but that's okay.
But you know, we all learn it. But it's a good turn.
All right.
Man, Russia is a beast, and I have to take back what I said previously about those other moves being unsavvy. I mean, he clearly had a plan, and he negotiated brilliantly. I mean, look at this position; it is just a monstrous. He's got no issues in the north. I mean, you know, he's not making progress, but there's nothing going on up there. I mean, what a great spot to be in.
Would you, if you're Russia though, would you worry about what Italy is doing down here? No longer clear that Italy's on your side, is it?
You know, I mean, he may be less a strong ally than I thought I did, but he's not really in much of a position to do a lot of damage to me, right? Fleet and Smyrna. I mean, yeah, I guess they could try to piff me out of Khan, but if Italy's continuing to work with Austria, but maybe I can make a better offer to him, right? I mean, if he's talking about negotiating for one dot, why not let me put Italy into a new dot rather than him taking one of mine? So you know, that's what I'm playing. If I'm Russia, I'm just saying, hey, you know, yeah, sure, you can take Khan off of me, but why don't I put you in Serbia or put you in Greece, and you know, then you'll get multiple Austrian dots. It's gonna work better for you this way.
Yeah, or even Bulgaria, right? Like
Bulgaria, yeah, sure, Bulgaria, right?
Bulgaria. Yeah, if you're Russia and a fleet Bulgaria South Coast, you're really not too unhappy about that. Yep. Okay, let's move forward here, and I think David, we're on to you, correct?
And here we go. The Italians take Khan.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Austrians take Vienna back. Mm-hmm. You know, Jeff is a good player. I was making fun of him a minute ago, but he's a good player, and he has. You know, he has done a good negotiation with Kuzi, and Kuzi has, you know, Kuzi's doing everything good for the Italians, and that's because he's playing the Italians, and so good for him. You know, we all know that strong Italian or people that are strong that play Italy know that you have to scramble a lot when you're Italy. It's hard to have one particular direction that you can go and do well in the game. You have to do multiple things well at the same time to do well as Italy, and Kuzi seems to be doing that. In terms of the West, you've got, I think, the predicted move on Spain from the English. I mean, they're just making they're making progress against the French, and I think that's what you would expect. I'm not positive I understand what the guy in Brest is doing holding. What am I missing there?
Supporting.
There's nothing else. Yeah, with the motion of all the other units, there was nothing for
what did Picardy do? What did Picardy do?
Channel.
Went to the English Channel.
Because he was trying. I'm not sure what that was all about, though. I guess is my point. Well, why would you not try to hold Picardy or try to take Picardy into Burgundy with support or something?
With Brest going to the Mid-Atlantic and Picardy going to the English Channel, Brest could not be taken. So that was the idea with these with the split moves there.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's
okay.
Point. I think. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And then he just didn't have anything else to do with Brest. I actually kind of like
right.
I call this.
I think you're totally right.
Yeah, it's a kind of scissoring action. Okay, let's push ahead here. Winter 1904. So I believe Austria picked up 2 there, but only had 1 home center open for a build. So Austria has 1 in the bank. Suddenly not, looking so bad. There's potential anyway. Like there's problems, but there's also potential.
I mean, I'm not hating it.
All right,
You know,
Siobhan.
given how slow the West is actually being resolved, it's okay for there to be a little back and forth in the East.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the West
Yeah.
is still a fucking mess.
Italy builds Army Naples.
Oh, Siobhan, what do you think what does that tell you?
He wants to convoy it to.
Where?
I don't know. I don't like that build. It's
No.
Man, if you just spent all that time and you just went, you went to Russia to stab Austria, and then you went with Austria to go back against Russia, and now you're going to go after Austria again with an army to convoy to Greece or Albania or something. I mean that's fine, but you're making yourself really hard to work with diplomatically if you're going to change directions every turn.
I would just go back to what I said earlier, Adam. I think this is just a rookie mistake that he'll learn.
Yeah, for sure. I think, I thought it was interesting that he moved to Piedmont last turn. I mean, I'm not sure why you want to be in Piedmont there, actually. Let the West resolve itself and go up to Tyrolia, where there's a lot more you can do, maybe. But I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think the instinct is, and I see this in a lot of newer players, is they want to have a hand in every theater, especially when they're in the middle of the board, and being in Piedmont gives them a voice. But I agree. I would have preferred Tyrolia.
I bet if he knew that Black was being disbanded, then I think there's really no. I mean, maybe he was thinking you would have to pull Khan back and convoy the army, and that would be the way to move things around. Well, no, the army would have to be in Smyrna to be useful. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Let's jump over to game number 3 here. And this is our Tanya Gill game with Hunter Catcher in England. Hunter had the NMR in 01, so had no builds. So this was his first build, this army in Edinburgh. Elsewhere, we have the worst player that ever played diplomacy, John Jameson in France. And yeah, let's move forward with this. Siobhan, no, I'm sorry. This is Adam now. Yeah. Adam, spring of 1903. What do you see?
Well, Hunter is doing his thing. I think he decided I'm going north, and that's what he's doing. And he's okay with this going slow and staying, slow and steady. And he's going to just play his game here. He's working with Germany. He's not messing with France. He's making sure France stays out of his way, which France is effectively doing by now pulling his second fleet back into Portugal, where he can be, not do anything effective against anyone for two seasons, which, diplomatically is okay. Strategically, I'm not sure, because he's got a whole lot of nothing going on, right? I mean, he's going to be in a position to make a play on Belgium, I suppose. But I'm not sure that that's what he necessarily wants to do either. In the East, you've got a solid AI, and they're doing their thing, right? They just pipped Bulgaria. Russia, I'm trying to understand if Russia is involved in this or not.
Russia supported Serbia to Bulgaria, I believe.
It supported and cut Black Sea. Yeah, so Russia is in on this too. So it's an
I think it's a more of a solid AR, and we'll see if A and I are solid, because there's some goofiness going on with this, I think.
Well, if you're thinking that you might do Greece Ionian or something now.
Yeah, that would
But
be.
Vienna goes to Trieste for some reason.
Because Venice is next to Trieste, maybe.
Oh wow, it is. I didn't notice that.
It's really good to know.
Hey, there's an
Who knew?
echo. Someone, do you guys hear an echo, or is it just me?
I hear it.
I do not hear it.
One of you guys might have 2 windows open.
Not me, I don't think.
Let's do a little muting to find out.
It's definitely not me.
All right, is there still an echo? Oh, there is.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not Adam. Let's see. Is there still an echo? No, David.
What are you telling me?
David, you're causing an echo.
How?
For shame, David.
Try here, David. I'm going to mute you. Close the window, and if you still hear us, then find the window that.
We will get this sorted out. Technical difficulties.
and then come back. He wasn't having an echo before, so it's probably just a temporary thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I do have a little intel from this board. From Corey earlier. She said that Sam Feldman, who is the teenager in playing Italy here, said to France, "You supported yourself into Portugal. You really are going for the most boring player." John Jameson.
Oh, John, it's
You guys give John a lot of flack. I actually think John's a pretty good player. He just doesn't always play with the same goals that other people do. But he does know how to achieve his goals.
It's not his play that we should be critiquing, it's his goals. He just wants the wrong things.
I think it's his...
You guys like the Austrian stab on Turkey in the fall? You like Trieste to Venice, Greece to Ionian, and Albania to Greece, that whole kind of thing?
I think we're just noting that it's an option.
Yeah.
I don't know if I necessarily would say I would like it.
I don't think
look,
I take it now.
with Turkey still at 3 units, but 2 of those are fleets. Yeah, what do you think, Siobhan?
I don't think I like it now.
It seems premature to me with Turkey still sitting on 3, but on the other hand, Italy's leaving himself in not a very good position with fleets in East and Aegean, nothing in Ionian, and an army stranded in Tunis. I mean, that is just a terrible place to be in, right? I mean, that you're going to convoy to Tunis, you got to get it out of there and get it into play, and you can't get it into play if you're not in the Ionian.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, if Tanya were able to get into the Ionian, force an Italian disband here, and put down 2 units with the West as peculiar as it is, Russia's not in a position to join up any coalition against you. Germany potentially is, so that would actually be my biggest concern. Is that Germany would? Germany would be able to.
Reality is, if she decided to make that stab, the AT may make more sense than the AR at that stage. Get it on with Turkey. Turkey's not going to be vindictive just because you took Bulgaria off him. He'll work with you probably.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay.
All right. Let's see what happens. Do not.
Oh.
Wow.
Turkey just convoys away from Constantinople. And says, "Thank you very much. I've had a great day."
All right.
Says, "I don't like Russia."
So Austria walks into Con, picks up Bulgaria, gets 2 builds.
Wow.
Could have had Venice.
Venice.
And Ionian. Okay, anyway. But it would have been weirder with Italy not having to pull a unit.
Sure.
Okay, let's push forward here. Unless there's something else that strikes anyone's fancy.
England's also not in the North Sea with 2 armies in rather than convoy to Norway, he went that way a little bit.
Yeah,
so
self-counts in Mao.
If England gets a build here, if he puts down another army, then if England could end the game with armies in all 6 provinces on the home island, that would be great.
Only if Jameson was playing England.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Ariel.
All right, we do get a build. We do get a fleet build. All right, let's go another year here. I think David, you're up.
Okay. Well, at least the English armies are doing something. They want. Obviously, Hunter wants us to say on the live stream, "Yay for going to Albania." So now that I've said that, the Italians moving west with all of their fleets jumps out at me, and going to Piedmont. So obviously, you're right, Adam. This has turned into an AI instead of the AR that I think it was. Tanya's on record saying she loves to work with Russia. I think the love has now ended. And so, and I don't blame her for that. I think she's making a pretty legitimate move here. The Italians, it might as well go west. There's, the West is kind of a mess. The Italians can go help sort out that mess.
Just saw John Jameson's moves in Spain and Portugal.
Yeah, John is really good.
Why did he tried to coast crawl?
Yeah, he tried to
because nobody ever learns that the coastal crawl is illegal.
Yeah.
But this is a great turn for new players to look at the blues and say, what in Hades am I supposed to learn from this? And the answer is not very much. So new players don't learn very much from this.
Oh my God.
Just ignore a lot of what's going on here.
I have never seen that.
Yeah, the French do take Belgium.
But I'm sorry, have you guys ever seen this happen before?
Oh yeah.
From
people that don't know the rules. I have seen this happen before.
Yeah, no, not last year, but I think the year before it happened at a whipping, and I was called over to a table because there was a big argument about whether or not that could work.
No, this is called the coastal crawl. That's why Adam used that term. And under some interpretations of the diplomacy rules from some year in the past, you could do this, but it was clarified sometime in the 70s or so that you could not do this. And so we've known since the 1970s that you cannot do this. It's called a coastal crawl, and it means everybody holds.
Yep.
I wouldn't have a problem if this was allowed, but it's not.
But given John's self-bounce last turn, is it possible that he just knew that this wouldn't work and it's just like,
He's getting a lot of airplay, and that's what he's
That's what he likes, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was so peeved at somebody suggesting that he was actually being boring that he just wanted more attention. All right, let's push forward here. I think the popping of the Russian fleet is perhaps of some note, though it won't matter since these are going to Austria anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, fall of 1904. Siobhan?
Fall of 1904. Good game, Turkey. It was nice knowing you. Tanya walks out of all the Russian centers.
Wow.
While Italy takes Greece, possibly planned.
My goodness.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, let's not spend too much time on this because we do kind of want to speed up here. But this is a very surprising turn of events to me from Tanya. How do you guys see it? Start with Adam. Sorry.
Not being privy to the negotiation, it's tough. But this could be a very savvy move by Tanya, right? She's got Russia continuing to push into Germany, right? So this could create opportunities for her. She's in Livonia. I mean, she's not going to go out of there so quickly. She can even sit there until the time comes to make her move. Those dots are going to be there behind her. I mean, if you look at the area all the way around Austria, the only enemy unit that's there is an army in Sev. I mean, this is a great position to be in.
Yeah.
Those dots are yours whenever you want them. Giving Italy Greece makes perfect sense, especially if she had negotiated to take Ankara, which I assume was the case. She probably told Turkey she was going to Sev. So I love it. I think it's a great play. She's getting a lot of position on the middle of the board. Collectively with Italy, they're pushing across the line. This is great. I love the Italian position. I love the Austrian position here.
What about, so Russia's going to be putting down 2 units here. They got a rebuild and they picked up Berlin here. So we're going to see. So your point about not having units.
One unit. I think just one.
But now there's going to be 3: Warsaw, Moscow, and
Romania and Berlin, 2 units.
Does that change the calculus?
Oh, she walked out of Romania. I see. Yeah, that's a little bit okay.
And she's
okay. I'm probably a little less thrilled to seeing Russia put 2 armies down. Yeah,
and she's not building.
Yeah, no, I would have preferred, if Russia's putting armies down, I would have just preferred to stay in that position. Because if you actually look at this, and maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but you probably realize that there's a good shot that Russia's going to move Silesia into Berlin because you're cutting Munich for it after all. So you're going to walk into Silesia anyway. So if you sit in Silesia, Bohemia, Warsaw, Romania, putting down some more armies to get up to Ukraine, I mean, yeah.
And take Sev with Turkish support. I mean, that to me would have been. Yeah. I think Tanya may have out-clevered herself here.
I'm sorry. My initial impression was not realizing that Russia actually is putting units down. Yeah. It's maybe too clever.
Let's congratulate John Jameson for moving his fleets.
Hey, look at there. That's good. Look at him with his fancy fleets.
All right, and let's check out winter 1904. We find a new fleet in Brest. Germany pulls one of their fleets, and we do have 2 Russian armies. Goodbye, Turkey. Thanks for playing.
Yep.
And this game is currently in SO9. Let's go one more year with this, and then we'll come back to it later. So David, you are up for us in spring of 05.
All right, the Italian march west continues very effectively. The Russians are clearly with Tanya. Good for her. There she is taking Munich. There the Sevastopol army is getting out of her backyard.
Mm-hmm.
So, as much as I thought Tanya had out-clevered herself, she, again, I think I said earlier in the broadcast, she's a really good diplomat.
She's
been able to, and I'm not saying Liam is falling for a line here. Liam may be making a good move too in terms of survival, but certainly she's done a good job of convincing what's happening. I just want to point out again, I understand maybe why Hunter thought he needed 2 armies in England, but you can see how totally useless they are.
Yeah.
And have been useless for a while. There's just I know England always wants to get some armies on the continent, but make sure you got your fleets first, man, because those are the ones that are the most flexible units you can use. So I think Hunter's a great player, but he just has not very much flexibility here because of the units that he's got. The East has gotten the jump on the West here pretty substantially, I would argue. Pretty substantially.
Yeah, now I'm sorry, go ahead, Siobhan.
I was just saying they have the right side of the stalemate line. It's the West is too little, too late, and
they're in St. Pete, they're in Munich, Berlin, and now
Italians are getting ready to take Spain.
Well, if this were a fleet, they would have it, but
What do you mean if this were a fleet?
The North Africa.
North Africa, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't see that it wasn't a fleet. Sorry.
That's a fair point.
But so real quickly here to Adam's point before, suddenly now Tanya has all her units sitting behind the line next to other people's dots. So, now that these Russian armies have moved away from her,
that's the key right there.
Yeah. All right, let's go forward and see what happens. And we have Tanya biding her time, getting into the Ionian. And holding on to Munich while also taking a shot at Burgundy, and ended up not working. But
let's see, Marseille falls, but France does get the Western Med.
Oh, Marseille was guaranteed. We actually didn't notice that.
Yeah,
before.
there was. I knew something was. I just couldn't.
Because she went to Burgundy.
Yeah, but they've taken it with a fleet. Just
why do it that way?
Because Spain to Leon could have cut it.
But why not can you convoy
from North Africa
and use Tyrrhenian Sea to support the Western Med and go Ionian to Tunis so you can get that fleet into North Africa?
When the West had to go to Spain here to guarantee.
To guarantee it, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It turns out it wasn't needed, but that's hindsight.
It's one of those moves you were talking about earlier, Brandon, where maybe don't do the guaranteed move because the position is so much better if it works out.
Yeah, we need a good term for that sort of thing, where it's worth the risk in terms of overall positioning. On the other hand, he now has got those other 2 fleets further into the Med, so
Indeed.
that's not insubstantial.
That's true.
Okay, let's go ahead here. Winter.
One other point that's worth mentioning is I believe that Denmark is German, and notice that England walked through it.
You're right.
Good catch.
Really nice catch. Yeah. Okay, let's and he had to pull a piece because what did he lose? He lost St. Petersburg.
Well, it wasn't doing anything, so
I mean, you might as well pull a piece. What was it doing back there anyway?
Yeah, I think John and Hunter are going to have a lot of regrets about their wasted unit efficiency here.
Well, let's be honest. Hunter will have regrets. John couldn't care less.
Oh, that's probably very true.
See, look at the problem this army in North Africa causes now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only not doing anything useful, but it's actually actively in the way and reducing your options, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Marseille
Yes,
can't.
but that's fixable though.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fixable.
Take Western Med out with. I mean, there's lots of things you could do. Their position's still really good. I mean, you can't get away from the fact that there are 2 French fleets.
Yeah.
Oh, he
And there
just
are
expanded one.
there are 2+ Italian fleets.
yeah. This will be interesting to see how far this the AIR push it here, and who ends up missing their opportunity.
How do you guys feel about the Italian build? Would you have been thinking Army Venice there? I mean, he's got a lot. There's a lot of fleets there. You're wide open.
What do you guys think?
Maybe so. Although that could have been a partially defensive build. I'm not sure. Make sure that Tanya doesn't get frisky.
I mean, she's sitting on 3 Italian dots whenever she wants them.
Yeah.
Yeah, if nothing else, if I'm Italy, I am negotiating Khan away from here, and Albania should not be next to Greece as well.
Yeah. There's a lot to be concerned about if you're Sam.
Yeah, but a lot, Tanya yet again is setting herself up. All right, let's leave game number 3 behind. Go over to game number 4, the Big Dig. This game, so Tassin Hassan, I actually got a bit of intel on him. He is a Boston area player.
Okay.
And here we have Melinda Holly is the one that we're familiar with. And Andre Yannico was Portuguese. Was that right?
Yes.
Okay. So on the board, we have, right. This is the one where we liked Turkey's position longer term here, I believe. And it was a question between France and Turkey for Siobhan and me. And I think, David, you also had some points for Russia here.
Yeah, I thought the Russian position had potential. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move ahead. David, you're up here. Spring 1903.
All right. So, okay. Austria's decided to deal with the fact that Russia and Turkey are attacking them by taking Venice.
Right.
Which, and going to the Onion. That is one coping mechanism that I've read in the literature, is that you do those things. Italians moved back from Western Mid. I guess that probably makes some sense, depending on what your diplomacy is. Although, look at the French trying to get into Piedmont. French are leaving the English Channel.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think we all assumed that might be what was happening there, is that there was going to be a negotiation to get Melinda and England away from each other in terms of the source of instability. And it looks like England's got the whole, convoy to Norway, go to Barents thing going on to try to take out St. Pete, which should be successful.
All right, let's keep moving. Fall of 1903, Siobhan.
England takes St. Pete as expected. Austria just continues to decline. Walks out of Venice for Rome. Same. But Austria ends this turn on 1, 2, 3, Tunis.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot of guessing happening down there, and everybody won and everybody lost, except for Turkey, who only won.
Yes.
Yeah. And France advances some positioning here.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good turn for Melinda.
Yeah, gets the build. She's out of position there, but that may make it.
She'll convoy that next turn, I think.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's keep going here. Winter 03.
So if you're Turkey in this position, is really the only impediment to you having a incredibly large game, getting too many French fleets in the south? So you negotiating like crazy, trying to get the board to turn on the West to turn on France a little bit? Because I mean, you've got a free ride through Austria. Russia's going to be pulling because EG is taking them out in the north. So Russia's going to pull in the south over time. You don't need to take those dots until you need them.
Yeah. You need someone to attack France, and France is just free and clear.
Well, did you notice that the Russians were, I didn't notice until right now, the Russians were convoying out.
Oh,
I think they probably did that because they realized they couldn't keep it. They were expecting this set of orders, which prevented. They figured better get that army home in a position where it's more defensible. I think it was a good move, probably.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
I like it.
Famous variety show host Ed Sullivan has finally gotten people out of his country. Maybe he can start having a real game now.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, to answer your larger question, Adam, for me, Turkey is just set up so beautifully here. Really good position. Doesn't his main ally, who could be eventually his potential rival, has problems. So he's if he's more likely, Russia's more likely to throw Turkey dots here than to become an enemy. And France is slowed down. I mean, I don't see why anybody would turn against France here. England, I don't think England needs to yet. And I mean, look, he's in Turkey is an Ionian in fall of 1903. It's nice. Okay, let's keep going here. Winter 03. I'll just call this and then we'll move forward. Melinda puts down a fleet, the only place she can. And Turkey builds another fleet here. That's probably not. This might limit him longer term, but he might go into Adriatic and pull the armies up here. Germany building a fleet here is very interesting. Maybe that's a consequence of Russia still having two fleets up here.
Well, and the fact that the Germans need to make something happen, and they're not going to make it happen with all armies.
Yeah.
Or mostly armies, I mean.
How do you react to that if you're England, though, and you just see Germany build a third fleet with an army in Denmark? I mean, Germany's clearly not moving against France, not in the greatest position to move against Russia even. I mean, what is he going to do with that? I guess he can kick him out of the Baltic and see where it goes. But long term, that's not really where I want Germany to be, right? With three fleets.
Yeah.
There's no question that Germany. Well, maybe there is a question, but if I assume that what Ed is doing is saying I'm going to be an independent power instead of just some minor league power. I'm going to be an independent power, and I assume that you're right. He's going to be pressuring England now.
So longer term, I feel like this actually helps Turkey as well. Turkey's going to have free reign to all of this in the center.
Look at the Russian killing their fleet in Romania to further help the Turks.
Yeah. As Chris Kelly says in the comments, Turkey in the Ionian and no Russian fleet in the south.
And a kaleidoscope of colors here. So AI yeah. All right, let's go forward here. This is who's up here? Is it Adam or Siobhan?
Go ahead, Siobhan.
Okay. Lots of German movement. Loses Sweden for now. That's fine. Well, Melinda's got someone on her doorstep as she moves to English and Irish.
Wow.
Okay. Well, let's presume that Melinda and Ed are working together. France and Germany. Being in Belgium isn't the worst thing here. You just convoy that right on over the continent via the English Channel. You take Liverpool with nothing stopping you. This is FG. Well, I just saw that Melinda went to Tyrolia. Huh.
And Munich
I think she's just trying to intervene in the east a little bit, probably.
Yeah. I think it's an FG.
This is delightful.
Boy, am I loving this as Turkey, right? To see this level of chaos, my goodness.
Oh yeah.
What better set of Western moves could I have seen than this?
Very little.
I mean, the only, your big problem with Turkey is just that 18 looks unlikely, given that you're going to have trouble breaking through in the south. But like a monster top is on its way. Yeah. All right, let's keep going here. Adam, take us down here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Turkey chose to go to Budapest and make a non-supported attack on Trieste rather than just taking the supported attack on Trieste, trying to negotiate Austria to cut Venice for you. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. I feel like that might have been a stronger play. It's hard to imagine that was agreed upon with Russia, though perhaps it was. Maybe they were agreed to bounce there. But it's not a great tempo move. Keeps the Ionian, gets into Adriatic. That's fine.
Would have liked to have seen this in the spring, personally, but
yeah, I would have preferred the supported attack on Trieste right now. Interesting to see Germany and Galicia. That's
yeah.
great for him. It's a strange place to be. You're a little bit far from home, but if you're working with France, that doesn't look so bad as having something behind the line over there. France takes Liverpool as expected, tries to convoy for Wales, which is bounced, and so this is the risky run. But France isn't pulling. It's not a big deal. Germany will probably put another army down in Berlin, and it looks good for the FG. It looks good for Turkey. I think all three of them are going to do well in this game.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward. Winter 1904. David, you want to break down the builds?
Well, let's see. Russia builds the only place he can. The English, of course, get rid of the armies furthest away. I don't think there's anything terribly surprising here. The fleet in Venice, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
And normally, Fleet Venice is not a good build under almost any circumstance. This might be one exception because it can hit the Adriatic or something, but
sure.
If you're on defense, it's really good to have armies in the Italian boot and not a fleet. So I'm not positive I agree with that, but it could work depending on whether it can cut. Now it can hit the Adriatic, is what I said earlier. Otherwise, nothing terribly shocking, I don't think.
What a rainbow of colors!
Yeah,
it is a veritable kaleidoscope.
And guys, do we still like Turkey's position here? Not getting the build. It's got a build. Obviously, things are different, but without getting a build that time, Turkey's looks pretty scrunched up over here. Lots of vulnerabilities on this side.
Well, obviously, what happens if the Russians decide, I kind of had it with this position. I'm going to Armenia. What do you do?
Absolutely.
I still think that's unlikely, but Galicia. The other way to look at it is this gives the Turks an excuse to come in there with their armies and defend against the Germans and sort of reposition, take stuff from the Russians by mistake. It's conceivable.
All right, this is a good game to play. Who do you like? Let's just go right down the line. No more than one sentence. Who would you want to be on this board, Siobhan?
At this moment, France.
Adam?
I'm still taking Turkey.
David?
I'm with France. I'm with Siobhan on this one, France.
I'm gonna vote for Germany. All right.
I had a momentary thought, but
let's go for spring of 1905. And Siobhan, you were up.
Okay. Yet again, we try to convoy Belgium to the continent, and it doesn't work. That's fine. There's some issues up in Scandinavia. What the hell happened there? So Finland goes to Sweden with support from Norway. Okay. All right. Turkey finally takes Trieste. Venice, as David pointed out, tapped Adriatic to no avail. And the Russian armies are pulling down. So we'll see what they do.
Interesting that Austria didn't support the attack. Although,
not that it would have made a difference, but.
And the Italian fleet gets popped as soon as it's put down.
Yes.
So, all right, let's keep going.
Note that Sweden didn't retreat to Baltic for some reason. Maybe that was a technical error.
We've seen this a few times now, where retreats have been available and they haven't been taken up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's move ahead here. Fall of 1905, and Adam, you're up.
Yeah, well, this is the danger of making these kinds of alliance shifting moves. Now, Germany is maybe not looking as good as he was. I'm not sure if Germany is actually pulling anything, but definitely the position in the north has been compromised quite a bit.
Germany should get a rebuild here. They've pulled 2 units and only lost.
And he's piffing Denmark instead of retreating to Kiel. But nonetheless, I felt like the German position was a lot stronger in the north a year ago.
Yep.
Let's see, we have the Germans supporting the Austrians into Romania, which is kind of a wash, right? Because instead of Austria taking Budapest off of Russia, he's taking Romania. But what this does do is allows the Russian to retreat to Bulgaria, taking our Turkish center.
Yes.
Which actually really it hurts, but Turkey's going to build anyway because Turkey is taking Trieste and Naples and down one in Bulgaria. So it's not a disaster. And one can probably assume that the Russians and the Turks are still, working together, and this is just opportunistic on Russia's part, and probably won't screw things up too badly. The Italians focus with get help from the Turks to kick France out, which is a good move by Turkey, and shows really good negotiation on the part of Turkey after being fighting with the Italians, is able to get the Italians to move entirely against France. I mean, just a really great move on the part of the Turks.
All right. Any comments from Siobhan or David because we're going to leave this game?
I think Adam had it right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Turkey's back at the top of my list for this one as well.
Yep.
Oh, Russia got a build here.
Picked up Denmark. Bulgaria.
Lost Romania, but picked up Bulgaria. Okay.
And Budapest.
Yeah, depending on Russia's relationship with Turkey, they've still got some play, but and Turkey's going to lose Naples here. Actually, boy, this is a really complicated game, eh?
Oof.
Yes.
Wow.
Did France pass up a build here?
No.
She lost Liverpool and took London.
Lost Liverpool. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
And did not end up keeping Venice that she killed the Italian fleet and then lost it.
Right. Oh, because the Turk very savvy there. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Very good. Okay, great. Then let us move on to game number 5. This is our Christian Klein, Eric Grinnell, Nicolas Sahuguet headlining here, and Edward Turnage as well. Hal Schild is someone we know. So we know a lot of people. Oh, and Ed Welsh was somebody that you knew as well, right,
yes.
David?
Yeah,
okay.
He's relatively new to the scene, though.
Okay, but he had played in Dixie, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the state of the board in winter 1902 was
Very Tripoli.
Right. Christian had moved into what we had hoped was a non-Western Tripoli position and then went right back into it. Oh, right. And Nicola was being left as the Dingle. This is the Dingleberry game.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. I believe that David is up. Yeah, David, you just did builds last time. So let's give you spring 1903 here.
All right. Christian continues to pump into the Med with the French. The English continue to pump into Russia with their people. Germans are being defensive. The Austrian attack has blunted. So there's a lot of moving up to the line this turn, it looks to me like, but not much else, unless I'm missing something. Looks a little bit stalemate line-ish, with Western Triple trying to breach it and the East trying to defend it.
Yeah, Ed getting the armies through here is always nice.
Oh yeah.
But without Nicola popping the balloon from behind, there's really not a whole lot.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, look at there.
Oh, okay, here we go.
I was just Nicola is sitting way behind the line, and he's not going to be sitting to play a stalemate in a game like this, right? He's a really savvy, strong player, and he's negotiating something here, and I guess we're seeing now what it is.
Yeah, that's a rough turn for Russia.
Siobhan, take it away.
It was like Adam was saying, only a matter of time. Nicola's not going to sit there forever just to be behind a stalemate line that he has no part contributing to. So another convoy across the Black Sea while Austria takes Romania and Germany takes Warsaw. This is great for the West. The English army has just taken a tour of its homeland from Eddie to Liverpool to Yorkshire.
Don't forget about this right here.
Oh, I did not see that he took Venice. So a lot of things are breaking down in the East here, and this is only good for the West.
So who in the West benefits the most at this moment, Adam?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to be England right now. I've got 2 armies in Russia. I mean, frankly, I'm not sure that I wouldn't rather have that other army up in Scandinavia at this point. France is stalemated, which also kind of makes them a little bit of a sitting duck if Germany and England decide to do something. I mean, they're not in a great position to do a lot, but I'm frankly a little bit not understanding the Austrian moves here, because Austria moves to Venice but doesn't follow into Tyrolia, moves up to Prussia. It's just sort of like, how many directions can I go at once?
Yes,
I mean, you've sort of created a little bit of a void in the middle. If that stays the same, it's going to open up some opportunities for Turkey that Austria may not be very happy with. But yeah, I mean, I think the West is still okay. I think everybody's probably negotiating pretty hard. It's strange to see, again, France moving back out of Belgium, just kind of inviting something to happen. We'll see if it does.
All right, let's keep going. Winter of 03. Any surprises here? I'll just call this one so that you guys get to do the moves. Possibly the only surprise is that Austria builds in Budapest instead of Vienna. So this reflects a potential worry about Turkey. Yeah, that's kind of it.
Let's face it, that's an honest worry.
Yeah. But Austria, I mean, I think to Adam's point, Austria's got, I think, double worries now. Germany, unless Germany has a strategic redirection against France, which wouldn't be unreasonable.
I mean, is there a reason you want to be in Prussia here, or you'd rather be in Bohemia versus Tyrolia?
Bohemia, maybe, if you're worried about defending against Germany. Prussia is just a spread out. I assume that he figured Berlin was going to cut Silesia, so he was trying to help. That doesn't even make any sense. No, this is just a.
I mean, you could slide the whole thing down, right, and then just have Tyrolia, Bohemia instead of Prussia. But
yeah. Okay, let's move forward to spring of 1904, and David, I think we're on you. Yeah.
Yeah, this is where the Italians losing Venice matters in some ways, because now their position's a little screwy, so they didn't. It's definitely. I don't think it's true that France is stalemated, as you can tell. Not only are they getting into Piedmont, they took Tunis out. So the Austrian moves were interesting, but I wonder if maybe Austria didn't think the triple was going to stick. But it's sure sticking so far. Now there is the French going into Belgium with support, which is interesting. Maybe a little jumpy there. I'm not sure, but otherwise, the West continues to make progress. That's just good stuff, really.
Let's make sure we don't miss the misordered convoy on the part of Tunis.
Yeah.
He was trying to get his army back onto the boot and misordered the Tyrrhenian Sea to convoy it to Naples when it was ordered to Rome.
Oh my goodness, I did miss that. Yeah.
It's not. It could be more tragic, right? He's going to lose the dot anyway, but
yeah, but it would have been nice to have the fall.
He wanted to have the army for defensive purposes.
Okay, let's move on to fall of 1904, and Siobhan, you are up.
Okay. Oh goodness. Edwin will survive the year in Russia because Germany did not yet actually own Moscow. He walked there last season and is walking back out.
I actually have a story about this, because Edwin figured he was done, and so he left the Discord and was off doing other things. And I had to call him on the phone and say, "Your GM says you're back."
You have a build. Oh my God. Okay, so that's really entertaining. All right, Turkey takes Naples. France keeps Tunis as expected. Austria takes Rome. So good game, Italy. It was nice having you. Yaromir, hopefully we'll see you again. Other than that, oh, thank you. Yeah, takes Holland. No, not arranged. Not with the bounce in Sweden as well.
But without support from Belgium, so at
That
least
was
not part of
lone
support.
actor. Yeah.
All right, let us. So now Austria puts down another 2 units. Although one was Russia, an army in Russia, Prussia was piffed, I assume. Yeah, real quick, who do you guys like? Who do you want to be in this game? Let's go from the bottom, David.
I like Christian's position in France. Of course, I'm a Francophile, so I almost always like the French position, unlike Siobhan, who's a Francophone.
I am a Francophone, it's true.
But no, I think so. I mean, there's Nikolai's got a good position too. Austria's not a bad position, but I think I'd go with France.
Siobhan?
I like Austria on first sight, but I think France has the better long-term position.
And Adam?
Well, I'll go with Turkey first. I think Turkey's going to push Austria to the line and then gut them in the end game. And probably France second. I mean, Turkey doing well kind of depends on what his relationship with France is and whether they're going to just lock up a bunch of units against each other or whether they can figure out a way to continue to get momentum without sitting on a line.
I don't want to leave England out here. England's position is not terrible either.
Yeah. So what do you make of the army build here? It's very optimistic, right? The assumption that he'll be able to get a fleet into north and get the army back into wherever he vacated.
This is just a miscue. I think you've taken Holland. You needed the fleet to keep going forward.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Army's just a little bit too slow at this point.
What would have been cool would have been convoying Norway to Holland instead of taking it from the North Sea.
Ooh, yeah.
Indeed.
That would have been cute.
But I guess he had to move to. Well, he didn't have to move to Sweden. It wasn't hit. It's German, right? So he didn't have to. He could have let German in.
He was hoping to walk in.
Yeah, this is another case where this unnamed concept of ours, where better, even if it doesn't succeed, it's still better.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's another concept we could say that is named, which is convoys are great. If you can figure out a way to convoy, that really is an expansion of your power without losing your position. That's something that newer players in particular don't quite get sometimes. Convoys are awesome.
Yeah,
and I'm not talking about silly convoys. I'm talking about real convoys.
Yeah, it almost doubles the power of the move in essence, because you get the move and you get to keep position, and some of these positional spaces like North Sea are incredibly valuable. Okay, good. Let's go forward. We've got winter of 1904. We were just looking at this. Yeah. Okay, let's do 1905 for these guys. Spring of 1905, and oh god, I've lost track. Adam, I think your turn.
Okay. Let's see what happened here. So it looks like the army in Edinburgh is doing what we expected it to do. The Budapest, Bulgaria bounce in Serbia is kind of interesting, probably negotiated. Not a lot of movement. Let's see. The Germans are basically trying to push the line. They forced Bohemia. The Austrians are coming back into Venice. This is another case where in the previous turn, Austria moved from Tyrolia to Trieste, right when he could have moved to Venice, which showed a lot of trust in France and a lack of trust to Turkey. Now, if he was there already, he could have moved up to Tuscany now, or supported himself up to Tuscany, or done something more interesting. So again, it was a little bit of a maybe some loss of momentum there. I think if the bounce in Serbia was arranged, it's a little bit of a untrusting. Well, I guess it's not really loss of momentum. I mean, because the Bohemia units retreating to Vienna and otherwise would have gotten popped. But you might have preferred to move up to Vienna in the hopes that you don't lose Bohemia, or even supported Bohemia and slid everything the other way. I don't know, but those arranged bounces can really be momentum losers.
And this also this seems like less optimal use of units. You could have done more with all three of these together.
Well, why isn't Greece supporting? I mean, if you're gonna go in this direction, you could at least have Greece support Ionian and support Naples out to Tyrrhenian or something along those lines, right? I mean, there's things you can do rather than just sitting there.
Exactly. All right, fall of 1905. David, you are up.
Turnage takes Warsaw.
This is delightful.
So now that he's back at the game, he's trying to play. By God, you can't argue with that. Pretty static, obviously, in the Mediterranean. You can see that. English fleet continues to move around to try to, at some point, figure out how to convoy the guy that he built last turn.
This is tragic.
Yeah, that really is. So the English doing positional stuff with Finland loses Norway, unless there was some kind of negotiation there.
Yeah,
which I guess is theoretically possible.
Hard to see why it's needed, though, isn't it?
Yes. And I'm not sure what. Yeah.
He can put it back, though, right?
Why would you not just convoy to Norway?
Yeah.
Why are you going to the North Sea there? I mean, this is a fall turn. You got to make sure nobody slips into your Norway. Yeah.
Now he is getting Moscow, so he's not pulling a unit, but
right, but that still.
What does England need Germany for at this point?
Well, that's probably what Germany was thinking, which is why he took Norway. Wait a minute, what do they need me for?
All right, let's keep on going here. Winter, shoot. Oh, there was no winter, so there were no builds.
Oh, there were no adjustments. Okay.
Let's go another year here. They're in fall of 1909 already. All right, David, you are up, man.
I think you might as well go back to Norwegian now that you've established yourself. because you never want to convoy that guy out of Edinburgh. He's doing his job by staying in Edinburgh.
Aye.
So, yeah, I'm not sure. So Austrians take Munich out. The Turnage decides to go back to Moscow. I mean, he's just scrambling to try to stay alive. You can't blame him for that. So he's just taking whatever support people will give him.
And doing a nice job, I have to say.
Absolutely.
Fun, right? Yeah.
He's not. Germans take Warsaw behind it, but the Germans are obviously in trouble here. Although they'd be in more trouble if the North Sea had actually convoyed that army somewhere. You can see, I guess, the German fleet in Norway goes to St. Pete. I may be expecting
to cut support for Moscow. Which wasn't ordered, but
true. Interesting.
What?
So the Austrians did, in fact, move. They should have moved Budapest to Trieste last turn. I agree with Adam about the wasting bounce. That just didn't accomplish. Go ahead and move it to Trieste last turn, and then you'd be in a little better position. I agree that Austria is precarious here, though. And as I said in the very beginning of this stream, if you're going to have an AT that actually works, that cannot be a Turkish army sitting in Bulgaria. In fact, Turkey shouldn't even own Bulgaria under the scenario. So that's a real issue for Howe, but he probably doesn't have any choice at this point.
Well, it's hard to see what Adriatic is useful for here. It's not, Venice is not under threat.
It's doing what Turkey wants you to do, hoping that Turkey will keep you alive or something, I think.
Now, here's the thing. We have not mentioned Christian Klein's name in this game for quite a while. Has Christian been idling, spinning his wheels too long here?
Well, he got hung up on the Italian campaign. He just simply got hung up, and you can see that he's gotten impatient with that, which is why he moved Leon to Spain.
Possibly a precursor to something in the north.
Maybe.
All right, let's see. Fall 1906. Siobhan, take us away.
And Spain goes back to Leon.
Look who goes back to North Sea, too.
Oh, my God.
All with you people.
This is the rubber band game.
Okay, so Edwin lives. Germany takes Munich back and picks up Warsaw, so Germany's going to build. And then it's a whole lot of nothing else.
All right, let's. I think, are there builds? Yes.
It's Germany.
Germany gets to put an army down. All right, let's keep on moving. Let's go. Let's do this. Only one person's going to comment on each phase for a little bit here. Here we have. Let's see. In this game, the structure was. This is our Maxim Popov. I'm probably not saying it correctly.
You did. Yep, that's it.
Okay, but he got to put down the Northern Fleet. And
and the Italian in Syria. That's right.
With nowhere to go.
Yep.
Right. Oh, right. And this is right. We had a bunch of speculation about what Austria would do here, and Austria ended up taking Munich in this case. Okay. Oh, right. And then it looked like another AT forming here, and Italy potentially stranded in Syria.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Adam, I believe you're first up.
And indeed, so the Italians do take Smyrna, but are very likely about to lose Venice unless that French army in Piedmont is helpful, which is, I guess, possible. Considering the French seem to be anti-Austrian or at least pro-German right now. It's kind of strange to see the unit in Belgium hold rather than go to Ruhr when he's helping the Germans back into Munich and allowing the Austrians to retreat there. In the north, England is, well, making effective use of his units, though not really preparing for what's actually happening with the French move to Wales and Irish Sea. So England's probably going to regret that convoy right now.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's hard to say what France negotiated here, but well done by France to negotiate a situation where England was confident enough to convoy, because usually you're looking at a position, English Mao, Army Brest. I mean, that's a tough position to say, I'm going to leave nothing on the island. So well done by France there. If anything, I think the only mistake was maybe not going to Ruhr. But now that I see that he's making a move on England, maybe he just didn't want to leave Belgium open in the spring. So it does make some sense. Russia is moving north. Makes sense. Doesn't have much to worry about with, if he knows what's going on in Turkey. He's not getting much out of it. No reason to join in that and focus where there's some play. Especially if he's been talking to France and knows what's coming behind England. So I think it's a good play by Russia. Gets Berlin, gets things moving. He loses Sweden, but I think that the position is still pretty good.
All right, fall of 1903, David.
Oh, England! You wanted to keep your homesteaders, but you couldn't just wish them. Didn't even cover London. Just decided to give in.
Oh.
Which is fine because London should have been a given anyway. Let's look at the east for a minute. So the Turks are moving around a little bit, going to the Black Sea, maybe assuming the Black Sea is the place they can try to survive from as a springboard for survival longer than anywhere else. Austrians continue to move north, strong. Look at that. Into Munich, into Tyrolia. Otherwise, a lot of red lines. Obviously, France's stab on England went perfectly well, except, I don't think there's any excepts. And he did go there, he did go there to support the Italians, which is exactly what he should have done, just in case the Austrians were trying to take the Italians out.
Yeah.
While the Italians try to sneak into Greece
or cut the support. Yeah.
What did Berlin actually do? Did Berlin support somebody into Munich, or what did it?
Berlin supported Tyrolia.
Supported the move to Munich, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Yep.
That's fast.
All right, but Munich was Austrian to begin with, so Austria is actually even here.
Yeah, but look at the position. Well, we're getting ready to find out what the position is going to look like. It's going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, except that Italy may now be an enemy getting a build as well. All right, I will take this. Italy drops a fleet, which it's hard to say. I mean, it didn't really have a choice. 2 fleets from France.
Hello.
Which is fascinating, actually, to me, given that there's a potential army problem from Austria. This is a bet that he doesn't have to worry about Austria anytime soon, and can make gains navally in the north, while at least holding off Italy in the south if he has to. May not even have to. The Poles make sense. England's trying to Janissary, or just hold on for dear life, one or the other. And that's it. Okay, Siobhan, spring 1904.
Okay, go French fleets, go. Italy picks up another dot as Turkey takes Russian dots. In the meanwhile, Austria valiantly tries for Bulgaria again and fails because
This
Coast
this must be a coast problem. Yeah.
Yeah, because that should work. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, yeah, it's Russia takes more of Scandinavia. England will not last this year.
I'm really surprised by the English move to Edinburgh, because if he's going to, his disband suggested a janissary position, as you said, Brandon. So if you're going to janissary, why not make yourself useful to the person who you're janissarying, so they'll leave your dot on the board? If going to Edinburgh, I mean, what incentive at this stage does France have to do anything with you? So that's really surprising.
Yeah. Let's also note that France did have to worry about those Austrian armies.
Yeah.
I was surprised by the double fleet build in that position. I would have expected an army in Paris to give you some flexibility and to avoid what just happening.
Yeah.
But
particularly against given that the fact that the French fleet in Marseille does you no good at all.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost a non-build in that situation.
It can help you in the longer term, but it cannot help you in the shorter term.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, in the short term, it doesn't really do a whole lot for you at all. You might as well rebuild it in the rest next turn instead of building it in Marseille now.
Yeah, this was a longer term play, and at a time when France didn't recognize the short term threat. Okay.
Good job, Stephen Mondak, for getting from that army that I was making fun of in Syria, actually doing a lot of productive stuff.
I know.
Yeah.
Why did I guess why do we think Austria is pulling back to Vienna now? That seems like a weak move, or certainly a non-trusting move. But Russia's going to Galicia, but that seems to have more to do with defending against the Turk than it does anything else. Vienna doesn't do much for Austria.
I think maybe trying to cover Budapest because the Turks are now going to be in Romania.
Got it. That. Yeah.
Yep. Although I'm still not sure I would have done it, but I think that was the point of it.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree. Okay. Fall of 1904. This is.
Oh
is this Adam? Is this right? Yeah, Adam. Yeah, go for it.
Well, I just asked the question and asked and answered. I guess now the Russians support the Turks into Budapest, basically putting the whole kibosh on the entire AR. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I find it's a little bit surprising, but on the other hand, I guess it's strong for Russia if he wants to make sure his ally is weak. Certainly, he's dealing with a Turkey who's just lost almost everything to Italy, and now he's working against an Austria who may have some issues. There's not a lot that's going to kick him out of Munich in the short term, but then again, two of his armies in Munich and Ruhr is kind of a strange position and probably going to be problematic for him. So I think it's a reasonable move on the part of Russia. Is he actually building this turn?
Yeah, he picked up Norway.
Okay, so with the build, putting another army down in Moscow or Warsaw, I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. Also noting that this coincided with Italy taking Greece.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think all of this stems back to that misorder for taking out Bulgaria, but just the misorder on the coast really screwed up the Austrian position.
Yeah,
because it would have popped the army in Bulgaria.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I would say the worry for me for Russia moving against Austria here is that France is really Russia's rival for the board top at the moment, with Italy now coming into the picture as well. And Russia needs somebody to be fighting France, and Austria was doing that. And now Austria is going to be, I think, pulling a unit here. So if Italy can fulfill that same role, then I think Austria or Russia, the Austria is more useful to Russia as a source of dots. But that would be a concern of mine if I were Russia, giving France.
Italy with two builds should be able to fill that.
Yeah, that would be the bet.
I agree, Brandon. I have a build here, and I'd rather be building in the north right now. I'm not feeling super secure up there.
Yeah, like getting fleets and try to get some perches up here. Yep. Okay, let's see what happens. Winter 1904. David, this is you.
Okay.
So I guess the Italians are building fleets and going west. I wasn't sure that was the right thing for the Italians to do in this situation, but I would have made possibly build an army and pump it into the Balkans somewhere, but that's okay. St. Pete, North Coast. Look at there. Have we had one of those so far today? I'm not sure we have.
That's our first one.
So there we go with that. Maxime's making a power play here.
Mm-hmm.
So France is sitting at 9 here, by the way, which is, which is a lot.
It's a lot, but as we just pointed out, Mondak's got a bunch of fleets. Where else are they going to go?
Yep.
And maybe this is the better call, actually, since Italy could probably fight France more effectively than Austria could have, despite the advanced positioning. That would be the argument, I would think.
Again, Maxime, as he did at DixieCon, is impressing us at his age of 16 or 17.
All right, let's go forward here. Spring of 1905. I'll take this one. We have got some Dipsy Doodle in the north here, which works to Russia's benefit. This possibly may be coordinated if Russia and Germany are working together. I think the theory would be of popping the fleet here. Although they can't do that without also giving Sweden away to, is that right?
They're trading Norway and Sweden. Where they have that.
Sweden is in Norway, so they can push the fleet forward and disband the fleet in order to get a rebuild here. But that would mean leaving Kiel open, which obviously they can do. Okay, so down here in the south we have a lot of confusion. So now we see Russia's big problem here, right? Is that they don't have units in the south that they need in order to effectuate some good strategy down here. So Italy is likely to be the big beneficiary here. This fleet actually does go to Tuscany. This goes to Naples. Does not have a unit in the Ionian Sea, however, so can't press full force against France as much as he could have. France, meanwhile, doesn't appear to be worried too much about the.
That must be diplomatic back there. I think Stevens decided he's not going to push France that hard.
I think if you're France, you got to be worried, though. I mean, in Tuscany and Tyrrhenian Sea, these are positioned here to move. So West is guaranteed, which is a problem. Okay, let's go ahead. Fall of 1905. Siobhan, you're up.
Okay, now drops back down to Mao. He walks out of Marseille to cover Spain from nothing. Okay. The armies are starting to move. France takes Munich. Russia. Yeah, there's just a whole lot of trading going on. Oh my God. Khan goes to Ankh. Russia loses Romansev, but picks up Budapest. And picks up Kiel.
Can I just say, I'm not sure I've ever seen the Turkish state of Romania before. Because they no longer have a home country, but they still have 3 centers doing all sorts of active stuff. So I'm not sure. You see a lot of, governments in exile moving to Scandinavia in diplomacy. You don't see very many governments in exile moving to Romania, Bulgaria, and Serbia.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
This is a fascinating turn by Russia. I believe they get 2 builds out of this, don't they? They pick up Sweden, Kiel, Budapest, lose Romania. Oh, and Sevastopol. So
lose Sevastopol.
So 1 build.
But they still wind up building even after all that.
Yeah, which keeps them viable for the board top.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see.
So okay. A couple of I love Italy's position here, but a couple of uneconomical moves from Italy. First of all, the hold in Albania. I guess I wonder why you're there in the first place. If not to at least try to cut Trieste or Adriatic if you think you're going to lose.
Could have taken Trieste.
In this case, he could have taken Trieste, but why not at least? Yeah, I mean, a supported attack on Trieste would make a whole lot of sense here. You're leaving the Ionian open. I mean, you could cover the Ionian. You could do something like shift down to Greece and Greece to Aegean, which allows you to go to the Black and Armenia the following turn while still covering Khan. So I think there's a lot of things you could have done that might have been more effective than just sitting and holding. The interesting choice to support port himself to Lyon rather than just go one on Lyon, one on Western Med, which I think would have been a stronger move also. Obviously, I see what France did, and in that case, it clearly would have been the stronger move. But I think in most cases, you'd probably rather just be advancing. Gives a little bit of a harder choices for France come next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and given that France is your main adversary for the board top, getting some sort of position on them. We talk about unit efficiency a lot, right? And I think this is a case where you do something with these. Something is better than nothing. Okay, good. Winter 1905 this is Adam, yeah?
Okay. So we see a new army and a fleet for Italy, which makes sense. Austria doesn't have any good options. The fleet's probably the least useful of the units, so that makes perfect sense. Germany, similarly, not a terribly viable position. I think it's interesting that he chose to keep the army in Holland rather than the fleet in Skag, but again, not really any good choices. Russia, no choices, 2 armies. I guess he could have built again in St. Petersburg. Yeah. So actually interesting choices, but it kind of makes sense with what's going on with Russia that he would want to have those armies. So I think those are the right builds for Maxime. In terms of Austria and Germany, you're making amongst bad choices. So these all seem reasonable. Fleet Marseille seems very logical for France as well. So no surprises here.
All right, let's leave game number 6 for a bit. We will come back to it and move on to game number 7, which we have not visited for a while. Here we have Doc Binder in Russia, Conrad Woodring in France, George Linkert, the Minnesota player, in England. And those are the players. Oh, and the Singaporean Advait Arnav, who has had an eventful game already just in the first 2 years. Obviously, and yes, this is where Advait gave Denmark with the 2-unit convoy, the 2-fleet convoy, and we also had Austria diminishing rapidly. Yeah. So right, and this was another. We've had a bunch of these convoys, I think, over the Aegean. Okay, so David, you are up for spring of 1903.
All right, let's see. Okay, so. There's another convoy back to Brest. Is that what's happening here?
Wow. On the same 2 fleets, yeah.
All right. So once you get one convoy going, you get convoy happy. We do have some Albania moves from Advait, so good for him. He knows what the theme was from last tournament. Russians take the Black Sea and lots of other stuff. Look at all that movement from the Russian armies moving into position on Serbia et al. Austrians are on their way out. I've already lost Vienna. Mm-hmm. The French and Italian cooperation continuing. As you can see that the Italians are helping the Burgundy guy into Ruhr. So that's fascinating. The thing about the Italian move into Munich that we sometimes criticize in the fall of 01 is that what do you do then? You can't really keep it, et cetera. In this particular case, look at the continued cooperation with the French to make that really work. I'm sure that France was not expecting the convoy into Brest.
Yeah,
not expecting that.
Yeah, is this genuinely dastardly on George's part? Do we feel confident saying that?
Yes, I think so. And George has obviously made some kind of deal with Doc. And let's be honest, Doc's another one of those silver-tongued devil guys that can talk you out of the last $20 bill in your wallet. And I'm not saying George has made the wrong call here, but I guarantee you there was a lot of negotiation between him and Doc on this front.
Yeah, he's all right. This is, I believe, the next one's my call. So
just a quick comment. Again, Germany getting cute with those, fake moves to Albania. Why doesn't Berlin go one on Munich or go supported on Munich? I mean, look at what a better position you're going to be in.
That's so true. So true.
I just don't see it. But
all fine, but
what's that, Siobhan?
I was saying cute is all fine and good, but when your units can do something, they always should.
Yeah, he's in a tough position though with 2 armies and a fleet.
He may have just been giving up here with the cuteness. But I don't disagree with you, Adam. He should have done that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to be fair to him,
should keep playing. You should actually keep playing the game. That's what I think.
Yeah, I don't. To me, this doesn't look so much like giving up as like just not sure what else to do.
Hmm.
So I mean, Kiel could have gone to Holland and put Ruhr and Kiel if you want to cover your dots and still have some 2 units on Munich. Would have been interesting. But this is a board shifting move, and it's hard to see the real long-term logic behind it. Sure, he's guaranteed to get Mid-Atlantic here. He's not going to hold on to Brest here. And that unit is likely to be piffed right away. And if he holds on to Denmark, he's lucky. I suppose he'll try to.
He could hold Brest, right? Because he's got a cut on Mid-Atlantic. He's got a cut on Picardy, and Paris is gone. There's nothing in Paris, right? So
it's a Gascony guy, though.
He's got Gascony, he's got Mid-Atlantic, and he's got Picardy. 2 of those can be cut. Yeah, he's got English Channel for support. So I mean, there are things that he could try. I mean, I guess mounting English Channel and then Picardy in with support, but he's got to go back. I mean, it's a bad position for France. It requires him to use most of his units to defend it. So it's
because he also has to worry about the retreat to Paris, even if they kick him out of Brest.
That's right.
But he's got Burgundy to cover it. I mean, it just means that he can't. It means that he can't attack.
Exactly, uses everything he's got.
All right, let's see if he did it right, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations. But we have another convoy that didn't work this time. A convoy into Belgium, which doesn't work because it's his own unit that's there.
That was trying to go to Holland?
Yeah, well, no, trying to go to Belgium. So he was basically covering Belgium against a supported attack involved between
France tried to go to Belgium. Belgium tried to go to Holland.
Yeah. So, well, it's interesting. So it's a strategic shift here. He has decided to not to move against France. He gets away with leaving Denmark uncovered. This is actually the bigger surprise to me of this turn. In the south. Oh, and France gets Kiel. This is a nice year for France. Oh, talk about getting off the mat for Conrad Woodring. I don't know how long he can hold this position, but he gets a build. He gets everyone off of his back. He should arrange some exchange for Belgium. Woodring suddenly has more play here. In the south, so long Austria, thanks for playing. And some sort of weird things going on here between Turkey and Austria, or Russia rather. But Russia gets a build.
Yep.
And Russia is suddenly in good shape. This game looks like actually it is sorting out fairly straightforwardly all of a sudden. Winter 1903.
Sorry, one other comment that England must be smacking himself because had he supported Belgium to Holland instead of Brest to Belgium, that would have went, and man, he'd be off to the races with killing Germany.
Yep.
Yeah.
What a great position.
Yep. And the convoy would have worked. He would have had units in place, plus a build. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, good. So winter 1903, Siobhan, you're up.
Okay. 2 armies from Russia and Turkey. So that conflict is coming to a boil. Conrad puts down a fleet, makes sense to me. And Army Venice. Yeah. I'm okay with all of this.
All right. Spring 1904, Adam?
Yeah, the Russians and the Italians are fighting, which this was sort of inevitable here. Though the Italians don't make any aggressive move against the Turks, so trying to work with Turkey, but Turkey is making a move onto Russia. Interesting. So that was clearly negotiated, but clearly Italy is not in the catbird seat here. Russia just has an overwhelmingly strong position on him. I'm not sure how much that's going to change just because Turkey made a little bit of a shift here. I think Turkey's probably maybe feeling a little bit silly about this because there's not a lot he can really do that's damaging. I mean, maybe he'll end up in the Black Sea, but Russia's going to be putting some units down. Actually, Russia's going to be losing Moscow. Well,
yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. There's a lot going on around Russia.
Into Livonia thing is.
Yeah, Russia's got some guesses to make. Yeah, it's maybe not as strong for Russia as it looks, but on the other hand, Italy's position there in the Balkans or in Austria is not great, especially vacating Adriatic now. France opts not to make an aggressive move against England. That was pretty tempo move, but not overly aggressive. England elects not to take Holland, let Germany do his thing. But
England does take Holland here. The arrow is.
I'm
funny.
sorry, I can't see the arrow. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. It's just England's going to now have to make some choices as to how much does he trust France, right? And does he want to convoy off, or is he, want to cover himself from those French fleets? So that will be interesting to see.
All right, fall 1904, David.
All right, so the Italians back off of the Turkish campaign, which was getting them nothing anyway, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that's an arranged bounce in the Western Med. I think it is, because Italy and France have been working together pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Mid-Atlantic could have supported it. So.
It's clearly an arranged. So, George has decided to go whole hog into Russia, into the Russian centers, which makes sense. Again, I think all of this is totally sensible.
Mm-hmm.
Russian attacks. Well, the Russians already made some progress. They just couldn't make any this turn. The Turks have moved back into Bulgaria after all that shifting around.
So England gets away with a bit of highway robbery here, in my opinion. Keeps Denmark.
Keeps Denmark. Yes, exactly.
And also guesses right. There were some guesses here of exactly which ones would be open, and England gets it right by getting two of them. And thanks to German help, Germany has left the game by helping England primarily. So England's going to get a build here, loses Belgium, picks up Holland, Norway, and St. Petersburg. So it's going to put two down.
Certainly a sorting out turn for that, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So winter 1904. I'll call this for you guys. We have a fleet in Brest from the English, from the French rather, which is interesting. That is a potentially perplexing. It certainly should make the Italians happy, and should worry the English, who wisely put down a fleet in London. Elsewhere, goodbye Germany, thanks for playing. Russia decides who is going to benefit from any. He sends a message to England telling him who's going to benefit from further encroachments against him. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, spring of 1905. Siobhan, you're up.
Yeah, he's just letting the Turk walk in underneath him. That's fine. Takes back St. Pete. There's some bounce in Norway. But yeah, it looks like Doc just wants to punish England. Meanwhile, the French and the Italian, I'm going to presume arranged. France walks into Munich. Yet another English convoy into Denmark, which France doesn't really have to worry about Kiel because the Ruhr and Munich. And Italy's doing a whole lot of nothing aside from going to Prussia.
France is looking pretty good here, huh?
France is looking really good, and I would not have predicted that a few years ago.
Yeah. Well done, Conrad, converting.
Yeah, he may think his deal with the Italians has pretty much run its course here also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he might not be wrong.
And England, his partner England, has more problems than he does. So, all right, this is going to be Adam.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what we expected, right? So now we're seeing Conrad go into the Irish Sea. Now bounce in the Channel. Fails to take Holland because he supports himself from the North Sea. It's interesting that he elected to do it that way and not use Kiel to cut Denmark rather than give himself an extra support into Holland, and that turned out to I guess it kept Russia and Sweden. So I guess if that was what he was going for, then it worked.
Yeah.
But positionally, this looks pretty good for France. He just took Munich. He's going to build. I like it. Berlin is sitting there for when he wants it. England is not going to hold out, in some of those dots. It's not going to be a fast-paced takeout of England, but it's going to be effective. The only thing I think he has to worry about is now you see Italy moving from Ionian to Tunis. and got to think about what that potentially means coming up next year. And I'm sure he's going to be negotiating very hard with the Italian to keep what's been a good thing for him going. But of course, now that he's taken Munich, Italy might have other ideas. It's really hard for me to tell what's going on in Trieste. It looks like nothing. Or did somebody?
There was a power of 3 with Russia balanced out by a power from Serbia, balanced out by a power of 3 from Tyrolia.
Far out.
Trieste tried to go to Serbia
with one support. So yeah, but the true beleaguering is because the Tyrolean Serbia.
So did Serbia fall?
No, nothing changed there.
Yeah, nothing changed.
But
Bulgaria.
But the Turks take Romania.
Yep. Okay, let's winter 1905. Why don't I just do winters, and I'll let you guys do the springs and falls, and let's pick up the let's try to get ourselves to pick up the pace here, because we're already 4.5 hours in, and I think we can, if we push ourselves, we can get through all the existing turns.
Mm-hmm.
The alternative would be just to cut off the broadcast, which we found unsatisfying last time, right? When we cut off in the middle.
Weird, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's try to keep ourselves to say 15 to 20 seconds per phase for a little bit. Okay. All right. So winter 1905, we have fleet in Marseille, which signals that. Well, I guess that was the only place open for a build, for a fleet build. So Italy may or may not worry about that, but Italy is also poised to potentially spring on France, so it's understandable. Turkey is the cancer in the corner starting to grow, and definitely worth watching here. Okay, spring of 1900. This is going to be David, is that right? Spring of 06?
It can be. All right, so we don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm probably going to miss something, but the biggest thing that jumps out at me is the Italians do not go west. They stay going east. And the Russians have made some progress against Romania. Russians get into Tyrolia. The French are moving north with their army instead of doing anything in the south. Of course, they take Liverpool. There wasn't any way to prevent that. So I think, in general, things go as expected in the north. English go, instead of pulling all the way back, go ahead and take out St. Pete, which I think is interesting. But otherwise, I think this is a turn. There's, again, lots of Turkish units are moving around a lot. So we'll see if that accomplishes anything. They do retreat forward to Ukraine from Romania. So we'll see how it goes tactically here.
All right. Fall of 1906, Siobhan.
Fall of 1906, a whole lot more dancing from the Russian and the Turk, including a retreat from Romania to Galicia. Arranged bounce in the Western Med. Conrad marches his fleets onward, takes the North Sea, which is a lot of fun. So, yeah, Conrad picks up North Sea, Holland, and Liverpool, so 2 dots this turn.
Loses the channel, but big deal, yeah.
But,
all right.
No.
Winter 1906, we've got another fleet Brest as the French hegemon grows, an army in Marseille for good measure. The Russian, who is now spread out and diminishing quickly, pulls units all around. And England manages what I assume was a rebuild. Goodness.
Holland.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, but was taking units away from the French, or from the Russian, rather.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one thing I'm thinking, France right now is at 10. Looking in the north, he's actually can probably count to 17. So what is France thinking right now, and what's France negotiating to?
I hate to say this, but look at the very bottom of the game list, and you'll see exactly what France is thinking, which is not, I'm going to get to 18.
Fair enough. Yeah. Interesting.
Let's carve this out here. Spring 1907. This is Adam, yeah?
Sure. So France does his thing, comes up to the Mao. Nothing with the channel, but makes a convoys directly into London. Very nice. He's just got a really strong position in the north there. But you've got Russia now pushing in. Maybe some concerted effort to stop him going through Germany, but it's hard to say. I'm looking. The Italians are now pushing on the Russians, and the Turks are pushing on the Italians. I mean, there's just a little bit of a round robin here. It's hard to tell what the actual structure or what's being negotiated here without being.
The structure is that Conrad is not being attacked. I think that's the structure.
Yeah, I mean, other than the Russian move to Silesia, there's really nothing that is playing against him right now, which is pretty nice position to be in.
Yeah, so knowing that the game's about to finish, it'd be interesting to try to figure out why. So, David, here we go. Fall of 1907.
The Russians do take Munich, which I guess was understandable given they'd gotten into Tyrolia. Is English Channel taking London?
It is, with support from York.
So that's not a good thing for Conrad's long-term plans. We know the game's getting ready to end, so that's an interesting situation. The Turks have pretty much done what all they can do. The Italians are pretty static. The English are, of course, we already talked about them doing what they did. Edinburgh falls to the French because of the support to use Yorkshire to support the attack on London. So I guess this is the final turn of the game, and we can sort of see why.
Yeah, I think my guess is that this is the scoring system really coming into play here. Conrad says to himself, "Okay, I'm not going to solo. These Italian fleets will keep me from ever getting Tunis. Maybe he could get armies across, but most likely not. Most likely, Italy and Turkey would combine. Were they cooperating there, Italy and Turkey? Yeah. So Italy and Turkey together can stop you from getting a solo. So the main thing of value then is first place, and he's basically got that wrapped up. So why not just let the game go now?
Because you count on the Italian Turks, who have not been cooperating all that well, not cooperating in the long run. So that's the counter argument. I would have tried to push it, but of course I always try to push it. But I would have tried to push this because I think, Doc's not really all that helpful here, and I think the Turkish and Italian moves have not been uniformly. I mean, if you go back to the previous move for a minute, you'll see. Well, you don't have to, but there was some. I mean, the Italians weren't moving west there; they were moving east. So if I'm Conrad, I'm thinking, I'll take a shot.
Yeah,
but I'm also but at 10 centers with a big, or 11 centers, I think it is, with a big result, you can't argue with that either, because he's getting ready for round 2.
Yeah,
which starts in an hour and a half or so.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, if he ends up losing the tournament by a dot or 2, then he might kick himself, because he has 4 more here, I think, very clearly. At least, but
if he'd have kept playing, he would have had to play two games at the same time. Maybe he didn't want to do that.
Maybe. Well, it looks like a bunch of people may end up doing that. Okay, let us. Adam, you good staying with us for a little bit?
Yeah, I can stick on. Yeah, sure.
Okay, Siobhan's going to come back. She's grabbing a little bit of food, and then I think what we need to do is speed through the rest of these games, and so then we can get a break before the evening session. So let us do that. So winter 1905. This is we've got Ariel Mendez Piñate, Kleiser. Right, this was where Kleiser pulled a fleet back, and then Ariel built Fleet Liverpool. And I think we all liked Turkey in this situation. Is that right?
Yes.
This is another one of those Turkey on the way. All right. Let's see. I'll call this. We only got 3 of us, so it'll be helpful. So we have what is presumably a stab by. Oh, right. This is where Wes had stabbed Italy and had. I think he had stabbed. Had he stabbed Austria as well? Yes, he had stabbed Austria here. And so he pushes forward with the stab and does it well, from what I can tell. He loses Romania, but he advances armies and gains position, and that's really the most important thing. I guess the thing that's concerning for him here should be that he's got Russia and Austria potentially cooperating against him, while also having to fight France over here. He manages to get into the Tyrrhenian Sea, but loses Rome. Also a problem, since he's trying to fight Austria. So this is actually a bit messy, and remains to be seen what happens. On the other hand, he has England dotting Russia from behind while also fighting France. So this actually looks like a very dynamic game to me. And it's really a battle between France and Turkey for me to see who gets the board top. I might, France is I'm talking way too long. Let's move on. Fall of 1906. Adam.
Yeah, I think the England turning around is exactly what Turkey wanted to see. So he's got one less person to worry about in the south, and that plays out here as France is pulling back and no longer making any plays on Tyrrhenian Sea or anything. So we're positioning here. We're going into the Adriatic, where we have better plays on Venice and Trieste. We're leaving Budapest in order to take Trieste, and we're making an attempt to take Romania back, which is futile, but makes sense. It looks tactically to me like there's a little bit of a guesswork around Austria, and it looks like Turkey was successful in taking a dot off of Austria, which was ultimately the goal. So I think the position still looks very good. Can't be super happy about Russia building another army, but you're still in the catbird seat, I think, especially with England now fighting with France. For France, for England, the move from Irish to Liverpool is fairly perplexing. I'm not sure what the purpose of that was, and a whole lot of nothing in Germany. Actually, no, not a whole lot of nothing.
Munich.
Munich. So now it looks like So it looks like maybe there's something working out with France. This is very odd because now the Denmark to Kiel, Baltic to Berlin look like cuts of Munich support in favor of France taking Munich, which is mighty odd, I would think, especially without France using Holland to support Denmark into Kiel. So I'm having trouble without knowing what's going on in the discussions, understanding this. It almost looks like England is trying to make up with France, putting something in the channel but pulling back from Irish. But it's really hard to understand because he probably should have been put into Kiel in that situation.
Yeah, potentially France showing some dastardly chops. Winter 1906. David.
Yeah, that Russian army being built. Another French fleet in the north.
Yep.
English army. That's an argument for what you were saying, Adam, because maybe that's defensive, but I'm thinking they're trying to make some kind of deal. England and France trying to make some kind of deal here.
Yep.
To put that army onto the continent somewhere.
Yep.
But otherwise, nothing else.
All right. Spring of 1907. We have Turkey retaking Rome, France moving fleets back. A lot of yo-yo stuff. Yo-yo, that's the word. We've had a lot of yo-yo stuff. This isn't the full yo-yo game. We'll come back to that one. But it looks like, Turkey is just trying to get back into a tie for first. And France and England are seemingly happy to let him try. All right. Fall of 1907. Adam.
Yeah. So, wow, we have not a lot going on in the Germany. Everybody's trying to make some moves, but not getting it. I guess that England was hoping Germany was going to support him into Holland, and I can't tell what he did instead. Is he supporting Munich? Is Kiel supporting Munich there?
Kiel supported Denmark into Holland.
Kiel supported Denmark into Holland. So clearly some kind of miscommunication or something here, because nothing happens except that Liverpool is now in the North Atlantic instead of Irish or sitting there. So clearly France and England did not get on the same page here. And France elected to just support himself, play it safe. So no movement there. Down in the
movement down there, though. Yeah.
Again, Dave?
I said movement down there, though, where you're going.
Oh yeah. So now France has, with that extra fleet, has been freed up and is now moving against the Turks, and France takes the Ionian Sea, which is not the position that Turkey wants to see at all. This is going to could be potentially painful for Turkey now. He does successfully take Rome, I think.
He does.
Yeah. So at least he's got the build coming, and it looks like he's worked things out with Russia to some extent whether there was an arranged bounce in Sev or that was a little bit of chicanery. It's unclear, but he did support the Russians into Budapest. So that was a good move. Probably a good move on his part.
So I'll take the winter here. I mean, we see that the game ends actually, so the builds don't really matter. I'm a little bit confused as to why France would draw this game here. But maybe he figures that that Turkey, the odds of Turkey getting the jump on him are actually higher than they seem. He's not going to get anything unless Austria works. But if Austria works with him, then he can get one of these. Yeah.
It may be nothing more than just the next round starts in an hour and 15 minutes. That may just be the only thing going on here. But I agree. I'm not sure if I was France or Turkey, I would put up with ending the game here, honestly.
Yeah, because Turkey has, loads of growth potential here.
Yeah, or at least, it's potential, but it's still there.
Yeah. Risk, it'd be nice for him if these Austrian armies were gone, but you can't have everything you want. Okay, let's bring Siobhan back. And
well, that's my cue to take a quick break myself.
All right. See you in a bit, David. All right, let's go back to the speed. If any of these other games, so let's go through game number 5 here. Okay. This is our Christian Klein and Eric Grinnell game.
Yes.
Edwin Turnage. And there was lots of funny business here.
Oh, yeah, the Edwin Lives game.
Yeah. If memory serves, this was another slow-growing turkey that you guys kind of liked, and there was a question of whether Christian was biding his time too much.
Yeah.
All right, Siobhan, you want to dive back in with spring of 07?
Sure, let's do it. Finally kill Edwin by piffing his unit. Well done, everyone. That only took way too long. At the cost of losing Warsaw for Germany, which they've kind of been trading that back and forth for a while. Turkey makes a move on Romania, but doesn't follow it up with anything else. So maybe that was arranged. Hard to say. Otherwise, Christian just keeps supporting everything. Ed Welsh in England, whole lot of supporting, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's about all I got there.
All right, lots of blah, blah, blah. Fall of 1907. Adam, take us away.
Well, the Romania was probably arranged, but there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Nicola stabs for 3. That's just devastating. That's just absolutely devastating.
That's brutal and beautiful.
He actually takes 4 this turn because he walks into Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
That is just. This is the play of a world champion diplomacy player right here.
Mm-hmm.
And his position is set up. Austria is sitting on the line, has no position to do anything about it, even given the fact that Turkey doesn't have armies in the right place. This is just really, really well played by Nicola. Yeah.
Let's also note that Austria only ordered 2 of its units, and one of them was an impossible move.
Yeah. So this is just a huge game breaker right here, right? It also it's going to take a lot of pressure off of Germany and give Germany some other interesting choices to make. Whether Germany is now going to get more involved in the West. Which he was formerly unable to do because of the Austrians all over him. So we'll see how that goes. France really does a whole lot of nothing, which is again surprising. Rome would have fell, and it's actually hard to look at this and wonder why he didn't try to take Rome. Could have cut Venice and made a supported attack on Rome, but may have known something from the negotiation that the rest of us didn't know. So,
well, and he also had to worry about Turkey taking a shot at Tyrrhenian Sea here. But he had Spain, could have covered well. There's certainly it's a conservative play.
Yeah, there were options, and England is just continuing in the north, getting another army up there.
All right, on the build front, we've got the triple snake eyes, and we have Germany pulling a fleet. Austria making a bid to stay in the game by pulling this fleet.
Mm-hmm.
So and England popping down a fleet. This is a really interesting turn. Turkey has gone from 6 to 10, which is the board leader by 3.
Huge.
Have a hard time holding on to Moscow, but boy, does he have growth potential. His biggest problem now is just positioning. It's going to take a little time to get the armies into play, and he has to try to hold on to what he has in order to get himself in position to move forward. Spring of 1908, Siobhan.
Some predicted problems for Turkey holding on to what he already has. Loses Naples, loses Romania, loses Moscow, as he desperately tries to get things into position to make those new armies useful. Meanwhile, in the West, Germany supports himself to Ruhr. Norway goes to Sweden, which I believe was German. And yeah, so we've got some changing alliances in the West.
The Scorpion.
One really communicated what their plan was because everybody seemed to have a different target.
The Scorpion stings.
Just remember that Nikola has a build in his pocket, so even if he goes down one this turn, he's not going to have to pull. So that's actually kind of something to bear in mind. I'm not sure if he's going to only go down one. He may go down more than one, but even if he goes down 2, he's still probably in pretty good position.
Yeah.
Well, but France is suddenly I think France is suddenly assumed.
Oh yeah, definitely a superior position. Yep.
It is, and given that Austria, as long as Austria stays on France's side, this is a French pork chop.
And let's not forget the move to the Irish Sea.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, that's the big key. Okay, so,
wow.
Let's see. I'll just do this since it looks not that complicated. England stabs Germany now, which will
for a total of 3 this year.
Takes 3 dots. We'll get 2 builds, even losing Liverpool. And France will not be able to get into place to hold on to Liverpool. So that is very significant. Rome. Let's see what happens. Actually, it's hard to see what happens here. It looks like Tuscany goes to Rome and takes it. Rome retreats to Apulia. So France is putting down 3 units here, and Turkey is going to lose 2. So Turkey goes down to 8, while France goes up to 10.
Loses 3, loses Naples as well.
Yeah, so loses Naples and Romania, Moscow, but picks up Budapest. So,
right.
Okay, so then winter of 1908. David, welcome back.
Hey, we got. Well, let's see here. Yeah, gosh, 3 French units come plopping on the board. It's just hard to imagine what the scenario is where France does not top this board. Maybe they don't, but it's just hard to imagine right this second.
And he's getting Ionian here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Turks had to pull the fleet in Adriatic. And
actually, if he guesses right with Liverpool, he can hold on to it.
Exactly.
Let's just push ahead here. Adam.
Yeah. So
and he guesses right. That's the first.
Yeah. Yeah. So he guesses right. So he's going to hold Liverpool. It looks like. France continues to push out. He's working with the Germans now, which makes sense because the English just stabbed the Germans, and so this is always the risk you run when you make these brilliant stabs, and you've got to have the backfill. And so he's going to lose Holland. He's going to potentially lose. Well, I don't know if he can lose Kiel. I think he can probably hold Kiel. But he's got some problems, as we'd expected. France is now in the English Channel. And Piedmont. So that's looking really good. And so basically France has made friends with Austria and Germany and is fighting England and Turkey. And that's kind of where you want to be. The small powers are almost janissaries of France. And as the powerful guy on the board, that's where you want to be.
So this is a really nice game for diplomacy in general, I think, because you have people really making long-term strategic calculations throughout the game and then taking big risks and breaking alliances and going for big stabs. And the question that I want to pose to you guys is why, so Christian Klein is clearly going to top this board. Why does his stab work better than the others? So think about that for a second. I'll just take us through the rest of the game here, because it's just another year, and I think it's pretty clear what's going to happen here. Christian just continues to advance, and with the help of Austrians and Germans. So the question here is just how big his board top is, and also why he doesn't go for a solo, actually. Maybe he figures Turkey is strong enough to hold him off. He's at 12 here. All right, that's a separate question. Let's go back to the first question. Why does Christian Klein win this game? Why is his stab of England better than Turkey's stab of Austria and Russia and England's stab of Germany? And anyone who wants to field that.
Well, I think the answer is position. The position after the stab was still incredibly strong, whereas Nikolai's position after his stab was not as strong. So I think that's the answer. But sometimes, honestly, and this is another one of those situations where we're not subject to the negotiations. Christian just may have gotten the upper hand on some of these negotiations. It certainly looks like he did. Getting some of these folks on his side so early on in the mid/end game was really important.
Yeah, I fully agree, David. I think the position with Turkey taking so long to get his newly built armies into position after that stab really hurt him, and made it harder for him to grow as quickly. Though he ended up with a solid result even after going down shortly after the stab. But the position was a big part, and then really being able to use the smaller powers after the stab as, if not janissaries, at least having them on side and having them help you punish the people who you just stabbed further. I mean, that was something that Christian just did brilliantly in this game. So hats off for that.
And, the answer to why he doesn't go for the solo might just be that his partners wouldn't go along with it, and he still needs them somehow. So he feels like he's done what he can do. If he tries to do anything more, then all the other powers will start working together. Again, I probably still would have taken a shot at it, but you got to remember that now we are an hour away from round 2. So he may just be thinking, let's take this really good result and go into round 2 with it.
Yeah, but a solo is so valuable in the scoring system.
That's so true. That's, yeah. And not to mention the fact that it's valuable for its own sake, by God. Rules of the game say that you win if you take 18. So there you go.
If you count dots, he doesn't even need to take a dot off Germany to solo. Basically, England and Scandinavia. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more dots. That's it.
He's pretty solid down here. If anything, and he clearly can break into Germany here unless Turkey lets Germany throw everything back over here. And I think he still gets one. I think he at least gets one until then. If anything, the problem is breaking into North and Norwegian. I think that's what's going to take time.
The English stab of the German when he did was pretty critical to England, not only surviving, but possibly stopping the solo threat. Mm-hmm. Or blunting the solo threat. I'm not saying to say stop it, since we don't actually know the answer to that, but blunting the solo threat.
This is what I wonder, though, about Christian's timing here, about it being so good, is that if he stabs at the exact moment, he stabs England at the exact moment when England is stabbing Germany. And if Christian stabs before this, then he has to face both England and possibly Germany against him. But now England and Germany are entwined, and England seems to accept the fact that he has to move forward with the attack on Germany.
Yeah, that was my point. So you got to keep going with that, because it's the only way to actually defend against the French.
Mm-hmm. I think this works. So your point is that was good for England. I think this is also good for France as well, at least for getting the board top, if not the solo.
No, there's no question about that.
Yeah. Okay, good. Then we have gotten through, let's see, 1, 2, so we still have Bunker Hill, but we finished up with 3 games. I wish that had been 4. All right, let's do some speed here. Back to 1904 in our independent presidential candidate John Anderson game. Let's see. Let's go back to the previous. Right, this was where there was some question about why France had let the fleet get blown up, but it was to ensure Brest.
Yes. Oh yeah, to cut all the possible supports.
Yeah.
And Germany, this is one of the split consciousness games for Germany. Germany has sort of gone both ways, but in this case, it wasn't getting punished for it too hard yet. Oh, right. And then here, Italy. Right. This is, you liked Kuzi's play down here, David, if memory serves.
I mean, I didn't like everything about it, but I liked
Right.
the fact that he was doing pretty well in his first tournament game. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. This was a surprise to us, right? That Italy ended up turning. Yeah. Okay. Let's move forward. Whose turn is it? Let's go with Adam. You're top on the list.
Sure.
So spring 1905.
Yeah, just taking a look. So Russia is pulling back from Austria, so there must be some kind of Russia and Austrian negotiations here. And it's hard to tell what's going on with Constantinople. Is that a miscue between Austria and Russia? Is that planned? Hard to know. Ionian goes to Aegean, which again seems like a semi-weak move when it's not followed with something. A convoy to Albania, convoy to Greece might have been more interesting. Do you really need another fleet there? Your likelihood of taking Bulgaria that way is probably not very good. Again, you're being opportunistic, taking Marseille. Sure, take the dot. Why not? Again, it's not clear to me what the structure here is and what Italy is trying to accomplish, other than looking for dots and looking to protect his dots, which is a reasonable play for a new player to make sure you can hold what you got. So I can't blame him for that. And if somebody's offering him Marseille, yeah, why not take it? So I can't blame that at all. Russia is making a full-fledged play into Germany. It takes Silesia, though I don't know that he's going to make a lot of progress there. He's getting pressure, and he's taking some of the pressure off of himself. And then in the West, somebody's getting into Brest. It looks like the English do take Brest with the help of Germany cutting Paris.
Yes.
Which just shows they're on side. Again, I'm wondering why he's sitting in London rather than convoying into Brest, but so it goes.
All right, let's move forward. Fall of 1905. Siobhan.
Okay, a lot fewer red arrows on the board this time. France looks like is done. This is it.
Indeed. Yep.
Okay, well, GG, thank you for playing, John Anderson. Russia backtracks all of that movement into Germany, drops down to Armenia as Italy pushes up into the Black Sea. Austria dots Russia for Romania. Yeah. All right. I mean,
All right.
nothing terribly exciting.
Winter 1905. I'll call this. We have a bunch of units getting placed down. Italy finally puts a fleet down. I think we wanted to see that before, but slow growth on his part. Austria getting 2 units, which is good at this stage of the game. England as well jumping up here. So this is an interesting 4-way battle for the board top here between Austria, England, Germany, and Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Probably like England's chances the best. Just a cleaner tactical position. Okay, spring of 1906. David.
All right. Well, we've got not a lot of movement there in the east. There's some attempted movement, but not much success. The AI eventually, that's why the Italians went ahead and moved their fleets west, because they have a deal with the Austrians. So that's good for them. As far as the West is concerned, the Russian-German fight I thought might have been slowing down, but it looks like the Germans are not interested in slowing it down. So they've decided they're just going to go take whatever they can, because the Russians are obviously facing threats from the south. So they're just going to go do that. England convoys to Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
So they are serious about the continent. But otherwise, I know we're on a speed round here. I think that's the big takeaway here, is that there's some attempt to take the Russians out. It hadn't really worked in the south, but the Germans are going to go do their part.
Isn't England about to take 2 off Germany?
Certainly one. Let's see how it goes. Fall of 1906. Adam, Talk us
Yeah,
through it.
so England takes 2 off Germany, Denmark and Holland, which I think those were both German, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, so that's but while Germany does take Warsaw and St. Petersburg, so Germany is going to be even. Interestingly, Italy is still just holding his ground. And
Germany loses Munich, by the way.
Munich as well. So Germany is going to be down 1 because the Austrian walks right in. So yeah.
All right. Winter 1906. Germany pulls Paris. England plops down 2 armies. This is a go big move on England's part. Has fleets in all the places he needs them. The only other step would be to enter the Mediterranean and go for Tunis, and that's a move for 18. Whereas the armies is move for just big, whatever that means, 18 or more. Okay, Siobhan, you're up.
Sure. Yeah, bunch of convoy of those English armies to Gascony and to Belgium. I like it. Elsewhere, Italy turns on Austria to take Bulgaria, pushes into the Aegean. Russia is probably not terribly long for this world, but will survive a while. Yeah, the Italian dying for Bulgaria, I'm not sure I love, but
can we just talk about how pretty this looks with the blue?
Like,
so beautiful moves by England, Norway to Sweden, so you can drop into Baltic. That fleet in St. Pete is on the south coast, so
that's the only thing.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Convoys rock. I think we said that earlier. Convoys.
These are beautiful convoys.
Yeah,
it just
and
looks
I'm talking
nice,
about
right?
real convoys, not the funny convoys.
Ones that actually achieve a purpose.
Yes.
But yeah, okay, let's move on here. Fall of 1907. Who just went?
I just went.
Okay, David.
Okay, let's see. Italians moved back out of Bulgaria. Maybe, I guess they're worried about the Russians or something, but that's not ideal. If once you've made a move, unless there's a great reason not to stick to it, you better stick to it. He does start moving around a little bit. I guess that's what it is. That he's decided instead of plowing into Austria, he's going to move the units around, get a little bit further west, and so forth. England continues to march. You really can't argue with that progress. And again, I'm not going to say everything I say just because I know we're in a speed round, but good job, England.
Yeah. Okay. Moving forward. Yeah, I think the only thing if we were going to quibble, Holland probably should have gone to Ruhr here.
Yes.
Although we'd have to worry about Kiel going to Holland too. So
Belgium to Ruhr.
But Belgium was German.
Belgium was German.
Ah, okay.
Same problem with Paris. Can't move Paris yet. All right, winter builds. We've got plopping down a fleet and an army now, and to get the fleet because he wants purchase over English Channel. He could actually still make a case for 2 armies in this case. No, a fleet. You want to you want
fleet.
Yeah, you want to take a shot down here, see if you can get across the line here. All right, spring 1908, Adam.
Yeah, so England did finally go into Sweden, and now he's bouncing the Germans out of Bothnia. He opts to go from Denmark to Kiel rather than doing the direct convoy, which makes a lot of sense because the army's not much good in Kiel, and ultimately you want to get something into the Baltic anyway, so that's great play. Moving into Ruhr, cutting Munich. I mean, these are all just, solid plays by England. I might have a quibble with the move to the North Sea rather than the English Channel, since I think you want to be swinging that fleet south. I don't think you need another fleet in the north. I guess it's for the purposes of convoying, but I think you want to make a momentum move here, and getting the fleet south so you can get Tunis is definitely the play you want here. Otherwise, little to quibble with. Austria is pushing to the line to protect Munich and Berlin. And that's basically what we see. We're trying to stop England from soloing here.
Yeah, and I think just a real quick note on England. I think if you're looking at 18, you don't really worry about letting an army slip into Spain here. You get both of these fleets forward, and you just try to get Tunis by any means possible, and then you backfill as well with fleets. Okay, fall of 1908, Siobhan.
Let's see. England takes Marseille, shifts some armies around on the continent, convoys Eddie to Norway, hoping to make a play for St. Pete soon. Other than that, not a ton of movement as Italy and Austria get their fleets set up to hold the Med. GG Russia, was nice knowing you. Oh wait, it's Alex Maslow. I don't care.
Wow. Wow.
All right, winter 1908. Now we get a fleet. I actually think he doesn't need more armies now. I think what he really needs are more fleets down here. He really should have 2 more fleets down here. But the writing's on the wall here. This is there's not going to be a solo with Italy and Austria cooperating. All right. In fact, is there any reason not to just move through here and just look at
just to see if anything goofy happens, maybe?
Yeah. Nope. Nothing goofy happens. So they draw right here. More convoys happen. Yeah. So the only criticism is the fleets. And yep.
But even then, it wouldn't have made that much difference to the result, probably.
Probably not, right? Like, because he needed to. He really needs to be moving the fleets now. Like right now.
To Leon and West both, yeah.
Well, look, if he's in Neff and West right now,
or Nath and West, yeah.
This turn,
then Tunis goes, and then can you hold it? I don't know, but you got a shot.
Yeah, so he can't do it this turn, right? Unless he gives up on the convoy to Gascony, which he could actually. He could do Brest to Gascony and just convoy to Brest here.
And Paris this turn.
Then he has to worry about losing Spain, but it's really about getting the fleets forward. All right. Well, look, we're quibbling, Russ. We're quibbling because you played an excellent game.
Yeah.
You end on 14 and with the board top, and it's a really good carnage score.
That's just a fact. It's a great result, and good job with Dwornicki as well.
Yeah. Who had a really roller coaster game, right? Mm-hmm. We thought he was dead to rights early on.
And I'm going to still say, way to go, Team Kuzi. Team Kuzi, first tournament game. Way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, really impressed with Kuzi. With a difficult strategic, like a series of difficult strategic situations, and he navigated them to a decent result. Which I think, I got eliminated in my first tournament game. I don't know about you guys.
7 center Italy in your first tournament. You got to be really happy about that. Yeah. I mean, this is just a great result. He played a really solid game. Dealt with a lot of ups and downs with the negotiations and, the alliance changing over there, and, really ended up
3 that are still playing.
Okay.
So let's keep going speed-wise. And let's really try to do it. So 15 seconds each. I'll keep doing the winters, and I'll let you guys do the springs and the falls. Here we've got this is our Maxim Popov game, and right. And France is expanding here. It seems like France's have done generally pretty well today. So right, and I believe, yes, this is where there was more dipsy doodle between Turkey and Russia down here. A little bit of surprising cooperation, but seems to be effective with Italy, Stephen Mondak taking Ankh anyway. Okay, good. So I believe, Siobhan, you're up.
Sure.
Spring 1906.
Okay, the French continue to march on, getting into Holland and Kiel as they position some fleets around the Med, getting into Lyon, pushing down into Tyrolia. Lots of movement. Love seeing that. Meanwhile, Russia sets up to take Denmark or try and take Kiel back. We'll see. But keep France from getting too much in the north and Scandinavia. Down in the southeast, not too much. A dot traded over Trieste. Russia pushing down to Galicia.
All right. Fall 1906, David Hood.
Turks take Greece. The continuing government in exile is now up to 4, right? Because unfortunately they can't build because they have no home country. But besides that, Russians, the Russians take Vienna. Russians take Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
Is anything the Russians don't take? Russians really bouncing back here a little bit, Maxime.
Yeah.
French still in good position. A whole lot of nothing over the Iberian area, just a lot of bouncing. French army gets in position in Burgundy. I mean, I think the main things are the Russians go ahead and do what we are expecting, which is take Denmark and taking out Vienna, and helping the Turkish government in exile take out Greece.
Hard not to like Russia's position here, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And unfortunately, Italy is getting hit by both of the board leaders, who I believe after this turn are tied. Oh no, France goes up to 11.
So the challenge now for Russia is that Russia's potential dots are largely through Italy. Which, does he really want to be fighting Italy, who's holding France back? He probably has to go after Turkey if he wants to get dots, and whether Italy will let that happen or not, we'll have to see.
It's actually, I would. It'd be hard for me not to put down Fleet North Coast here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. Positionally, why would you not do it? Because, yeah.
I mean, you trust. You got to take a chance with Turkey here, and just trust that Turkey's going to stay inside. You know, maybe they don't, but if you can get into Norwegian and take an Eddie here, then I think you almost have a guaranteed board top. All right, so spring of 1907, Adam.
Yeah. So it looks like we still have a lot of bounces up north in Norwegian and North Sea, but the Russians do manage to take Kiel, which will be, that's going to be an interesting position now to see if he can actually break into Munich or make some progress down there. France makes the interesting choice to go to Piedmont with a fleet, which is always a great place for a fleet to be. And there's still more bounces. So France does take a big risk here and goes now to the North Africa, and hoping that Italy is not going to go into the Mao, which he doesn't. But it's a lot of posturing, is what I'll say.
All right.
I'll also just point out, I think this is important, that Russia does stab the Italians, or I don't know if stab is the right word, but does attack the Italians and take Trieste, which was one of the things that I sort of had some strategic questions as to whether this is the right decision or not on Russia's part. It's certainly the right way to get more dots. I don't know if it's the right way to board top over France, but we'll see.
We'll find out. David, did I skip you?
I don't actually know.
All right, we'll stay with the order. Siobhan, fall 1907.
Okay, so the fleet in Piedmont goes to Tuscany because, sure, why not? Italy covers Tunis. That wasn't needed. France pulls back to cover Spain and Mao. All right. Whole lot of bouncing up in the north again. Makes a play for Kiel, doesn't get it. Would have preferred to see Holland support English to north.
Yeah.
But that's just me, because now Russia has the fleet in Denmark, and now you have more problems. Okay.
Right.
And otherwise not much.
All right. It's winter. Yes. Oh, fleet South Coast. No.
Maxim.
No. It's got to be North Coast. You just don't need South Coast here. Oh,
yeah, that was a mistake.
Maxim, you have played beautifully this game, and this is a relatively small error. Unfortunately, it's going to have larger consequences. It's going to prevent you from having any chance at a solo, I believe, which was a small chance anyway. But given the continued strife between Italy and France, a solo is still very much in play here. But you need this fleet in Norway right now.
Yeah. That's gonna hurt.
Okay. All right. Spring 1908.
Yep.
David, you were definitely up now.
Okay, so the Turks would like to take their country back. I know I always start with the great government in exile, but that's because I find it incredibly fun to deal with. That he's over there, he's gone to Armenia with the convoy, wants to take stuff back. Look at all the holds.
They are done with this game.
Italy must have NMR'd. All of their units held.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
That is unfortunate. That is
Let's see.
unfortunate. There's a lot of French holds, but that's not an NMR. That's just French holding.
Yeah.
Unless they were trying to say this game should be over, so they're trying to convince Maxime to end the game or something.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
So why don't you pull Mao to North Atlantic and pull those fleets back then?
Well, because you're not sure the game is going to end, so you don't want to give up position just in case it doesn't end. But I mean, we're just guessing here, and you do see the problem as Siobhan was pointing out. And now you can't even try to get into the North Sea as the French.
No.
He doesn't even try to, although it looks like it would have worked if he had. But he was, convinced not to because of the French fleet in Denmark.
There's so many unordered units here that nonsensically unordered, like the Russian in St. Pete and Livonia.
In Livonia, that's very true. I wonder if this is some kind of thing.
Wrong here.
Yeah, this may have been an early adjudication. So I asked Randy about it. He actually doesn't have any intel on it. Nobody contacted him to complain about it. So
interesting.
Okay.
Maybe they were talking with each other so long they ran out of time.
That's possible. Let's move forward because there's not a whole lot to be gleaned. Here we have some movement at least.
Okay.
David, why don't you take this one now? Since
look who gets the North Sea. It would be the Russians.
Yep.
Would be even cooler if there was a fleet in Norway right now. But we digress.
Yeah. Wow.
They also take out Tyrolia, which it looks like the French is, instead of retreating to Piedmont, is just simply piffed. Looks like.
Yeah. Yep. Which is
the Turks. Look, the Turks are taking back their country. By God. Constantinople has now fallen.
But still can't get a build, and Russia takes Romania here.
Well, it's at some point the Russians were going to take the Turkish stuff. I mean, and I'm sure Turkey knew that. They did lose. I guess they also lost Greece. But in terms of the leadership, that taking the North Sea, as we all know, is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's enormous. Okay.
If he had built North Coast, he would have taken the Norwegian Sea, right?
Absolutely, yeah. That's why I didn't want to digress, but Maxime wishes at this point he would have built that St. Pete North Coast.
And built the army. Actually, the army here, if he's going to go against Turkey, is the right call at this point. But yeah, boy, if he was sitting in Norwegian and North.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Okay. So elsewhere we have a fleet. Really has no other choice. Although he's now he's got a major problem in the center of the board. Oh, this has Russian solo written all over it now. Yep. Okay. Spring of 1909. Adam.
Wow. Well. Well, Russia takes Holland and Munich, and doesn't, at the expense of the North Sea. But wow, that is a massive turn, right? To be able to get into Munich, so he double supports Bohemia in. He pulls down to Silesia, so he's got something behind it, and for some reason, I guess France was trying to cut Kiel to save Munich, but that backfired. And Russia ends up taking Holland. So that is a rough spot for France now. The North Sea, I guess, will be a little bit annoying to have France there, but still, this is such a good position for Russia. Pulling back, Italy is moving to defend in Italy rather than doing something against Russia at this stage. So this is just a great position.
All right. Fall of 1909, Siobhan.
Okay, France takes Holland back while Russia holds on to Munich and takes Sevastopol, so up 2. Oh, and Eddie, so up 3.
Oof.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is, so he'll be sitting on 16 at the end of this year. Ooh, yeah, I mean, that's the big news. France is trying to scramble around to do something about it,
and his positioning right now is impeccable. The only problem is a fleet in Kiel, but big deal.
But
look, his fleet finally made it to Norway.
I know.
Yeah.
God.
Very easily could have been a click error. He may have meant North Coast. Yeah. What's that, Adam?
Italy sends everything back east rather than France moving Mao up and just trying to get as many units up there as possible. I mean, this is 100% stop the solo. If I'm France, I'm going to trust you to walk into the Mao. I'm going to trust you to do whatever you need to do. We just got to get more units up there. And what happens? Italy goes in the other direction. I mean, this is just, there's just not a concerted effort here. There's not the willpower amongst the other players to stop this.
Or it's there, but it's too late at this point. I would have liked to have seen. I actually didn't like giving up north here, and I would have liked to have seen him just import himself back into it. But he did have to. There were a lot of tactical possibilities here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a young. This is a young player again, right? This is a teenager from Iowa.
Yep.
Yeah, Maxim, phenomenal game so far.
Just think how good it'll be when he's your age, Brandon.
All right. Maxim drops 3 units.
Coast.
Now we get the northern coast. Although, ironically, there actually is an argument now for the southern coast. But,
It's true. It's very true, actually.
Oh my God, it's not wrong.
I think North Coast is better here. He can go to Norwegian. He can slide it over to Norway.
It still goes immediately to Norway. That's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. And he's got to protect this guy. Actually, so he's got Venice. I think he's got 16 coming up here, or 18, right? He needs 2 more. The fleet positioning is becoming problematic here, and he would have done better to retake north or blow up Helgoland, something like that. So that he may get stuck at 17 here. Kind of depends on what happens on the boot, I think.
Yeah.
Although he can still break through here. There's an army problem with France has, but he'll have to get into Piedmont and do some damage.
Well, we're gonna have to leave this one here, aren't we? Because the game's not actually over yet.
It's actually.
We're within a year.
We're almost there. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, then let us.
I'm going to slip out just 1 second. I'll be back in a minute.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
It's been a while since we've seen game 4.
Yes. So between game 3 and 4, let us go to the big dig.
Yeah.
This is
Melinda's game. Yeah.
The Melinda Holly game, right? And Turkey. This is another one where Turkey was advancing slowly, but this was a bit of a mess. Yes. A nice kaleidoscope. A nice kaleidoscope. All right. Let us, Adam, take us into spring 1906.
Okay. So I'm starting in the east, and Turkey continues to advance position but loses Naples thanks to the French and the Italians working together. Holds on to Trieste and probably some arrangements with Russia there for him to go to Bulgaria and Russia to take Romania. So, 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards there. You don't really want to be losing that position around Italy if you're Turkey here because you don't have much of a play against Russia and that's going to hold you back. So and again, Austria trying to use his last unit to do something, and kudos to Austria for sticking it out and for continuing to have fun here, right? I mean, you got to give a lot of credit for that. France is continuing to play solidly. I don't think a lot is happening in the north. I guess Germany is taking the North Sea with a retreat to Helgoland. So France making slow and steady progress against England. And anything else notable? It looks like Germany is taking Warsaw.
Yep.
All right. Fall 1907. Siobhan.
All righty. Germany goes from the north to Eddie as England spends all of their time focusing on piffing London, which allows another army to convoy onto the continent. Meanwhile, in the south, Turkey's got a few issues, but nothing too bad. Leaving Bulgaria to pick up Romania. So leaving Bulgaria Russian, as Russia picks Warsaw back up and reclaims Budapest. So aside from losing Ionian, not a bad turn. Yeah, sorry, England, not your game. Oh, it does take Kiel.
All right, fall. Boy, this looks like a whirlpool, doesn't it?
I know.
This is. Let's just reflect on the fact that there are 4 units involved in around the Ionian. 4 different countries involved in the Ionian.
That is very true.
Well done, Melinda. I mean, what can you say, right? She coordinated that and is now in the Ionian. I mean, it's not like there's a huge French presence down there, but to the extent that you can have an influence, why not? I like what she's doing in terms of playing a balance of power on the board. It's not necessarily making her gain very quickly, but I think that those gains will come over time through the English dots.
All right. Winter 1906, we have Germany plopping down an army, which is fun. We have another kaleidoscope up here. Yeah, 4 different color countries all in the same place, all around the same province. Italy drops fleet, which is interesting. Limits his strategic options probably more than he would want at this point, especially given that they pushed France forward here. Okay. Let's see. Spring 1907. David, do you feel like jumping in, or do we?
Let me catch up just a minute. Go ahead with somebody else.
Siobhan, you're up.
So there's chaos on the English homeland as France takes London, Yorkshire goes to Wales, and Eddie goes to Yorkshire. London retreats to the North Sea because Norway is now Russian. Livonia to St. Pete. Wow, what is going? This is a whirlpool is. Oh, and Melinda gets Albania.
All right, perfect. Fall 1907. Adam.
I think what's lost in these super complicated positions is just what's going on in the negotiations and how crazy these negotiations must be right now. It's not often where you have intense negotiation, I'm sure, that's going on between Turkey and France at this stage of the game, and Austria with one unit. I'm sure everybody's talking to Austria, trying to get that unit to do something for them, right? And there's no interest in taking that fleet out of Tunis. Everybody just wants the Austrian help. So this is just, it's unfortunate we can't be flies on the wall there and we just see the moves, because it's got to be a lot of really interesting discussions. In terms of what's happening on the board, Russia retakes St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg kicks Russia out of Norway. It's a whole lot of seesawing in terms of, but I think that's a net loss for Germany.
Especially because they lose Berlin as well.
And it looks like they did not send anything to Kiel, so the Kiel will take Berlin, and the English will hold on to Kiel. So as bad as this was looking for the English, and it isn't looking particularly wonderful for the English, it is there are some viable pieces there, and can still have an influence on the board.
All right, so here are the builds. England has to pull Baltic. France drops fleet Brest, which is interesting given that they're so spread out elsewhere. This is an amazingly spread out France.
This is typical Melinda, though. She's a little bit of a not greedy player, wants to influence the play.
It's actually kind of beautiful, right? Like, just so nothing really protecting the homeland, but not having a problem. Like, it's not costing her. Fleet in Albania, love it. All right,
she got 2 guys on Trieste. So,
yeah, that's right.
Oh my God!
All right, we got the Turkish dropping another fleet. Turkey is topping the board at this stage of the game, but Russia is up to 7 now and drops an army. Very much alive here, Russia. In fact, Russia's position is, except for the fact that one of his dots is well behind an opponent's lines. Russia has a lot of play in the north, so interested to see what happens here. And Germany has to pull another unit. All right, spring 1908, David.
All right. Well, so much for the French fleet in Albania. It has now been piffed. The Italians go into Apulia. So there's some seesaw, a little bit of it, as Adam was saying earlier, seesawing going on. Russian position starts to coalesce a little bit more, in the north, which is exactly what he would want. Tries to take Vienna without help, because look who's influencing, who keeps Vienna, the French army in Tyrolia. So in terms of England, looks like the English have retaken London, but have lost, at least temporarily, Liverpool. Well, they've lost Liverpool. So there's a little bit of seesaw action going there. The French fleet coming into the English Channel should have something to say about all this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Fall 1908. Adam.
So the German doesn't cover Edinburgh. So England loses London but retakes Edinburgh. But looks like he's pretty much out of Germany. So it looks like England is down to 1, and Melinda got the lion's share there. So which is I think exactly what she was playing for, and she had a pith, so she's got 2 new units coming down. So we'll see where she's going next with that. Turkey forces back into the Ionian Sea. It's interesting that Turkey still has Bulgaria in their pocket and chooses not to take it. Is working effectively with the Russians still, so why bother? And helps the Russians take Vienna. So this time, the French decide to put Italy into Trieste rather than supporting Vienna. So the position there maybe is a little compromised. It's kind of interesting to see the unit in Piedmont follow into Venice, and I have to wonder if that was arranged or not.
Certainly optimistic. All right, winter 1908. We got 2 more fleets.
Wow.
It's a delightfully fleety French. Just very, very few armies. England gives up on the homeland and just tries to keep the forward unit. Maybe someone will think he's useful either against Russia or for Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And Russia and Turkey, the RT continues to advance. It'll be an interesting question here as to who stabs who first for me. Right now, Turkey seems to have a better stab on Russia, but also has more opponents. Although maybe Germany will be free to fight Russia more clearly now that England is hampered. All right, spring 1909, Siobhan.
So Melinda set herself up to take Edinburgh now from the German who had to retreat there. Let's see. Denmark gets into north. Skag gets into Denmark. Sweden tried to go to Denmark, didn't work. The Turk gets into Trieste this turn. Convoys to Apulia. I like that. And elsewhere, just some setting up moves. I do love Melinda in Bohemia and Tyrolia.
Her position was not advanced enough. She needed to advance it further east.
Exactly.
Very good. Fall 1909. David, fall 1909.
I'm not sure what I think about the bounce in Munich or the south bounce in Munich, though. If you're going to advance up there, then do something more offensive. And yes, but she does get into the North Sea, so you can't argue with that. I guess foregoing the build for Edinburgh and going around it. But I think if you're going to do that, I'm not sure English Channel holding is what I would have done. It's in the English Channel, the North Sea, if you're going to do all this. Maybe she's a little worried about it being too far away from the south, but it's already far enough away that you just got to double down on that. Turks take out Venice, continue to move forward in their positioning. So you can't argue with that either. What's that?
Hard not to like Turkey's position.
Yeah, I agree. Just continues to move forward.
And Turkey builds the army, which should definitely worry Russia. Russia builds a northern fleet, south coast, probably forced by this guy, but also, you still got the French fleets coming over the top. Yeah, it looks like a Turkey game here, with an outside chance that if France stabs Germany, they'll have a shot. All right, spring 1910. We're on to David.
Well, French again. One of the advanced units gets killed. That's one of the problems of advancing so far forward. Unless you can actually do something with it, which is why I didn't like the self bounce in Munich. This is the kind of thing that could happen. It's so far forward that it's almost too far forward, and doesn't have anywhere to go. So she did not do the supported attack wouldn't have worked anyway. But she didn't even try to take Munich. And instead goes back to Piedmont, sort of defensively. Look at the Austrians now been convinced to become offensive Austria. Otherwise, I would say fleet movements by both the French and the Russians are not surprising. Turkish army can't hold because of why go to Bulgaria now. The Russians continue to move forward that's the whole Bohemia thing, is the Russians moving forward. Turks are also moving forward again with their army in Venice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go to fall 1910. Let's try to keep it to 20 seconds. Let's see if we can do it. This is Adam.
Okay, the Turks continue their advance. They take Naples, and the Russians take Munich. This is just a very effective RT. I actually, the Khan holding, I don't agree with that. I would have walked through Bulgaria up to Serbia to get that unit advanced. But this to me is a more anti-Russian action than I think walking through would be, because otherwise you're moving your units towards the line. As opposed to keeping them back. But, clearly that's something that's been worked out. Up in the north, the German convoys to Livonia, that's going to give Russia some problems. Turkey's, I'm sure, loving that move. And the German takes Norway. So this is setting up for when Turkey is able to stab, we'll probably have a crippled Russia.
And potential monster Turkey coming on here. Turkey builds another army. France now drops 2 armies. Yay, Melinda! We've got the needed land power coming, and Russia gets a rebuild. So all right, spring 1911. Siobhan.
Okay, Turkey mops up the rest of the Italian boot. Tis and Ion walks into Bull. We'll see what he does with it in the fall. Other than that, Russia lost St. Pete.
Holland.
Oh, yeah. France convoyed Holland to Eddie. Interesting. Okay. We'll see where we're going with this.
All right. Fall 1911. David.
All right. Fall of 11. So, man, the Turks just continue to march. I don't think you can argue with this Turkish advance. French are basically on their heels there in the south.
Should Turkey be stabbing? Should Turkey be stabbing right here? Is there a mistake?
I'm not sure it's quite time yet. It's got to happen though. Well, it doesn't have to happen, but it ought to happen.
It looks to me like France is pulling back to the line and trying to give Russia the space to hold Turkey back.
Yeah,
it looks like France recognizes what the future danger is here.
Yeah, but if I were Turkey, I would hope that the Russians. I understand the Russians just went to Galicia, but I would be hoping that the Russians would get overextended and then stab. But
yeah, but they're giving Russia.
They're +2. Russia's +2, aren't they? Kiel and Holland.
But down Sweden and St. Pete. Or no, just St. Pete.
Just St. Pete.
No. Keep St. Pete. Germany walked out. Germany just gave 2 dots.
Russia gets 2 builds. Okay. So then, yes, he should have stabbed there.
Well, assuming that he.
Yeah.
Oh boy! Now all of a sudden, Turkey's got problems. Oh wow!
Wow, yeah. I was not looking at the fact that he was getting ready to build so much. I really.
And Turkey.
He walked out of Rome.
Walked out of Rome as well. That's a mistake. That's definitely a mistake.
That's just a flub.
Just don't need you just don't need the Italian dot anymore.
Wow.
All right, and then
what is going on here?
That looks like another early adjudication.
Yeah, that must be what happened. This game actually ends
soon.
Right here. All right, something very curious happened at the end of this game. Maybe they agreed to draw here and it didn't process properly or something.
Yeah.
I'll get some info on this. But let us. So we've just got 2 games going. We've got one that we haven't visited in a while, and
I'm going to have to drop off in a minute because I'm GMing round 2, which starts in a few minutes.
Okay. David, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, David.
See you guys and gals.
All right. This game, I think we will enjoy and go through fairly quickly.
The Tanya game, yeah.
This is Tanya Gill, Hunter Ketchard, and the worst player ever to play diplomacy, John Jameson. Maybe the worst human being in all of human history. Is that possible as well?
It's very possible, but he's got some stiff competition these days.
Indeed. All right. So in this one, Tanya we had gone back and forth on the strength of her position. There was a moment where it seemed like she might have outsmarted herself, but it now seems like Right. This was the moment when she let there were 3 Russian armies behind her line. But then over the course of the next year, it looked like she had successfully gotten away with it. And then we started to really like her position because now she was sitting against other people's units, other people's dots, I should say. Okay. Spring 1906. Adam, what do you got?
Yeah, I'll try to do this quickly. I think the most interesting thing here is the convoy of the German army from Kiel to Sweden. So that's kind of a nice move if they're trying to get position up in Scandinavia. It's actually sort of an odd move for England to be making here, but I guess it makes some sense. I'm not sure why you want to be there rather than pushing. I guess you have no play on Berlin anyway, so I guess it makes some sense. France is trying to consolidate position. These are good defensive moves to get the fleet into Portugal and into the Mao. So you have uncuttable support on Mao from Portugal, so you're going to need one more fleet, an English fleet in the English Channel or Irish Sea, and then you've basically locked up the Med. So that's a solid move. Rather than risking getting that Western Med fleet destroyed, just pull it back. I like that. Anything else? No, a whole lot of holds up in Russia. So I think that's it.
All right. Fall 1906, Siobhan.
Okay. I'm loving the convoy from Albania to Tuscany. Well done. Finally getting the fleet into North Africa. Thank you, Sam.
Hey, a multinational convoy.
A multinational convoy.
Our first one today. Congratulations, Tanya and Sam.
It's a very good one, too. I very much appreciate that.
Let's not let this go unnoticed as well.
Oh, they convoyed over west to open up North Africa for the fleet. I saw that the fleet made it, but I wasn't sure exactly how it did.
This is the only way to switch units in 2 provinces.
Yep, I have done it on a number of occasions. And then England gets St. Pete.
Yeah, so Hunter, having gotten no builds in 01, it gets up to 5 units by the end of 1906. All right, moving forward. So we got builds. Hunter drops a fleet in Eddy to make all of his neighbors feel okay about that. Tanya is allowed to leave the army in Constantinople, has the fleet in Ionian, does not need any builds, even though... Oh, no, she picked up Munich here, yeah?
No, she already had that.
She already had Munich. Okay, so she does not need any builds, though, to have what is a really nice position.
This is a great.
So, Spring 1907, Adam.
Okay, so finally we get that army out of Constantinople. So Tanya's marginally less dangerous. I mean, she was sitting on 4 centers last turn, so now she's only sitting on 3. So I mean, it's hard to critique Sam for this because what else is he going to be doing, right? I mean, he doesn't really have a lot of other options, and he's just hoping that he can remain useful by being this front line against the EFG.
This may be a moment, though, where Sam's inexperience is coming into play, though, because by moving back, the worst player in all of human history, John Jameson, has actually created the opportunity for a strategic realignment here. He's not. There's no way he can threaten Italy, and Italy can't get anything off of him. So, there should be a negotiation going on here to allow them to demilitarize this border. If he's worried about these red units sitting right next to all of his dots.
I really question the logic of convoying that Austrian army into Tuscany. He didn't need it for anything. That required the Tyrrhenian Sea to be involved. There was no purpose for it. It wasn't, Piedmont doesn't need support for any purpose. Better to get her to move that unit up towards Galicia or somewhere where it can actually be helpful. So to me, that sounds like her sweet talking him into something that maybe he shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
And for an Austrian to have an army in Tuscany.
It's so great.
The fleet in Ionian.
I have a lot of respect for that.
And Munich. I'm sorry. And Munich. And Livonia.
Yes. Conrad in the comments very rightly asks, what is Sam doing letting Tanya behind the line next to Smee in Greece?
All right. Fall of 1907, Siobhan.
Okay, so now we've got another fun convoy from Tunis to Marseille. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of bouncing around MAO and the Med. Blah, 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 bounce in Trieste. Fine.
God, there's like a knife. It's like a giant sword one of those old, like really decorative swords that it looks like it's just decorative, but actually is sharp enough to behead somebody. It's just sitting on a wall, and there are some guests, some friendly guests just hanging out underneath it, sipping on some tea, eating muffins. Tanya has a little device in her pocket. She presses a button, and that sword is just going to fall right off the wall.
Well, what do we think Tanya is waiting for here? There something? Is there a risk to doing it now or to doing it at all? Because we're looking at again taking Naples, Rome,
and Greece
in one turn, right? And then having Smyrna behind your line to take later. So is there a reason not to do it now? And if there's a good reason not to do it now, what are you trying to achieve before you do go ahead and do it?
Her biggest problem, great questions. Her biggest problem is that she can't get fleets in the water fast enough to secure the Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian, basically to secure the Italian dots plus Tunis, which is what she's going to need to do. So for her to get to 18 rather than just a big board top, that's a really great question. Maybe it's a matter of breaking through up north. Like it's not going to be Italian dots are not going to be. She can't count on all of those to be the ones that get her to 18. She's going to need another one, at least another one across the stalemate line. Siobhan, what do you think? What's the right? What are the conditions under which she pulls the trigger and presses the button, the secret button?
I don't know. I half convinced if she hasn't done it yet, she may not. But then again, the Italian is moving further west, so it's possible that they just have a good alliance and he trusts her a lot, and she's saying, no, just keep pushing, I'll just be right here whenever you need support. We'll do a little safety bounce in Trieste, don't worry about it, everything else will hold. See, look, I'm not getting anywhere, you're the one getting places. And so maybe she's just further lulling him into a false sense of security.
So Adam, you asked the question, do you have an answer of your own?
Well, I guess part of the reason I'm asking is I don't see a lot changing position-wise. I mean, I'm not sure if anything changed hands this turn, if any dots changed hands this turn, but I don't see a lot changing position-wise. So I guess to me the question is, if you're going to do it, what are you waiting for? Whether it's the right thing to do. I mean, I think that there's not a lot. The position for Sam will not be very good if she goes ahead and pulls the trigger on this, and she'll be putting down 2 armies and a fleet. Obviously, if she had to arrange that bounce in Trieste and could only build 2, that would be less than ideal. You really want to be using all of the builds right after you do it.
And she needs fleets, right? So.
Right. So if that is, if that came up, that might be on this turn to tell me to say, okay, I'm not going to bother doing this and going to try to get him to move that army back out to Piedmont and shift things around before I do it. So it could be something like that and just be a tactical question.
Mm-hmm.
So the big thing that happens here is that Baltic England takes a dot off of Germany, and
that is a very good point.
That could add a little salt to the water that's about to boil. Let's see. England plops down an army. Germany drops the fleet. That also could have been arranged by agreement. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's to make the alliance more stable. All right, spring of 1908. Adam.
Yeah. Well, the convoy to Holland strongly suggests that maybe that was not a plan. So that's interesting. So it'll be interesting to see what that does to the dynamic, because now Austria and Germany have some interesting conversations to have, and maybe they can get some help together. But again, Tanya's just sitting there.
Yeah.
She's sitting there. Notice. I mean. Again, if I'm Sam, I'm saying get that army in Bulgaria, move it up to Serbia, move it up to Budapest. Why is it there? It's got no reason to be there. So, same thing. Why is Tuscany sitting there? Well, Tuscany sitting there is your own doing. So, let's see how it goes.
Yeah. It's this. I'm going to guess is an element of inexperience, and kudos to Tanya for recognizing it. Let us see. And by the way, it's worth noting that just almost nothing is moving here, right?
Yeah.
And, similarly here,
yet again, almost nothing moves. Sweden goes to the Baltic.
Germany lets England take the dot again. Really interested to know what the logic is here.
Yeah.
All right, winter 1908. We get England simply replacing the German armies. This is definitely letting somebody peel your fingernails off one by one. All right, spring of 1909. Oops, Adam, I think you're doing springs right now.
Yeah, so now Germany goes to Sweden to cause some trouble for England, which certainly makes a lot of sense and supports the Austrian terror. So that all makes sense. I don't know why that didn't happen in the fall, but there it goes. And so now you see where Tanya is angling for, right? I mean, if she can get herself into the other German dots, into Kiel, into the lowlands, into Burgundy, now we're starting to talk a very, very long game, but a very interesting one for her. And that may be why she hasn't made the move yet. And it's a lot of patience, and I commend that. They're going to be there, right? So she can make the move, or she can see what happens on the board. And clearly, Hunter got itchy and wanted to grow a little bit, and now there's some consequences to that.
Boy, getting into Ruhr, this is the what is it, the when you have a Coke can and you pop open the little tab. I feel like that's what Ruhr is right now. We just popped open the tab and we heard that.
But look at how irritating this fleet in Piedmont is, and that army in Tuscany. If that fleet in Piedmont, should be that army in Venice, and that fleet in Piedmont should be in Tuscany or something like that. But you really just bottled yourself up there. So that once you actually manage to get Marseille out, you're gonna have to put a fleet in Marseille, which is not really what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just really nothing for Tuscany to be doing here. I think if and I see Sam is kicking himself in the comments. Again, I just think this is a matter of experience. I think having all of your units forward like this, you just can't leave your ally with units next to all of your dots. And you probably need to be arguing to be a bigger power here. You probably need to be the one saying, that army in Tuscany should be green. I should be at 8. You should be at 7. All right, let's keep going here. Fall of 1909. Siobhan, what do you see?
Let's see some more movement as Tanya takes Burgundy. Sam remains stagnant, and England takes Sweden back, but loses St. Pete. And Tanya is remaining patient.
Supporting Russia into St. Petersburg. This is a misorder. Barents was free to do, wasn't doing anything. Should have just
should have supported St. Pete. That's unfortunate.
Rough, yep.
Good catch.
And this is a risk by Tanya to allow another unit, essentially behind her line.
One more point. The
Sure.
Germans could have given one final FU to England by retreating to Finland, thereby by forcing the England to disband that unit up there. But not to do it. That would have been a nice final middle finger to the English. So.
That really would have been. All right. Winter 1909, we get no surprise, the Russian army, and nothing else happens. Siobhan, Adam, spring 1910.
Yeah, Adam.
Okay, so wow, for some reason the French moved out of the Mid-Atlantic into the North Atlantic. You got to wonder what that's about, and moved from Paris to Picardy with an enemy army in Burgundy and an enemy army in Marseille. This is just very strange play, and I again, not knowing the negotiation or what John was thinking, this is hard to really understand why there wouldn't be a cut on Burgundy or try to force Burgundy. I mean, you've got enemy units in Burgundy and Marseille, or even just supporting Gascony. So I am having trouble with that. But again, great move by Tanya, plowing through Munich, getting more units up there. Really, really well done. And Sam is now sitting and holding in Tyrrhenian Sea, and moves Venice to Rome. I mean, you could argue a self-bounce there. I mean, I don't think a self-bounce is necessary. But again, why is Tanya still sitting in Bulgaria? Why is Tanya still sitting in the Ionian Sea? I don't know either of these things. And certainly if I'm playing Italy, I would have tried to address them a long time ago.
So in defense, I'm going to remove my spleen now by defending John Jameson here. I think John recognized that Spain was lost with the Austrian army in Burgundy, and it looks like there was some miscommunication with the English Channel, because the English Channel should be supporting Portugal out in order to leave.
Okay. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense if that's what the intention is.
Now, the Picardy, I would guess that the move to Picardy was in anticipation of a very tricky Burgundy to Picardy.
Got it.
And the Austrian and Picardy with following up, into Ruhr or Burgundy, that certainly would have been pretty a really difficult position.
Yeah.
But.
I do also see in the comments a little bit of information surrounding the fact that apparently John had extenuating circumstances off the board that he needed to deal with.
Oh, no. Okay.
So,
John, we hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
And we really mean that. So for those, hopefully it's clear by the hyperbolic level of the grief that we give John, that we have a deep and abiding affection for John Jameson, despite him being the most loathsome person that has ever existed.
Exactly.
Okay, fall of 1910. Siobhan, what do you got?
So I see that Sam plows forward as best he can, takes Mao, keeps Spain. Tanya takes Paris. Ruhr takes, and Belgium. And everything else holds as she backfills Tyrrhenian Sea.
All right. And then, oh boy. So Italy now, right, is getting builds and is in mid-Atlantic, which is quite delicious and potentially a balm for some of this Austrian position. Let's find out.
Yeah.
We get an army build in Naples. Two. Oh, so Tanya picked up two there. She picked up
Belgium and Paris.
Oh, well, now these. Okay, this must have been where the family emergency came in, because these French moves don't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
That's really too bad, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really too bad, because this materially affects the outcome of the game.
They should not have taken the Mid-Atlantic, right? Because English Channel and North Atlantic should have supported. Well, it's a guess. I shouldn't say that. It ends up being
North Atlantic could do, but Paris could be covered here. Belgium could be covered here.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. This has been such a fun game to watch.
I mean, great for Tanya, but
yeah. All right, let's see what happens here. I mean, now it just looks like a solo in the making.
We've got. Oh, I think Adams on Springs.
Yeah. So Sam is playing very aggressively here. They've developed a relationship over a long time, and he continues to trust Tanya, which, may be a good call in the short term. We'll see what happens in the long term.
Well, at this point now, I'm comfortable saying this is just a mistake at this point.
Yeah, and I'm sort of wondering if we're not going to see the stab, and we're just going to see somebody, people taking some dots to a point where they're happy and then calling it a game.
Tanya does take Naples here.
Yeah, I went forward.
And Venice as well. She takes Naples and Venice and Romania.
Naples, Venice, Romania, Kiel.
She's an equal opportunity backstabber. She takes one from Russia, two from Italy, one from Germany,
and Brest.
And one from France. How many? That's five.
Every single other alive player on the board.
Yowzers.
I have so much respect for the fact that you managed to take one dot off of every surviving player.
I have not ever seen that.
That is amazing. I mean, I've seen it when it's like 3 players left on the board, but when there are 6 players.
There are 6 players left. She just took a dot off of 5 different players.
Uh-huh.
Did she get one off of England?
No.
Okay.
But let's point out that Hunter is going west for some reason.
What do you mean going west?
Sorry, going east for some reason. I mean, he's going into the Baltic Sea and moving.
He's irritated by the Russian for some reason.
But at this point, I mean, this is an Austrian solo.
Oh, she took 2. She took Warsaw too. She took Romania and how many?
6.
So she took 1, 2, 3, 4,
4.
5. She took 6.
She took 6 dots. Wow.
Okay, why not?
Tanya.
Yeah, this is a
That's an
failure.
Austrian solo.
This is a failure of the entire board. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
I mean, well done, Tanya. But Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So
So she-
only in 19, she's going to solo. Only in 1911 puts down her
Mhm.
second fleet.
takes Venice this time.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, this
And
is.
then
There's no stopping her.
She's
At this point.
going to get Sev, and is she going to lose anything? I don't think she's going to lose anything.
She should lose Brest.
Losing
Yeah, but,
Belgium.
She should lose Rome.
maybe. Yeah, because she went up. But she's going to take Greece or Tunis.
Oh, she's got Smyrna behind. Yeah, this is a foregone conclusion.
I mean, come on. This is.
Takes Moscow, takes Sev, keeps Belgium,
Holland.
takes Holland.
Is it? That's it, right?
Oh,
Yeah, she's on like 19 or 20.
Hunter walked out of Belgium. Maybe maybe just accepted it was a foregone conclusion.
Maybe.
And didn't support. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's it. 20 centers. All right. Congratulations, Tanya Gill, first solo of this tournament.
Very well done.
I mean, look, I complain that it doesn't feel as clean as it could. The NMRs I think are the thing that are most problematic about this result. But beyond that, like Tanya deserves a lot of credit. She played, did a lot of really, really great things this game. And
patience.
Yeah.
That patience turned out to be everything.
And no solo is ever clean, right? There's always something that really weird happens.
Yeah.
Obviously, hoping that everything is okay with John and his family, and but you know, and it's always unfortunate to see that. But you know, well done, Tanya. What can we say?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, congratulations, Tanya. Okay, I believe we are. Looks like this is the only game still going.
And that's where we left it. Quite a while ago.
But this was a Russian solo. I think we agreed as well that this was.
Does it happen? Does it end? Do we know?
Let's go forward and see what happens. So spring of 1910. Yeah, he's sitting at 16, and he's going to pick up
Venice.
Definitely Venice and possibly Holland here.
Possibly one of Ankara or Smyrna, depending on how that plays.
Oh, he loses Venice.
Ooh.
Oh, because Albania could tap.
He takes Holland.
Yep. Takes Holland.
So this is 17. He's got
back into north. Has this lovely.
Supported attack on Smyrna's there next year.
So he drops.
Fleet.
This is a foregone conclusion. Let's see here. Gets Belgium.
Takes Smyrna.
He loses Eddie.
Loses Eddie.
Okay, but picks up 2, loses 1, still on 18.
Yep.
Are they still? Let me see. They got to be done here.
Yeah, because this is exactly where we left off. So
yeah, in fact, I think it's time to end the broadcast. We've gone for 6 hours. I mean, look, this is a foregone conclusion anyway. So,
well done, Maxime.
Yes.
In the comments, that game is paused right now. We need to stop talking about it.
Oh.
Okay. So we can't congratulate anyone in this game yet. But we did in 6 hours manage to get through 7 games or 6.9 games worth of material. This was our inaugural broadcast of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. We thank David Hood, who's already gone on to GM. So we'll hear his name later tonight. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
It's been excellent having you here, and we'll definitely see you on these broadcasts again. Siobhan, thank you very much.
As always.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right, we will. So Siobhan and I will be back later this evening with Bill Hackenbracht. That broadcast will be starting at 9:00 p.m. Eastern Time. So that is in about 5 hours from now. And all right, guys, go get some food, get a little rest, and we'll see you across the board at some point later.
All righty. Thanks very much.
Cheers, everyone. Good luck this evening for the players.